Crime and Punishment, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Crime and Punishment, Prestuplennie I Naказani, 1866, is Dostoevsky's novel of the schismatic idea. Raskolnikov's Napoleon calculus colliding with blood, then with Sonia's Lazarus, then with Siberia's slow resurrection. Through 6 parts and an epilogue, Pavir and Volokonsky's Petersburg Fever tracks the axe, the pawnbroker, Porfiry's psychological hunt, Svidrigaïlov's nihilist twin, and the cross that must be kissed before the square. Forensic examination part by part in Dostoevsky's register. Long accumulative periods, short shocks, polyphony of idea against living life, theological intensity before the police novel. Abstract. Crime and Punishment, Prestuplennie I Naказani, 1866, is Fyodor Dostoevsky's novel of the schismatic idea. Wrought Ion Raskolnikov's Napoleon calculus that extraordinary men may step over blood for a higher good, colliding first with Aliona and Lizaveta's axe wounds, then with Sonia's Lazarus, Porfiry's smiling hunt, Svidrigaïlov's twin void, and Siberia's slow beginning of resurrection. Through 6 parts and an epilogue, the Pavir and Volokonsky Petersburg Fever tracks covered isolation, Marmeladov's destitution gospel, Dunya's Luzin sacrifice, Mikolka's horse, the Crystal Palace taunt, and the Haymarket earth kiss before confession. This forensic summary follows the idea's rotting and a living life's refusal to stay a percentage. Save the cat. Applied. What is it? Snyder's first question wants a log line that does 4 jobs at once. Crime and Punishment answers. A feverish former student in a Petersburg cupboard, crushed by poverty, and an article about extraordinary men, murders a pawnbroker and her innocent sister to test whether he is Napoleon or a trembling creature, then cannot live with the blood, cannot hide the purse, and is hunted by a smiling investigator, a prostitute who reads Lazarus, a nihilist twin who overhears through the wall, and finally by the square, he must kiss before he can speak. The irony is structural and theological. The crime that was meant to prove the right to step over proves only the creature. The detective novel whose killer is named in part 1 is a hunt for confession, not identity. Siberia is not the ending, but the start of a new account. The mental picture is immediate and durable. The Zimmerman hat on 730 steps, Sonia and the murderer over the eternal book, Dunya's revolver in a locked room. The Haymarket kneel in filthy earth while a drunk shouts Jerusalem. Achilles at dawn hearing America. Audience and cost are plain. A metaphysical crime novel for adult readers of the 60s utilitarian air, in which the pleasure is polyphony and fever rather than surprise. Pavir and Volokonsky's English is the ticket, 6 parts of rotting idea, the house style. The title passes the say-what-it-is test in the strongest way. Prestuplennie I Naказani names both the acts and the years, crime, and the punishment that is already conscience before the court. Same thing, only different. Against Snyder's 10 mechanical types, the novel sits at an intersection. Its engine is wide-done inverted. The mystery is not who killed Aliona, but why an idea about blood for mankind cannot survive Lizaveta, and why the soul must announce itself when evidence is still a wallpaper hole. Its backbone is dude with a problem recast for a schismatic. An ordinary under-resourced student is caught in an extraordinary situation. The article become axe, and his whole power is to refuse, then accept Sonia Square. Its institution is institutionalized. Cupboard, police office, memorial meal, Siberian prison. The group problem being whether to join living life or remain extraordinary in solitude. A rites of passage runs underneath. The life problem, poverty, the new step, is not solved by a single plot turn, but worked through parts of almost confession until the epilogue's gradual renewal. This same thing is the murder and hunt spine of a dozen crime novels, Hugo's Hunted Man, the foundling of ideas who would save mankind with a percentage. The different is that Dostoevsky names the killer in part 1 and will not let motive stay greed or punishment stay prison. Christie hides the murderer. This novel asks what an idea does when it meets a second neck. Snyder's caveat holds. The crime novel machine is kept as the familiar spine, while the payload, that the new step worth fearing is confession, not the axe, is the reversal that makes it a new story. The immutable laws of screenplay physics. Snyder's physics are audience patterns, not Hollywood commandments. Dostoevsky obeys some, transmutes others, and stretches the glacier on purpose. Save the Cat sinks early not by a kind deed as gag, but by Marmeladov's destitution gospel and the money left on the window. Pathos before the axe. Sonia already present as meek voice. Pope in the Pool is native Dostoevsky. The article, The Extraordinary Man Theorem, and John's Gospel arrive inside a broken tea glass, a housewarming, a candle end in a barn-like room. Exposition as fever, never as essay stop for the press. Double mumbo-jumbo is obeyed. One premise, the right to step over, and Svidrigailov's ghosts are climate of the same nihilism, not a second magic system. The law stretched most deliberately is watch out for that glacier. After part 1, the crime is known. Danger is 6 parts of not confessing, and the glacial hunt is the method. Stakes feel immediate when Porphyry winks and when Sonia reads 4 days. Laying pipe is likewise stretched. Opening image is cupboard and new step. Catalyst the trial of the pledge. Debate the horse dream and letter. Break into 2 the axe because what reads as pipe is possession, and Coke's ring is already punishment. Covenant of the Ark carries the argument. Raskolnikov arch from plaything idea to Haymarket Earth to a resurrection that is process. Sonia is almost static, gospel without theorem. Porphyry arcs from wink to pastoral. Svidrigailov arcs only into America. Luzin does not arc because utilitarianism in a pink-striped tie is already complete. Keep the Press Out is the novel's comedy. Ilya Petrovich's midwives and gunpowder chatter surround the statement, so confession will not be only legal. The Blake Snyder sheet still maps, written to polyphony rather than page counts. Opening image/theme stated cupboard, new step, Zimmerman hat, catalyst, Aliona's keys, debate, Marmeladov letter horse, break into 2, the axe, Lizaveta, fun and games, Crystal Palace, painters, almost confessions, midpoint, Porphyry's article, Lazarus, bad guys close in, free art, Nikolai's knees, planted note, all is lost, confession to Sonia refused, Katerina Street, the wall's listener, dark, night, Porphyry's certainty, locked room, dawn suicide, finale/final image, Haymarket, Siberia, Trachini, love at her feet. Dostoevsky was not writing to Snyder. The beats land because an idea that is first a state of mind still needs blood the body can follow. Executive summary. Crime and Punishment is Fyodor Dostoevsky's 1866 novel of a schismatic idea that mistook itself for courage. Rod Ion Raskolnikov, a handsome, irritable former student in a cupboard, rehearses an ugly dream, kills Aliona Ivanovna and her sister Lizaveta to test whether extraordinary men may step over blood and then cannot live inside the theorem. 6 parts of Petersburg Fever, Marmeladov's destitution gospel, Dunya sold to Luzin's benefactor vanity, Mikolka's horse, Porphyry's free art, Sonia's Lazarus, Svidrigailov's America. Wrought the idea until the Haymarket Earth is kissed and a clerk's office hears the act spoken. The epilogue refuses cheap conversion, Siberian labor, prisoner's hatred, a dream of Trachini as plague of ideas, Sonia's green shawl, 7 years, love that only begins another account. The forensic claim is anthropological rather than criminological. The 19th century's most dangerous temptation is not mere greed, but arithmetic that prices souls, and blood will not stay within the theorem's margins. The book's art is polyphony as diagnosis. Pavir and Volokonsky keep the fever's grain, long periods that accumulate spite and pity, short shocks that drop the axe or the revolver, while the 60s air, percentage, Crystal Palace, Fourier vulgarized, speaks through tavern students, Luzin, Lebeziatnikov, and the article Porphyry has already read. What follows is a part-by-part reading in Dostoevsky's register, a Save the Cat, anatomy of the spiritual detective machine, and a deep dive into the characters, themes, and symbols the body can only inhabit. For the reader who can bear comedy that becomes an axe, the recommendation is direct. Do not mistake Siberia for a happy ending. And do not mistake the unopened purse for a plot hole. It is the novel's joke on Napoleon. Central thesis. Crime and Punishment argues that the 19th century's most dangerous temptation is not mere greed, but the idea that some men, being extraordinary, may transgress moral law for a higher arithmetic of good, and that blood will not stay within the theorem's margins. Raskolnikov's axe tests Napoleon and finds a trembling creature. Sonia's Lazarus and Porphyry's hunt refuse both utilitarian calm and nihilist exit. Svidrigaïlov's Dawn shot is the idea without Sonia's cross. Siberia is punishment as slow education toward a new story that has only begun. The percentage that must perish so others live fresher is named, practiced, and broken on Lizaveta's surplus innocence. Foundational observations. Schism, Rascal/the divided man. Raskolnikov's name from rascal, schism, marks the novel's anthropology. One skull split between the boy who kisses the horse's bloody muzzle and the Mikolka who swings the crowbar. The crime does not create the split, it stages it. Isolation in the cupboard, spiteful contempt, and the fear of a new step are already schism before Alyona opens the door. Extraordinary versus ordinary. The article and Porphyry's interview crystallize the idea. Ordinary men must live in obedience. Extraordinary men have the right to step over. Raskolnikov needs to know which he is. The axe answers by making him a trembling creature who cannot manage a wallpaper hole. Napoleon remains a fantasy. Lizaveta remains a corpse the ledger forgot. Percentage/louse/utilitarian error. The 60s thought, a certain percentage must perish so the rest may live, speaks through tavern students, Luzin's benefactor marriage, and Raskolnikov's self-talk. Destitution's broom, Marmeladov, and the Crystal Palace taunt are the same epic. The novel's indictment is not of poverty, but of arithmetic that prices souls. Suffering, Sonia, Lazarus. Sonia's yellow ticket and meek gospel answer the idea without becoming its opposite theorem. Read Lazarus aloud. Go to the crossroads. Kiss the earth. Confess. Suffering is not Porphyry's trap and not Svidrigaïlov's boredom. It is the only exit that does not end in a watchtower dawn. Love at her feet in Siberia is resurrection's beginning, not its completion. Porphyry's free art. The investigator hunts by psychology, laughter, delay, and pastoral visits. Free art rather than mere evidence. He knows and waits for the square. Against Napoleonic, he sets a method that treats the criminal as a soul who must denounce himself. The police novel becomes spiritual direction with tobacco and smiles. Svidrigaïlov as twin void. Arkady Ivanovich mirrors Raskolnikov without Sonia's cross. Charm, cynicism, eavesdropping through the wall, Dunya with a revolver, suicide to America. Where Raskolnikov may begin to rise, Svidrigaïlov exits. The twin proves the idea's other ending when living life is refused. New steps/trembling creature. From the opening axiom. What people fear is a new step, their own new word, to the Haymarket Earth Kiss and the prison question, am I a trembling creature? The novel measures courage as confession rather than transgression. Details, hat, fringe, doorbell, ruin the scheme. Conscience ruins the solitude. Epilogue is process, not curtain. Siberia, prisoner's hatred, the Trachini dream of ideas possessing humanity. Sonia's steadfastness, 7 years. Love, Dostoevsky refuses cheap conversion. A new account is only beginning. Resurrection is gradual. The schism does not heal on page 1 of the epilogue. Significance and recommendation. Essential Dostoevsky, an essential modern diagnosis of ideology as crime. Read for the schismatic skull, Porphyry's carnival hunt, Sonia's Lazarus, and the epilogue's refusal of curtain call grace. Pair with Demons for Possession at epidemic scale, with notes from Underground for the Crystal Palace polemic in first person, with the Gospel of John 11 for the raising Sonia reads aloud. Pavir and Volokonsky is the text this summary tracks. Recommended without reservation for readers who can bear comedy that becomes an axe, and who will not mistake Siberia for a happy ending. Part 1. Opening image/theme stated. At the beginning of July, during an extremely hot spell, towards evening, a young man leaves the cupboard under the roof, and the ugly dream already walks with him, as if it were an undertaking. Alyona's tin bell, Marmeladov's gospel of destitution, the mother's letter that sells Dunya to a benefactor husband, Mikolka's horse, Haymarket chance that clears Lizaveta, and the axe that finds a second neck. Coke will ring while two women lie. Details: mercy, ledger, conscience, fate, surplus. Punishment rehearses itself before the square has a name. The closet and the idea. Opening image/theme stated. At the beginning of July, during an extremely hot spell, towards evening, a young man leaves the closet he rents in S. While Lane and heads, as if indecisively, for the K in Bridge. The closet is more cupboard than room. The landlady's kitchen door stands open on the stairs. Each passage is a wince of shame, debt, dodge, lie, until he slips cat-like down rather than stop for commonplace rubbish. It is not that he is downtrodden. He is irritable, tense, hypochondriac, so immersed that he fears meeting anyone at all. Poverty has crushed him, then ceased even to burden him. He has given up daily affairs. This time, walking out, even he is struck by his fear of meeting his creditor. I want to attempt such a thing, and at the same time, I'm afraid of such trifles. Man has it all in his hands, and it all slips through his fingers from sheer cowardice. An axiom. We're people most afraid of. A new step, their own new word. He babbles because he does not do anything, or he does not do anything because he babbles. A month of corner lying, thinking about Cocoland. Am I really capable of that? A plaything for the sake of fantasy. Petersburg heat completes the coloring. Lime, scaffolding, bricks, dust, the special summer stench of those who cannot rent a dacha. Taverns, weekday drunkards. He is remarkably good-looking, dark eyes, dark blonde hair, and so badly dressed that rags would shame another man by day. Here the Haymarket neighborhood makes surprise strange. It is the second day. He has had almost nothing to eat. Thoughts become muddled. He is very weak. He only mutters from time to time. From the habit of monologues he has just confessed to himself. He dislikes meeting acquaintances or former friends. It is a different matter from rags in the Haymarket. When a drunk in an enormous cart harnessed to an enormous cart horse, no one knows why or where, shouts, "Hey, you German hatter!" At the top of his lungs, the young man stops and convulsively clutches the Zimmermann cylinder. Not shame, but fear. Some stupid detail can ruin the whole scheme. The hat is conspicuous, therefore rememberable, therefore evidence. Details ruin everything always. He knows the steps from his gate. Exactly 730. Once, far gone and dreaming, he counted them, not yet believing the ugly but seductive audacity. A month later he has grown used, almost involuntarily, to regarding the dream as a real undertaking, though he still does not believe himself. Now he goes to make a trial. At every step, excitement grows. The enormous house faces canal and street. Small apartments, craftsmen, Germans, girls on their own, petty clerkdom. He slips to the dark back stairway, which he has studied and likes. In that darkness, even a curious glance is no danger. If I'm so afraid now, what if it really should get down to the business itself? Porters, ex-soldiers, are moving furniture from a German official's rooms. It means that on this landing, for a while, only the old woman's apartment will be left occupied. That's good just in case. The bell jingles feebly, tin not brass. He had forgotten the ring, and now its peculiar sound reminds him of something and brings it clearly before him. He jumps, so weak have his nerves become. Alyona Ivanovna opens a crack. Tiny dried-up crone, sharp spiteful eyes, small sharp nose, colorless hair thickly greased, long thin neck like a chicken's leg wrapped in flannel rags, a worn yellow fur-trimmed jacket despite the heat. She coughs and groans. He mutters a half-bow. Raskolnikov, a student, I was here a month ago, and she remembers Deary very well. The small room is yellow wallpaper, geraniums, muslin curtains, brightly lit by the setting sun. So the sun will be shining the same way then. A haphazard flash, he studies his layout. Yellow wood sofa with huge curved back, oval table, dressing table with mirror, German damsels with birds in yellow frames, oil lamp before a small icon. Everything polished to a high luster. Lizaveta's work. Wicked old widows keep everything so clean. He glances at the cotton curtain to the second tiny room, bed, chest of drawers, where he has not yet peeked, even once. He pawns his father's silver watch with the globe engraved. The time is up for the last pledge. She will be patient or sell as she pleases. For rubles? A ruble and a half. Interest in advance. He is so angry he wants simply to leave, then remembers there is nowhere else to go and another reason he came. She feels in her right pocket for keys, goes behind the curtain. He figures top drawer, steel ring. One key 3 times bigger with a toothed bit. Not for a drawer, therefore a coffer or trunk. I mean, this all is. She returns with the usury arithmetic. 10 kopecks to the ruble, 15 on a ruble and a half. 20 already owed, 35 altogether. 1 ruble 15 for the watch. He does not argue. One of these days, a silver cigarette case from a friend. And you stay at home alone? Your sister's not here? What business do you have with her, dearie? He goes out decidedly troubled, stops on the stairs as if struck, and in the street. Oh God, how loathsome this all is. Could such horror really come into my head? What filth my heart is capable of. He walks like a drunk, runs into passers-by, and finds himself at a basement tavern. He has never gone into taverns before. Burning thirst, cold beer, greedily the first glass. All nonsense, physical disorder. 1 glass, dry bread, the mind stronger, intentions firmer. Pah, how paltry it all is. Yet he looks cheerful, as if freed of a terrible burden, and already has a distant foreboding that this receptiveness to the good is also morbid. The trial is half done. The idea still calls itself fantasy. He is already more afraid of details than of blood, and beer has already taught him that relief is not repentance. New step / own new word. What people are most afraid of, not whether the axe can fall, but whether a man can take the step without trembling at a Zimmerman hat. Quote, what are people most afraid of? A new step, their own new word. That's what they're most afraid of. Quote, am I really capable of that? Is that something serious? No, not serious at all. I'm just toying with it for the sake of fantasy. A plaything. Marmeladov's confession. Theme stated. Something new draws him to people after a month of concentrated anguish. A thirst for another world, whatever it might be. And he sits with pleasure in a tavern so wine-soaked one might get drunk from the air alone. Chopped pickles, dry black bread, fish cut in pieces, evil-smelling. A proprietor with oiled face like an iron padlock. Foppish black boots with red tops descending the stairs. We sometimes encounter strangers who interest us at first sight, before a word, such as the impression of the guest who looks like a retired official, and Raskolnikov later ascribes it to presentiment. Past 50, solid, gray and bald, yellow-green face swollen from drink, puffy eyelids, reddish-slit eyes that seem lit with rapture and a flicker of madness. Old frock coat with 1 button kept fastened as if not to shirk convention, crumpled, soiled shirt front, blue-gray bristles of an official shave grown out. He looks at others with haughty disdain, at Raskolnikov with persistence. May I venture, my dear sir, to engage you in a conversation of decency? Marmelado titular counsel. Poverty is no vice. Drunkenness is no virtue. But destitution is a vice. In destitution, no one preserves nobility. One is swept out with a broom to make it more insulting. And justly so, for in destitution I am the first to insult myself. Hence the drinking. The confession pours as if he drinks to suffer twice. Katerina Ivanovna of magnanimous feelings, hot and irritable, beaten by Lebeziatnikov more from emotion than from blows. She danced with a shawl before the governor, gold medal sold long ago, certificate of merit still in the trunk for the landlady. She came to him a widow with 3 children in a remote district after a card-playing infantry officer beat her and died. Relations had renounced her. Marmeladov, a widower with 14-year-old Sonia, offered his hand because he could not look on at such suffering. Do you understand what it means when there is no longer anywhere to go? No, that you do not understand yet. A year of piety without the bottle. Then the change of staff, the lost position, Petersburg's splendid capital, Amalia Lipwechsel's Sodom. Sonia grown without education. Geography stopped at Cyrus of Persia. Later Louis's physiology recited aloud thanks to Lebeziatnikov, until Klopstock will not pay for Holland shirts and calls her names over pointed collars. Children hungry. Katerina wringing hands, flushed spots. You live with us, you good-for-nothing. Sonia, meek voice, pale face. Must I really go and do such a thing? Darya Frantsevna, oft known to the police, has already inquired 3 times. After 5, she puts on her kerchief and wrap. After 8, she lays 30 rubles silently on the table, covers her head with the family's one green flannel shawl, and her little shoulders keep trembling. Katerina kneels the whole evening, kissing her feet. They fall asleep embracing. Marmeladov lies in his cups. Since then the yellow pass. The landlady will not allow her to remain. Lebeziatnikov first sought Sonia, then puffed up. He drinks her earnings. He knows it. He will go to her again. Since then Sonia lives at the Taylor Kapernaumos, lame, tongue-tied, the whole numerous family tongue-tied. A room with a partition. 5 weeks ago Marmeladov went to His Excellency Ivan Afanasievich, a man of God, waxed before the face of the Lord. He was taken back on personal responsibility. They tiptoed. Semyon Zakharich is tired from his work. He's resting. Coffee with scalded cream. 11 rubles 50 for boots, cotton shirt fronts, a uniform. 2 courses, soup and corned beef with horseradish. Katerina dressed as if going to a party, invited Amalia for coffee, invented that His Excellency took him by the arm past everyone. 6 days ago he brought home 23 rubles 40 kopecks in full. She pinched his cheek. You sweet little thing. The next day, by cunning deceit, like a thief in the night, he stole the key to her trunk, took what remained of the salary, 5 days away from home. Uniform lying in a tavern near the Egyptian bridge. These garments received in exchange. And today he went to Sonia for the hair of the dog. She took out 30 kopecks, the last she had, looked at him silently. That is not done on earth, but up there people are grieved for, wept over, and not reproached. And it hurts more when one is not reproached. Then the last judgment in a tavern. He will pity us who pitied everyone. He alone is the judge. Where's the daughter who gave herself for a wicked consumptive stepmother, for a stranger's little children? Kulme, I have already forgiven you once. Your many sins are forgiven, for you have loved much. And he will forgive my Sonia. I know he will. Come forth, my drunk ones, my weak ones, my shameless ones. Swine you are, of the image of the beast and of his seal. But come, you too. The wise will say, Lord, why do you receive such as these? I receive them, forasmuch as not one of them considered himself worthy. And we will fall at his feet and weep and understand everything. Katerina Ivanovna, too, will understand. Lord, thy kingdom come. He sinks exhausted. Nice reasoning. Blather. A real official. A child's cracked voice still singing The Little Farm. Let us go, sir, Kozel's house, through the courtyard. It is not her hair he fears, but her eyes, the flushed spots, the breathing of that illness, the children's crying. Beatings are even a delight. I cannot do without them. Let her beat me to ease her soul. 4th floor, soot-blackened door, candle end, torn sheet across a corner, 2 chairs, ragged oilcloth sofa, unpainted pine table, iron candlestick. Other tenants pass through. Behind the ajar door, cards, tea, unceremonious words. Katerina pacing, hands to chest, parched lips, gasping, sharp fixed gaze, about 30, no match for him. He walks Marmeladov home into Amalia's Sodom. Corners, children, Katerina's flushed spots, the older girl about 9, the smallest of 6 asleep on the floor. The ornate speech collapses into the room. Money left on the window is a leak in the cupboard. For a moment he is drawn out of monologue into another man's gospel. Sonia has not yet appeared in flesh. She is already the meek voice that asked, must I really go and do such a thing? Geography stopped at Cyrus of Persia. the yellow ticket did not stop. Destitution versus poverty. Poverty may keep nobility. Destitution sweeps it out with a broom. The cupboard's pride is still luxury beside Sonia's 30 kopecks. Quote, "Poverty is no vice, that is the truth. But destitution, my dear sir, destitution is a vice, sir. In poverty you may still preserve the nobility of your inborn feelings, but in destitution no one ever does." Quote, do you understand, my dear sir, what it means when there is no longer anywhere to go? No, that you do not understand yet. Mother's letter / Dunya. Set up. He wakes bilious in the 6-pace closet. Yellow dusty wallpaper coming off. Low ceiling that makes a man creepy. 3 broken chairs. Dusty notebooks. Clumsy sofa as bed under a decrepit student's coat. Linen clean or soiled stuffed under the pillow. To become more degraded would be difficult. He even enjoys it, withdrawn like a turtle into its shell. Nastasia, village woman, very chattery, brings reused tea and yellow sugar. The landlady has stopped dinners. Praskovia Pavlovna wants to make a complaint with the police. Unpaid, won't vacate. Ah, the devil, that's all I need. You used to teach children. Why don't you do anything now? I think, he replies seriously. Nastasia dissolves in inaudible laughter, heaving. A fat lot of money you've thought up. One can't teach without boots. And you'd like a whole fortune at once? Yes, a whole fortune. Then the letter. He kisses the handwriting, the small slanted script of the mother who taught him to read. Pulcheria Alexandrovna's love and calculation braided until Rodia's career is already determined by Pyotr Petrovich Luzin, who goes to Petersburg for suits and Senate business, who decided before knowing Dunya to marry an honest girl without dowry who has experienced hardship, because a husband ought to own nothing to his wife, and it is much better if a wife looks upon her husband as a benefactor. Softened in speech, abrupt in thought, Dunya says words are not yet deeds. She paced all night, knelt before the icon, announced her decision in the morning. 60 rubles last year were Dunya's advance from the Svidrigaïlovs, not savings. They deceived him. The 15 4 months ago came from Vakrushin on the pension. The letter is the idea's domestic mirror, and it is also a novella of Svidrigaïlov before he appears. From his old regimental habit under Bacchus, he conceives a passion for Dunya, hides it behind rudeness, then dares a vile proposition, another village, perhaps abroad. Dunya cannot leave at once for money owed and for Marfa Petrovna's suspicions. Marfa overhears the garden pleading, strikes Dunya, sends her 10 miles in an open peasant cart through a pour. A month of gossip. They cannot go to church. Shop clerks want to smear the gates with tar. The landlord demands they move. Then Svidrigaïlov presents Dunya's letter of refusal, ardent, indignant, reminding him he is a father. And Marfa, devastated anew, kneels in the cathedral, weeps at their feet, and spends days reading the letter aloud in every house, even letting it be copied, because that is her character. Honor restored. Invitations to give lessons refused, particular respect. Then the suitor, court counselor Pyotr Petrovich Luzin, distant relation of Marfa, 2 posts, capital, a letter of proposal the next day after coffee, hurrying to Petersburg. Luggage at his expense. Mother and bride on straw matting, then 600 miles 3rd class. Cut your coat according to your cloth, but she is your bride. The tone is a prophecy of the marriage. Raskolnikov's Napoleon arithmetic. Step over a useless louse for 1,000 good deeds. Meets Dunya's arithmetic. Marry Luzin so that Rodia may study and rise. Both sacrifice a person to a future. Both call it necessity. Both leave blood unspoken. He walks in fever after reading, talking to himself. Luzin is clear. Dunya can endure much. Even Svidrigaïlov with all the consequences. She would not sell her soul for Schleswig-Holstein, let alone Luzin. Then why has she consented? For someone else, for brother, for mother, casuistry from the Jesuits. Reassure ourselves it is necessary for a good purpose. Eternal Senechka, as long as the world stands. Senechka's lot is in no way worse than yours with Mr. Luzin, and maybe nastier, because there one can still reckon extra comfort, while there it is starving to death. It's costly. Dinechka, this cleanliness is costly. I don't want your sacrifice. It won't happen as long as I live. And how will you keep it from happening? Forbid it? What right? You're fleecing them on the credit of 100-ruble pension. Zeus disposing of their fates in 10 years. Mother blind from kerchiefs, sister during those 10 years. He decides he will not have the marriage, as if his prohibition could undo the icon night. The letter has struck like a thunderbolt. Not to suffer passively, but to do something at once, or renounce life altogether, stifle everything, any right to act, to live, to love. Do you understand what it means when there is no longer anywhere to go? Yesterday's question races through his head in a new, menacing form. On the quay, why boulevard, a girl walks bareheaded in the heat, dress torn behind at the waist, kerchief crooked, reeling, 15, 16, flushed, swollen, collapsed on a bench, scarcely aware she is in the street. A thick-set dandy with pink cheeks waits his turn. Hey, you Svidrigailov, what do you want here? Fists. A policeman with gray mustache and sensible eyes seizes him. 20 kopecks for a coachman. Clumsy male hands dressed her. It doesn't look like her profession. Then a spiteful afterthought. Why did I interfere? Let them devour each other alive. What is it to me? Percentage. A certain percentage must go each year to the devil with them. He gives the policeman the coins and walks on, already ashamed of the 20 kopecks. Razumikin, reason, mind, waits as the friend who will not calculate souls. Tall, thin, black-haired, always badly shaved, kind to the point of simplicity, able to lodge on a rooftop a whole winter without heat because one sleeps better in the cold. Raskolnikov has not visited in 4 months. Once he crossed the street so as not to be noticed. He means to go to him for lessons. After that, once that is already finished and everything has taken a new course. After that, but will that be? Benefactor husband. Luzin's doctrine that the wife must see the husband as benefactor. Utilitarianism as marriage, the same ledger as the acts, without honesty about blood. Quote, a husband ought to owe nothing to his wife, but it is much better if a wife looks upon her husband as a benefactor. Quote, do you know, Dinechka, that Sinechka's lot is in no way worse than yours with Mr. Luzin? Mikolka's horse. Fun and games. After the letter's fever, he walks across Vasilievsky Island to the Little Neva, toward the islands. Greenness and freshness please tired eyes accustomed to dust and lime, then turn painful. He counts about 30 kopecks, 20 to the policeman, 3 to Nastasia for the letter, 47 or 50 to the Marmeladovs. A glass of vodka and a piece of pie. Feet heavy. On Petrovsky Island, he collapses in the bushes. The dream returns him to childhood. Gray, stifling day. The town open to view. Not a willow around it. Black line of forest at the edge of the sky. A big tavern beyond the last kitchen garden that always frightened him. They shouted, guffawed, swore, sang with ugly hoarse voices, scary mugs. He would press close to his father and tremble. The country track is always dusty, the dust always so black. 300 paces on its skirts the cemetery. In the middle a stone church with a green cupola, liturgy twice a year for a grandmother he never saw, kutya sugary of rice with raisins in the form of a cross, old icons without settings, old priest with shaking head. Next to the grandmother's grave, covered with a flat stone, little gray mare harness to a huge cart while peasants pour from the tavern in red and blue shirts. Mikolka, fat neck, beefy face red as a carrot. Get in, I'll take everybody. The crowd laughs. Not with a nag like that. 20 years old, not worth her feed. They pile in, 6 men, a fat woman in red calico cracking nuts. 2 take whips to help. The mare starts, can scarcely walk. Lashes like hail, on the muzzle, on the eyes. Lash her on the eyes. A drunken song, tambourine, whistle. 1 whip grazes the boy's face, and he does not feel it. Mikolka furious that he cannot kill her with 1 blow. She's tough. Take an axe to her. Finish her off fast. He drops the shaft, pulls an iron crowbar, swings. She sinks, falls as if all 4 legs cut from under her. He leaps down and beats pointlessly on her back. Others with whips, sticks, shaft. The nag stretches her muzzle, heaves a deep sigh, and dies. It's my goods. property as permission, Mikolka with bloodshot eyes, as if regretting having nothing else to beat. Really, you've got no fear of God in you. The boy tears through, throws his arms around the dead, bleeding muzzle, kisses eyes and mouth, flies at Mikolka with little fists. Father carries him out. Papa, what did they kill the poor horse for? They're drunk, they're playing pranks, it's none of our business. He wakes panting, hair damp. Thank God it was only a dream. And then trembling like a leaf. Can it be that I will really take an axe and hit her on the head and smash her skull, slip in the sticky warm blood, break the lock, steal, tremble, hide, all cover with blood? I knew yesterday I could never endure it. Even going down the stairs, I said it was mean, nasty, vile. The mere thought made me vomit. Suppose the calculations are true as arithmetic. Even so, I wouldn't dare. He walks toward the T. V bridge pale, eyes burning, and suddenly it is as if an abscess in his heart, forming all that month, had burst. Freedom, freedom. He is free of that spell, magic, sorcery, obsession. He looks calmly at the Neva, at the bright setting of the bright red sun. The crowbar will become the axe under the caretaker's bench. The mare's sigh, Aliona's skull. Lizaveta, the second blow, no idea budgeted. Freedom lasts as long as the walk to the Haymarket. Quote, Papa, what did they kill the poor horse for? Quote, God, he exclaimed, but can it be that I will really? Haymarket, catalyst. Freedom lasts as far as the unnecessary detour. Tired, it would have been most profitable to go home the shortest way. He returns through the Haymarket, where he has no need at all to go. Why, always later, why did such an important, decisive, and at the same time highly accidental encounter come just then, at such an hour, in such a state of mind, as if it had been waiting for him there on purpose? About 9 o'clock. Merchants packing trays, ragpickers crowding the ground floor cookshops in dirty courtyards, taverns. He likes these places in aimless wanderings. Here his rags attract no supercilious attention. On the corner of K, New York Lane, a tradesman and his wife linger over thread, trimmings, cotton handkerchiefs, talking with a woman acquaintance. Lizaveta Ivanovna. Everyone calls her simply Lizaveta. Tall, awkward, timid, humble, 35, all but an idiot, complete slave, works day and night, trembles, suffers beatings. She stands hesitantly with a bundle. Why don't you decide for yourself, Lizaveta Ivanovna? Come tomorrow, between 6 and 7. Those people will also arrive. Tomorrow? See how Aliona Ivanovna's got you scared. You're just like a little child. She isn't even your real sister, just a half-sister. This time, just don't say anything to Aliona Ivanovna. A profitable deal around the samovar. Should I really? All right, I'll come, still hesitant. He has already passed and does not hear the rest, walking softly, trying not to miss a word. Amazement gives way to horror, a chill down the spine. Tomorrow at exactly 7, the old woman's only companion will not be home. The old woman will be left as alone as could be. He walks the last steps like a man condemned to death. He is not reasoning and is totally unable to reason. He feels with his whole being that he no longer has any freedom of mind or of will, and that everything has been suddenly and finally decided. Even if he had waited years, he could not have counted on a more obvious step toward the design. Learned without inquiries, without risk. Tomorrow, at such and such an hour, such and such an old woman, on whose life an attempt is being prepared, will be at home alone. Later he finds out the ordinary matter. A family fallen into poverty, dresses not profitable in the market. Lizaveta, the middleman who names a final price and has a large clientele because she is honest. He throws himself on the sofa a whole hour without moving. It grows dark. He has no candle. He cannot recall whether he thought about anything. Then delight. It is possible to lie down. A deep, leaden sleep like a heavy weight. Nastasia at 10, tea and bread, reused tea in her teapot. Look at him sleeping there. All he does is sleep. Head ached. A turn around the closet. Falling asleep again. At 2, soup. The tea untouched. She shakes him angrily. You're still snoring away. Are you sick or aren't you? You'd better go out at least, have some wind blowing on you. Later, go. He eats 3 or 4 spoonfuls mechanically, stretches on his stomach, face in the pillow. Daydreams quite strange. Africa, Egypt, an oasis, the caravan resting, camels peacefully lying down, palm trees in a full circle, everyone having dinner. He drinks water right from the stream, flowing and bubbling, so blue, cold, running over many-colored stones and clean sand sparkling with gold. The clock strikes. He jumps as if someone had torn him from the sofa. It seemed wild that he could have slept so obliviously since the day before and still have done nothing. In place of sleep, feverish, confused bustle. The appointment is not a sign from Napoleon. It is a samovar and thread on a corner. It decides him more finally than any article. Rehearsal and chance. Catalyst. He has become superstitious. Traces will remain almost indelible. A mysteriousness, peculiar influences, and coincidences. Pokarev, leaving for Kharkov, once gave Alyona's address. A month and a half ago, Raskolnikov pawned Dunya's ring with the little red stones, took 2 little bills, stopped at a wretched tavern. A strange idea hatched like a chicken from an egg. At the next table, a student and officer talk of the same Alyona. Rich as a Jew, not above pledges for a ruble, a terrible harpy. Lizaveta 6 feet, enslaved, constantly pregnant, kind face, nice smile, goes to a monastery for eternal remembrance, and she will not get a penny. I could kill and rob that cursed old woman without any remorse, the student says hotly. 1 death for hundreds of lives. Simple arithmetic. The life of this stupid, consumptive, wicked old crone means no more than a louse. She bit Lizaveta's finger. They almost had to cut it off. Nature has to be corrected and guided. Otherwise, we'd all drown in prejudices. The officer. Would you yourself kill her? Of course not. It's for the sake of justice. I'm not the point here. Well, if you yourself don't dare, then there's no justice in it all. Let's shoot another round. Raskolnikov starts. Of course it is ordinary youthful talk. He has heard it many times. Only now it is as if someone had come to his service. The idea is no longer only his. It is in the air in tavern billiards, and he alone will take the new step. Chance thickens into the superstition that will later seem predetermination. He learns Lizaveta will be out tomorrow evening. Tall, awkward, timid, all but an idiot, complete slave to her sister, middleman for poor women's dresses, honest final prices. The old woman alone. He sleeps obliviously until it may have struck 6, then feverish bustle. From an old, unwashed shirt, he tears a strip, sews a loop inside the loose summer coat under the left armhole. Needle and thread ready 2 weeks ago, wrapped in paper in the drawer. The loop is his own clever invention. Axe head in, hand in the side pocket holding the handle, the coat a real bag, nothing noticeable from outside. From under the Turkish sofa, he pulls the pledge that is not a pledge, smoothly planed with the size of silver cigarette case, found in a courtyard workshop, plus a thin iron strip found in the street, tied crisscross, wrapped neatly in white paper with a tricky not to distract the old woman while she fumbles. Iron for weight, so she will not guess what at the first moment. Someone shouts in the courtyard. It's long past 6. He goes down 13 steps like a cat. The most important thing is stealing the axe from the kitchen. Nastasia is constantly in and out, door wide open. The landlady's only quarrel with her. But this time she is home, hanging laundry from a basket. She looks at him all the while he passes. Noagse, dull, brutal rage. He stands aimlessly in the gateway opposite the caretaker's dark closet, also open, and the gleam under the bench to the right catches his eye. On tiptoe, faint voice, the caretaker is not home. He pulls the axe from between 2 logs, slips it into the loop. If not reason, then the devil. The incident encourages him enormously. He walks quietly so as not to arouse suspicions, then remembers the Zimmerman hat. I had money 2 days ago and couldn't even change it for a cap. Passing Yusupov Garden, he becomes absorbed in tall fountains that would freshen the public squares, in expanding the summer garden across the field of Mars to the Mikhailovsky Palace. A wonderful and most useful thing. and why people of big cities settle where there is filth and stench. It must be the same for men being led out to execution. Their thoughts cling to every object they meet. He hastens to extinguish the thought. A huge hay wagon conceals him under the archway. Painters work in an empty apartment on the second floor and do not even look. The calling card has gone from the third-floor door under the old woman's. They have moved out. Shouldn't I go away? His heart will not stop. He rings, listens, discerns a hand on the latch, stirs and mutters so as not to seem hiding, rings a third time quietly, seriously. Later he cannot understand where he got so much cunning, his reason clouded, his body almost not felt. Every detail that might have stopped him instead clears the path until the path feels like fate. And fate is what the extraordinary man claims to author while being authored by heat, debt, letter, dream, a student's idle theorem, and an axe that appears when Nastasia does not. Rehearsal ends when fantasy and appointment coincide, and when the final decisions become more hideous the more final they are. If he had ever once decided everything down to the last detail, he would most likely have renounced it all as absurd. He has a folding pruning knife but cannot rely on the knife or on his own strength, and therefore decided on the axe long ago. The more final the decisions became, the more hideous and absurd they appeared. Never for a single moment could he believe in the feasibility of his designs. If he had ever once decided everything down to the last detail, he would most likely have renounced it all as absurd, monstrous, and impossible. There remained a whole abyss of doubts. Where to get the axe did not worry him. Nastasia ran to neighbors or shopping and left the door wide open. Go quietly into the kitchen, take it, an hour later put it back. Suppose she is there when he returns. Suppose she misses it and shouts. Suspicion. Trifles he had not even begun to think about. He could in no way imagine that one day he would finish thinking, get up, and simply go there. The trial visit was only a trying out. Why not go and try it? Enough of this dreaming. And he spat and fled, furious with himself. Casuistry sharp as a razor. No conscious objections. In the final instance, he simply did not believe himself, and stubbornly, slavishly, sought objections on all sides, as if someone were forcing him and drawing him to it. The last day affects him almost wholly mechanically, as if a piece of his clothing had been caught in the cogs of a machine. Why are almost all crimes so easily detected? Not so much the material impossibility of concealing them as the criminal himself. At the moment of the crime, a failure of will and reason, replaced by phenomenal childish thoughtlessness just when reason is most necessary. The darkening takes hold like a disease, reaches its height shortly before, continues during and after, then passes. Whether the disease generates the crime or the crime is always accompanied by something akin to disease, he cannot resolve. In his own case, there will be no such morbid revolutions, because what he has plotted is not a crime. The factual difficulties play a secondary role. Since I will have kept all my will and reason, they too will be defeated. But the affair would not get started. He went on believing least of all in his final decisions. And when the hour struck, everything came out accidentally, even almost unexpectedly. Idea in the air. The student will not dare. Raskolnikov will, which makes the crime more, not less, his own. Quote, a strange idea was hatching in his head, like a chicken from an egg, and occupied him very, very much. Quote, if not reason, then the devil. The axe. Break into two. Am I not pale, too pale? Am I not too excited? She's mistrustful. Shouldn't I wait until my heart stops? It will not stop. It pounds harder, harder, harder. He rings. Half a minute. Louder. No answer. He discerns a cautious hand on the latch, a rustle of a dress. Someone standing silently inside, listening as he listens outside. He stirs and mutters so as not to seem hiding, rings a third time quietly, seriously. Later he cannot understand where he got so much cunning. Reason clouded, body almost not felt. The latch lifts. The door opens a tiny crack, two sharp, mistrustful eyes. He pulls the door toward himself so she cannot lock it. A serious mistake, and goes straight at her when she blocks. Good evening, Alyona Ivanovna, voice faltering. The pledge. She looks intently, spitefully. He thinks he sees mockery. Another half-minute and he would run. Why are you so pale? Look, your hands are trembling. Did you go for a swim, dearie? Fever, when you have nothing to eat. She takes the wrapped cigarette case to the light. He draws the axe from the loop, raises it with both hands, barely aware of himself. Almost mechanically, with the butt, he brings it down on the crown. She cries out faintly, sinks to the floor, still having time only to raise both hands to her head. He strikes again and still again with the butt, in a fury. Blood gushes as from an overturned glass. The body collapses. He takes the keys from her right pocket, where she had reached during the trial. Then the string, the purse, the trunk, the red silk. Keys fumble. The toothed bit is not for the drawers. The bedroom is very small, a huge stand with icons, a large bed, quite clean under a silk patchwork quilt, a chest of drawers against the third wall. As soon as the keys jingle, a convulsion, drop everything and leave. He grins, then fancies she might still recover. He runs back, raises the axe, does not bring it down. The skull is shattered, even displaced a little to one side, a whole pool of blood. Under the bed a trunk, red morocco, bowed lid, steel nails, the key fits. Red silk coat lined with rabbit fur. He wipes his hands on it. Blood won't show on red. Then, Lord, am I losing my mind? Gold watch, bracelets, chains, earrings stuffed among rags, some in cases, some in newspaper tied with cloth bands. He stuffs pockets without choosing. Footsteps, a slight cry. Lizaveta in the middle of the room with a big bundle, white as a sheet, staring at her sister. She backs into the corner, does not raise a hand to protect her face, stretches the free left hand toward him as small children do when they are about to cry. The blow with the sharp edge splits the forehead almost to the crown. He snatches the bundle, drops it, runs. Loathing rises every moment. Not for anything would he go back to the trunk now. Absent-mindedness takes possession. He forgets the main thing and clings to trifles. In the kitchen, a bucket half full of water, soap in a cracked saucer, laundry on a line. He plunges the blade, washes hands, ironwood, 3 minutes, even with soap, wipes with drying laundry, examines the axe at the window. No traces, only damp wood, slips it into the loop. Coat, trousers, boots, spots on the boots, wet rag. He knows he is not examining well. A dark thought that he has fallen into madness and is not doing at all what he should. My God, I must run. Then such horror as he has never experienced. The outside door stand a good hand's breadth ajar. No lock, no hook the whole time. The old woman had not locked it, perhaps out of prudence. But had he not seen Lizaveta? How could he fail to realize she came in from somewhere? And certainly not through the wall. He rushes, hooks it. But no, again, that's not it. He unhooks, listens. Downstairs, 2 voices shouting, arguing, swearing, then quiet as if cut off. Then 1 floor below, a door noisily opened, someone humming a tune. How is it they all make so much noise? He waits. Not a soul. He has already stepped out when Coke rings. RSE it. Alyona Ivanovna, you old. Which? Lizaveta Ivanovna, you indescribable beauty. Tugging 10 times, the young, cheerful voice. How do you do, Coke? 3 times straight at billiards, Gambrinus. Both on business. Where could the old witch have gone? The young man notices the door, gives, not locked, just latched, hooked from inside, therefore someone home. I'm studying to be a public investigator. It's OB6 us, something's not right. He runs to the caretaker. Coke stays, tugs, puffs at the keyhole. A key in it. Inside, nothing to be seen. Raskolnikov clutches the axe as if in delirium, readying himself to fight, several times wanted to shout from behind the door, just get it over with. Time passes. Coke abandons his post, stomping down. Raskolnikov unfastens the hook, starts down. A shout from below, Mitka! Mitka! Hairy devil! Then 3 or 4 climbing, the ringing young voice. In utter despair, he marches to meet them. Come what may. And a few steps away, on the right, the empty second-floor apartment where the painters were, now left as if by design. Floors freshly painted, a small bucket, a potsherd with a brush. He slips through and cowers behind the wall. Not a moment too soon. They pass upstairs. He tiptoes out, runs down, no one in the gateway, turns left, it faces himself among people like a grain of sand. There's a potted one. Someone shouts at the canal. He is hardly aware of himself. He almost turns back because too few people make him conspicuous. He arrives home from the opposite side, not remembering the axe until the stairs. A very important task. Put it back. The caretaker's door closed, but not locked. If asked what do you want, he might simply have handed him the axe. Again, no one. He puts it under the bench, covers it with a log as before, meets not a soul, throws himself on the sofa as he is, not sleeping, oblivious. If anyone had come in, he would have jumped and shouted. He knows they're already in the apartment, surprised to find it open, looking at the bodies, about to realize the murderer has just been there, perhaps in the empty apartment, while they went upstairs. He does not dare quicken his pace. 100 steps to the first turning. Shouldn't I slip through some gate and wait on an unfamiliar stairway? Throw the axe away? Take a cab? No good. No good. The side street. Halfway to safety, many people a grain of sand. Sweat and drops, whole neck wet. There's a potted one. He almost turns back to the side street because the canal is more conspicuous. Collapse, detour, home from the opposite side. On the stairs, he remembers the axe. It might be better not to put it in its former place at all, to leave it later in an unfamiliar courtyard. He goes straight to the caretaker's door and opens it. If asked what do you want, he might simply have handed him the axe. Bits and scraps of thoughts swarm. He cannot grasp any one of them. Two women, one idea. The pale hands the old woman named, the new step taken. Second blow. Lizaveta is the surplus the ledger never priced. She does not even raise a hand. Quote, why are you so pale? Look, your hands are trembling. Did you go for a swim, dearie, or what? Quote, what's up in there? Are they snoring, or has somebody wrung their necks? Kurrse it. Part 2. Fun and games. He cannot hide a purse, cannot throw things into water, cannot endure a friend's spoonful of soup without wanting to flee to America. Fever, the wallpaper hole, a summons that is only unpaid rent. Razumikin's reason as bread and noise. Luzin in the ship's cabin, the Crystal Palace taunt with Zamyatov, Marmeladov's crushed chest, Sonia's eyes. He cannot be alone. Nastasia brings soup. Razumikin buys pants. Zamyatov leans in for the terrible word. Polenka kisses. Mother and sister wait on the sofa. The idea required a clean cut, scissors on the bridge, and living life keeps sewing. Details, which the Zimmerman hat taught him to fear, have become the whole of punishment. Fringe, sock, paint smell, stone, whip, 20 kopecks, coachman's shame, Sonia's feather, mother's sofa. After the blood. Fun and games, inverted. He lies stupefied until drunk screams between 2 and 3 tear him from the sofa. Past 2 already, and in an instant he remembers everything. Terrible chill and fever. Teeth almost flying out, door not on the hook, hat still on, rolled to the floor. He examines clothes 3 times to the last thread. Thick caked blood on a frayed trouser fringe. Clasp knife, fringe cut away. Then the purse and pledges still in his pockets. Not even remembered while examining. He stuffs everything into a hole where wallpaper comes away in the corner and rejoices. It all fits. Then shakes with horror. Do you call that hidden? He had counted on money only, prepared no place. The morning after is already punishment as farce. The extraordinary man cannot hide a purse behind paper. Reason abandoning him is the reckoning that comes so soon. Shreds of fringe lying in the middle of the room for the first comber. Blood on the purse and pocket lining. Sock toes soaked because he stepped in the pool. The loop under the armhole forgotten until frenzy tears it into pieces under the pillow. Matches he does not have. The stove he will not use because they rummage stoves first. Better throw it all away. And then he sinks again under the greatcoat into hours of delirium that whisper quickly, quickly, throw it out of sight. Nastasia bangs. He just lies there snoring like a dog. The caretaker's voice, a summons sealed with bottle wax. The police. What for? In his right hand, still clutched from fever sleep, the cut fringe, the sock, the scraps of torn pocket. He slept with the evidence. He goes out leaving the wallpaper whole, as it is, possessed by a cynicism of perdition that waves a hand at the chance of search. Petersburg heat again. Dust, brick, lime, Finnish peddlers. The sun flashing until a fevered man is dizzy. He peers down yesterday's street and looks away. I'll walk in, fall on my knees, and tell them everything. Climbing the narrow stairway covered with swill, kitchens open onto the landings, the nauseating odor of fresh paint made with rancid oil. The paint is yesterday's empty apartment, yesterday's bucket, yesterday's hiding place. It follows him into the office as if the axe had left a smell. In the office, Louisa Ivanovna's balloon of perfume, itched danky, a morning lady writing to dictation, Lieutenant Gunpowder with reddish mustaches exploding over a cigarette in a noble house, Nikodym Fomich's heart of gold smoothing the thunder. A summons that is only the landlady's promissory note for 115 rubles to Shebarov, and animal joy floods him because it is not that. Then talk of the old woman's murder starts. Zamyatov's eyes. He can hardly hold the pen to sign. Louisa Ivanovna patters like peas. He came trunken, raised a foot and begging to play the fortepian might his foot. Gans broke the fortepian, no manners, hit Tin Carl in the eye, Henriette in the eye, slapped me 5 times, opened the Vindau on the canal, and squealing like a little pig. Torsain Rock, 5 rubles for the coat tail. A writer who will gedrucked a big satire. That's writers for you. Nikodym Fomich, more blasts, tornadoes, hurricanes. Poverty is no vice. In the regiment, they called him Lieutenant Gunpowder. He flares, boils, burns, and what's left is a heart of gold. When Raskolnikov comes to he is sitting in a chair, a man supporting him, yellow glass of yellow water. Since yesterday. Did you go out? After 7. Where? Down the street. Plain and simple. White as a sheet. He will not lower his dark, feverish eyes. Not at all. Everyone's suddenly silent. Very well. We are not keeping you. In the street, a search. They suspect me. He had meant to fall on his knees. Instead, he faints at the smell of paint and the talk of Lizaveta, and wakes to yellow water. And the extraordinary man is a student who cannot hold a pen. The office is not even hunting him. It is hunting a promissory note. That is worse. The world goes on with its Shebarovs while he carries a purse he cannot look into. He walks out into the street with the triumph of self-preservation still filling him. A request for recovery of 115 rubles. Overdue. Legally protested. Given to the widow Zarnitsin 9 months ago. Given by her in payment to Shebarov. Pay including expenses and fines, or sign an obligation not to leave the capital, not to sell or conceal property. But I don't owe anyone anything. She's my landlady. The clerk's condescending smile of triumph at a novice under fire for the first time. What does he care now about a promissory note? Animal joy, no foresight, no analysis. Then thunder on Louisa, then the paint, then the faint. He returns to stuff 8 articles into pockets, boxes, Morocco cases, chain and newspaper, metal, and wanders the embankment of the Ekaterininsky Canal seeking water that will wash traces away. Rafts, washerwomen, boats, swarming people. A man throwing something would look suspicious. Cases would float. The Neva, the islands, a bush, a noted tree. Delirium's plan collapses in a chance. A courtyard gate, blank walls, cold dust. N.O. loitering here, chalked above a trough, and a 50-pound unhewn stone against a street wall, the space a little more than 2 feet wide. He rolls it, dumps purse and pledges into the shallow depression. The purse on top, still some room. Rolls it back, perhaps a tiny bit higher, rakes dirt, tamps with his foot. Trace is covered. Who would look under that stone? It may have been lying there since the house was built. He laughs a rapid, nervous, inaudible, drawn-out laugh all the while crossing the square. Then on K.Y. Boulevard, where he met that girl 2 days before, the laughter goes away. Loathsome to pass that bench. Difficult to meet the mustached officer of the 20 kopecks. Devil take him. If this was done consciously, why have you not even looked into the purse? Why accept all these torments for what you meant to throw unread into water? Weren't you going to throw it into the water just now? This purse, along with all the other things which you also haven't seen yet? It's because I'm very sick. I'll get well and stop torturing myself. And what if I never get well? Boundless, almost physical loathing for faces, walks, movements. If anyone spoke, he would spit, bite. He finds himself at Razumikin's door without meaning to. 5th floor, dressing gown worn to tatters, shoes on bare feet, disheveled, unshaved. You've even outdone me, brother. Pulse, don't. I have no lessons. I don't need any lessons. You're raving. Goodbye. All his bile, least of all disposed to come face to face with anyone in the whole world. I came because you're kinder than the rest, smarter, that is, able to talk. Now I need nothing, no favors, no concern on myself alone. Wait, you chimney sweep. Trubimov in the flea market, little books on natural science, titles priceless, hooked on the trend. 2 sheets of German, the stupidest charlatanism, whether woman is or is not a human being. Naturally she is, stretched to 6, frilly title half a page long, 50 kopecks, 6 rubles a sheet, 15 in all, 6 in advance. Then wails. Then the dullest gossip from the second part of the Confessions. Rousseau, supposedly a Radishchev. Take German sheets and 3 rubles for is woman a human being. Returns them without a word. On the Nikolaevsky Bridge, a whip lashes his back for nearly falling under horses. An elderly merchant's wife presses 20 kopecks into his hand in Christ's name. He stares at the cathedral dome's mute and deaf spirit and throws the coin into the Neva, cutting himself off, as with scissors, from everyone and everything. At home, Ilya Petrovitch beating the landlady on the stairs. Nastasia answers softly, "It's the blood." When it can't get out and starts clotting into little clots, that's when you start imagining things. So if it's begun, it's begun. To hell with her and with the new life. All the lying and groveling I produced today. How repulsively I fawned and flirted with that nasty Ilya Petrovitch. I spit on them and on everyone and on my own fawning. That's not it. Not at all. Wallpaper hole. Joy then horror. The first hiding place that is no place. Blood clamoring. Nastasia's folk diagnosis. When it clots, you start imagining things. Quote, "My God," he whispered in despair, "what's wrong with me? Do you call that hidden? Is it any way to hide things?" Quote, "No one was here. It's the blood clamoring in you. When it can't get out and starts clotting up into these little clots, that's when you start imagining things." Razumikin/recovery. Fever takes him in a half-conscious theater. People gathered to carry him away. Then alone, feared, peeked it through a crack, laughed at. Nastasia often. A familiar face he cannot name and weeps for. Something that must not be forgotten and cannot be remembered. Ilya Petrovitch beating the landlady, blood clamoring. The fringe under the pillow. America, the wallpaper hole. He comes to at 10 with sunlight striping the wall. An office agent for Vakrushin's 35 rubles from Mama through a fantasy Ivanovich. Razumikin shouting, "You hear?" He knows the merchant Vakrushin, as if recognition of a name were proof of sanity. The landlady peeking and hiding. They change a shirt, and he almost started to cry. Zosimov later. You might have waited with the shirt if he didn't want. Pulse is fine. I'm well. I'm completely well. Raising himself, flashing his eyes, falling back, turning to the wall. Soup, tea. No mushrooms, naturally, or cucumbers. No need for any beef either. No more medicine. Tomorrow evening I'll take him for an outing. Yusupov Garden, then the Paleta Cristal. I wouldn't budge him tomorrow, though maybe a little. Too bad. I'm having a housewarming party tonight, just 2 steps away. He could come too. At least he could lie on the sofa among us. Nothing much. Tea, vodka, pickled herring. There'll be a pie. For friends only. They're all from around here, almost all new friends, except maybe the old uncle. And even he is new. Came to Petersburg just yesterday. We see each other once in 5 years. He's vegetated all his life as a provincial postmaster. Wretched pension, 65, nothing to talk about. I love him, though. Porfiry Petrovitch will be there, the local police inspector in the Department of Investigation, a lawyer. Some sort of relative of yours? A very distant one. And then some students, a teacher, one functionary, one musician, an army officer, Zamyatov. What can you possibly have in common with someone like Zamyatov? Oh, these peevish ones. Principles like springs. You don't dare turn around by your own will. If he's a good man, there's a principle for you. And he has an open palm. So what if he has an open palm? To hell with it. Did I praise his open palm? I said he was a good man, only in his own way. Will there be many good people left? I, with all my innards, would be worth about as much as one baked onion, and then only with you thrown in. That's not enough. I'll give 2 for you, and I'll give only 1 for you. Zamyatov is still a boy. I can rough him up, because he ought to be drawn in and not pushed away. You won't set a person right by pushing him away, especially if he's a boy. You have to be twice as careful with a boy. You progressive dimwits, you really don't understand anything. You disparage man and damage yourselves. We've even got something started together, the house painter. We're going to get him off. Razumikin stoops into the ship's cabin. What a ship's cabin. I always bump my head. Introduces himself as Razumikin, student and gentleman's son. Ilya Petrovich pointed out to him. Nikodem Fomitch an acquaintance now. And so is the caretaker and Mr. Zamyatov. He guides the sick hand to sign, spoons soup cooled by his breath, sends Nastasia for beer, takes 10 of the 35 to buy a human being's costume. Palmerston versus 80 Kopeck chapeau, United Pants America, British Embassy boots, hempen shirts with fashionable fronts. 9 rubles 55 kopecks, and change in 5 kopeck pieces. Unlimited credit with Pashenka. A whole story has gone on in his absence. Razumikin searched for Karlamov's house, and it was bucks. The address bureau found him registered in 2 minutes. General Kobylev just refused to be found. He sweet-talked Pashenka. Nastasia grinning, go on, you dog. I'm Petrovna, not Nikiforovna. Razumikin first wanted to blast the neighborhood with electricity. Pashenka prevailed, a winsome little thing. 40, says 36. Unexpected character. Algebra forgotten. She dared to stop sending dinner. The promissory note. The proposed marriage when Natalia Yegorovna was still alive. Shebarov, court counselor and man of business, asked if the note could be realized. Mama's 125, a sister who would sell herself into slavery. An honest man opens his heart, and the man of business goes on eating. Then he eats you up. Razumikin vouched, stuck 10 bills in Shebarov's teeth, got the paper back, laid it on the table, torn the way it's officially done. Raskolnikov glances, turns to the wall. Was it you I didn't recognize in my delirium? It was me. And you even got into a frenzy when I brought Zamyatov. What did I rave about? Afraid about some secret? You didn't say anything about the Countess, but about some bulldog and earrings and chains and Krestovsky Island and some caretaker and Nikodem Fomitch and Ilya Petrovich. Extremely interested in your own sock. Please, just give it to me. Zamyatov went looking in all the corners and handed you that trash with his own perfumed and bearing little hands. Then you begged for some fringe for your trousers, so tearfully. Housewarming tonight, 2 steps away. Uncle the provincial postmaster, tea, vodka, pickled herring, a pie. Porfiry Petrovich, a teacher, a functionary, a musician, an army officer, Zamyatov. If he's a good man, there's a principle for you. You progressive dimwits disparage man and damage yourselves. Left alone, Raskolnikov leaps half-crazed. Do they know? He thrusts into the wallpaper hole. The stove ashes, the dirty sock Zamyatov supposedly saw. Plots America with the promissory note. Empties cold beer and sinks in a healing sleep under a quilted blanket that has replaced the tattered greatcoat. Razumikin returns with the costume. Palmerston versus an 80 Kopeck chapeau, United Pants of America, British Embassy boots, hempen shirts with fashionable fronts from Fetty Eves, a charmer waistcoat that makes Nastasia snort. He is dressed like a human being while the sock still lives under the blanket. Zosimov arrives, tall, fat, puffy pale, gold ring, massive watch chain, languid pretension carefully concealed, pulse fine, no mushrooms or cucumbers, maybe Yusupov Garden and the Paleta Cristal tomorrow. Razumikin's housewarming will include Porfiry Petrovich, the local police inspector in investigation, a distant relative, The name falls into the cupboard as anecdote while the patient stares at a clumsy white flower on dirty yellow wallpaper when Nastasia blurts that they killed Lizaveta too, who mended his shirts. Then the painter Nikolai, earrings found behind a door, hanging attempt, childish fight under the gateway, while bodies upstairs are still warm. Exactly 3 days after the murder, a peasant, Dushkin, owner of a tavern across the street, came to the police with a jewelry case containing gold earrings and a tail. The day and hour, sometime after 8. A workman, this painter Nikolai. They've put him down as the murderer. Evidence that is no evidence. Koch and Pestryakov first. The door locked, then unlocked, so they did the murder. That's their logic. Lying can be forgiven. Lying leads to the truth. What irks is that they lie and then worship their own lies. Facts are not everything. At least half the game is knowing how to handle the facts. They pushed him and pressed him until he confessed. I didn't find them on the sidewalk. I found them in the apartment there where Maitreyi and me was painting. Maitreyi slapped paint on my mug and ran. I ran after him shouting, smack into the caretaker and some gentlemen. The caretaker's woman swore. A gentleman with a lady swore because me and Mitka was lying there blocking the way, grabbing hair, punching, all real friendly for the fun of it. Then back to tidy up, by the door to the entryway, behind the wall, in the corner, he stepped on a box, tiny little hooks, earrings inside. Behind the door? Behind the door? Behind the door? Raskolnikov raising himself with dull, frightened eyes. He must have been dozing. As soon as he saw the earrings, he forgot Mitka, ran to Dushkin, got a ruble, lied sidewalk, went on a spree. About the murder, I never knew nothing, first heard 3 days after. Why not come before? From fear. Why hang yourself? From thinking. I'd have the law on me. 8 or 10 witnesses with one voice. Nikolai holding Dmitri down, punching, squealing, laughing, ridiculous faces, then running to the street like children. The bodies upstairs still warm. Does squeals and laughter fit with axes, blood, criminal cunning, stealth, robbery? They had only just killed them. 5 or 10 minutes. Abandoning bodies in open apartment and loot to roll in the street, attracting everybody's attention. Psychological impossibility as irrefutable fact. The office will not accept it because they found the box and the man wanted to hang himself, which could only be because he felt guilty. Koch recognized the article. Nobody saw Nikolai, while Koch and Pestryakov were upstairs. We saw the apartment was open. Someone must have been working. We don't remember whether the workers were there. Razumikin's path is clear. The real murderer dropped the earrings. He was upstairs when they knocked, locked himself in. Koch went downstairs like a fool. The murderer jumped out, hid in the empty apartment at the precise moment Dmitri and Nikolai ran out, stood behind the door while the caretaker went up, then down as calmly as you please when the gateway was empty. Maybe he dropped the box on the stairs. Clever, Zosimov says, like a stage play. When the house painter's story reaches the earrings, Raskolnikov's behind the door, is the only moment the cupboard's monologue breaks into the room's dialogue, and everyone takes it for delirium's wake. He stares at the clumsy, white flower. How many leaves, what serrations, how many little lines. No feeling in his arms and legs, as if paralyzed. The escape they reconstruct is his escape, spoken as kindness, and he cannot even twitch. Razum versus Rascal, friendship that buys boots and argues painters free, living life without a theorem. Quote, "What a ship's cabin," he shouted, coming in. "I always bump my head, and they call it an apartment." Quote, "They had only just killed them, only 5 or 10 minutes earlier." That's how it comes out, since the bodies are still warm, and suddenly abandoning the bodies in the open apartment, they go rolling around in the street like little children, laughing, losing at the threshold. Fun and games. Pyotr Petrovich stops in the doorway with offensive astonishment. Where on earth have I come to? Glances about the cramped cabin, then at the unkempt Raskolnikov on the dirty sofa, then at unshaven Razumikin, who looks him straight in the eye. Prim, stately, wary, peevish, softens only when sternness gets him nowhere. Mr. Rodion Romanik Raskolnikov, a student or a former student. Razumikin's "What is it you want?" floors him. Fresh from the tailor. Spanking new top, hat held too carefully. Lilac Javane gloves carried for display. Light brown summer jacket, pink striped cambric tie. Dark side whiskers like mutton chops. Hair curled by the hairdresser without quite becoming a German on his way to the altar. Raskolnikov, face of extraordinary suffering as after surgery, raises himself defiantly, then sinks back staring at the ceiling. That's you, is it? The fiancé? So I know. And enough. Conversation of clients and first attempts swirls around the sofa. Porphyry interrogating pawners. 1,500 in the strongbox the killer never found because he was a novice who escaped by chance. Earrings dropped, Coke's ring, the open apartment. The killer was certainly one of her clients. Zosimov says assertively, while Raskolnikov stares at the ceiling as if the ceiling were a strongbox he never opened. Pyotr Petrovich has found them an apartment. Bakalev's house. Voznesensky, 2 floors of furnished rooms. The merchant Yushin. Utterly vile, filth, stench, suspicious, cheap. He himself is squeezed at Mrs. Lipwexel's with Andrei Semyonik Lebeziatnikov, a clerk, up-to-date, a young friend who directed him to Bakalev's. 10 years since he last visited Petersburg. Reforms, ideas. One learns what is new from younger generations. Clearer vision, more criticism, more practicality. Nonsense, there's no practicality. Razumikin seizes. Practicality is acquired with effort. We lost the habit of any activity about 200 years ago. Ideas wandering, desire for the good, even honesty, crooks all over, but practicality a scant item. Luzin cannot agree. Passions testify to enthusiasm. Useful new books instead of dreamy romantic ones. Literature acquiring a shade of greater maturity. We have cut ourselves off irrevocably from the past. All by rote, recommending himself. If up to now I have been told to love my neighbor, what came of it? I tore my caftan in 2, shared it, and we were both left half naked. Chase several hares, you won't overtake any. Science says, love yourself before all, because everything is based on self-interest. Set your affairs up properly. The caftan remains in one piece. The more whole caftans, the firmer the common cause. By acquiring solely for myself, I am acquiring for everyone. A simple thought too long overshadowed by rapturousness. Sorry, what is what I happen to lack? Razumikin cuts him off. Self-gratifying chatter, endless commonplaces, traffickers hanging on to the common cause who have befouled everything they've touched. Luzin winces with extreme dignity. He will leave in 2 minutes anyway. I hope our acquaintance will continue to grow. Raskolnikov does not turn his head. Luzin drops his economic sermon on crime among the upper classes. Students intercepting mail, lecturers forging lottery tickets, embassy secretaries murdered abroad, everybody getting rich quickly without effort, until Raskolnikov breaks in. It all went according to your theory. Get to the consequences, and one can go around putting a knife in people. Then the letters barb. Joy of offense glittering. Is it true you told your fiancée you were glad she was poor, so you could lord it over her and reproach her with having been her benefactor? Luzin flushes, blames Pulcheria's rapturous romantic cast. Raskolnikov raises himself with piercing eyes. If you dare mention my mother, even a single word, I'll send you flying down the stairs. Leave me, all of you. Alone, alone, alone. Zosimov on the stairs. He's got something on his mind, something fixed, heavy, and he's indifferent to everything except this murder. Luzin's exit, hat raised only to shoulder height, back curved with the insult. Nastasia lingering with tea is the last ordinary mercy before he hooks the door and dresses for the Crystal Palace. The Captain's sermon is the student's arithmetic in perfume. Whole coats for everyone by loving only yourself. The knife is already in the theory, waiting for a poor old woman who is not a neighbor, but a louse. Benefactor at the threshold. The letters doctrine wearing perfume. Utilitarianism as marriage, the same ledger without honesty about blood. Quote, where on earth have I come to? Quote, get to the consequences of what you've just been preaching, and it will turn out that one can go around putting a knife in people. Wandering/Crystal Palace. Midpoint. As soon as Nastasia leaves, he hooks the door. Dresses in Razumikin's new things with a strange, sudden calm. None of the earlier half-crazed delirium, movements precise, a firm intention shining through. Today, all this must be ended. How? He does not know and will not think. 25 rubles, 5 kopeck change. Nastasia bending over the samovar, blowing on the coals. Who could imagine he would leave? About 8 o'clock, stifling, he greedily inhales the stinking, dusty, city-infected air. Wild energy in inflamed eyes, pale yellow, emaciated face. Otherwise, he would not go back home, because he did not want to live like that. Haymarket by old habit. Just before the square, a dark-haired organ grinder turning out a heartfelt love song. A girl of about 15 in crinoline, cape, gloves, straw hat with a flame-colored feather. All old and shabby, singing in a cracked but strong street singer's voice, hoping for 2 kopecks from the shop. He puts 5 kopecks in her hand. She cuts off on the highest note, as with a knife, enough, to the organ grinder, and they trudge to the next shop. Do you like street singing? He asks a frightened idler. I like hearing songs to the barrel organ on a cold, dark, wet autumn evening. Wet snow falling straight down, no wind, gaslights shining through it. I don't know, sir. Excuse me. The tradesman and woman who spoke with Lizaveta that day are not at their stand. A fellow in a red shirt yawning in a miller's doorway. All kinds of people keep stands here. What's his name? Whatever he was baptized. Are you from Zarysk? Ours isn't a province, Your Excellency. It's a district, but the strict one is my brother. Is this a cook shop upstairs? A tavern. They've got billiards and princesses on hand. Oh la la. He makes his way into a thick crowd of peasants, peering into faces, drawn to talk with everyone. They cackle in little groups and pay no attention. The short alley that makes an elbow from the square to Sadovaya. Recently, he loafed here to make it all the more sickening. A big building given over to taverns. Women running out every other minute, bareheaded, only in dresses. Crowding near basement stairways. Clatter, guitar, singing, great merrymaking. A drunken soldier with a cigarette swearing, having forgotten where he wanted to go. A man lying dead drunk in the middle of the street. Cotton dresses, goatskin shoes, almost everyone a black eye. Some over 40, some younger than 17. Through shrieks and guffaws, a thin falsetto. My soldier boy so fine and free, / what cause have you for beating me? Why don't I go in? They're laughing loudly. Drunk. Well, suppose I get drunk. Won't you go in, dear master? Young, not even repulsive, she alone of the whole group. Well, here's a pretty one. You're a real pretty one yourself. But so skinny. Just checked out of the hospital, or what? Look, they're all generals' daughters, and snub-nosed, every nose of them. Duckleta asks 6 kopecks for a drink. Then the Crystal Palace. Razumikin was talking earlier. Only what was it I wanted to do? Yes, to read. Zosimov said he read about it in the newspapers. Spacious, orderly tavern. Rather empty. Tea. Old papers from the last 5 days. A good tip. Eisler. Aztecs. Bertola. Massimo. The devil. Short notices. Woman falls downstairs. Tradesman burns up with drink. Fire in Pesky. Fire on the Petersburg side. Another fire. Here. Lines dance. Hands tremble with convulsive impatience. Later editions and other issues. Suddenly Zamyatov sits down. Signet rings. Watch chains. Part in black, curly pomaded hair. Foppish waistcoat. Somewhat worn jacket. Not very fresh linen. Flush from champagne. You hear? Razumikin told me you were still unconscious. I know you were. You look for my sock. Razumikin's lost his head over you. He says you went with him to Levisa, winking to Lieutenant Gunpowder. Nice life you've got, Mr. Zamyatov. A toll-free entry into the most pleasant places. Who is pouring champagne into you? An honorarium. You profit in all ways. Never mind, sweet boy. Real friendly for the fun of it, as your workman said when he was punching Mitka. How do you know about that? Maybe I know more than you do. Newspapers. There's a lot about fires. I'm not reading about fires. Aren't you terribly anxious to know what I was reading about? I finished the 6th class in gymnasium. The 6th class. My little sparrow, with a part in his hair and rings on his fingers. a rich man. I give testimony. I was looking for news about the murder of the official's old widow. Face is held close a full minute. The same old woman you started telling about in the office, and I fainted. So, do you understand now? Frozen expression transforms. He dissolves into nervous laughter, recalling with extreme clarity the acts behind the door, the hook jumping, people cursing, wanting to shout, stick his tongue out, laugh, laugh, laugh. You're either crazy or what? Well, what? Go on, say it. Nothing. Till get cold. There's a lot of this crookedness around, a whole gang of counterfeiters in Moscow making banknotes. Children, greenhorns, not crooks. A full 50 went into such a thing together. Even 3 would be too many. They hire unreliable people to change the money. One counted 4,000 and took the 5th without counting, on faith, just to pocket it and run. Arouse suspicion. Everything blew up because of one fool. That his hands betrayed him? Sometimes one just can't stand it. To risk such horror for 100-ruble reward, to a banking house where they know a hawk from a handsaw. I'd get flustered. Wouldn't you? Pa, what awful things you say. Zamyatov laughs at the false notes method. Clerk in a lather. No sorry. Come back for an explanation. Only it's all just talk. Even a seasoned, desperate man cannot vouch for himself. Take this old woman murdered in our precinct. Daredevil, broad daylight. Got away by a miracle, and even so his hands betrayed him. He wasn't able to steal. He couldn't stand it. Clear. Go and catch him then. They'll catch him. Who? You? You'll run yourselves into the ground. The main thing, whether the man spends the money. First he has no money. Then he suddenly starts spending. A child so high could hoodwink you. That's precisely it. They all do it that way. They get caught spending. Not everyone is as cunning as you. You wouldn't go to a pothouse, naturally? Raskolnikov frowns. So you want to know how I'd act? Faces close, whisper. Take the money and things immediately out of the way place. Fences, kitchen garden, a stone 30 or 40 pounds sitting since the house was built, shallow hole. Put it all, tamp with the foot. Wouldn't touch it for a year or 2 or 3. Now you see me, and now you don't. You are a madman. Eyes flashing, terribly pale, upper lip twitching. A terrible word trembling like the hook on that door. And what if it was I who killed the old woman and Lizaveta? He comes to his senses. Zamyatov, white as a sheet. Admit that you believed it. Not at all. Now more than ever I don't. Got you at last. The little sparrow's caught. What did you start talking about when I left the office? Why did Lieutenant Gunpowder interrogate me after I fainted? 30 kopecks, 20 more for a tip. Red ones, blue ones, 25 rubles. Where from? And where did the new clothes come from? You know, I didn't have a kopeck. I see Kuzi. He goes out a tremble with wild, hysterical feeling and a portion of unbearable delight. Gloomy, terribly tired, face distorted as after a fit. Energy surges with the first irritating sensation, then rapidly grows weaker. Zamyatov sits a long time. Ilya Petrovich is a blockhead. The office is open past 9. He walks toward the police and detours. Razumikin nearly bumps heads on the porch. Ran away from your sickbed. I even looked for you under the sofa. We went to the attic. I almost gave Nastasia a beating because of you. What were you doing in the Crystal Palace? Confess immediately. Raskolnikov pours venom. Can't you see I don't want your good deeds? Who wants to do good deeds for someone who spits on them? Maybe I would have been quite happy to die. Didn't I make it plain that you are tormenting me? Why do you want to torment people? It all seriously interferes with my recovery. Didn't Zosimov leave today so as not to irritate me? What right do you have to restrain me by force? Can't you see I'm entirely in my right mind? Say I'm ungrateful. Say I'm mean. Only leave me alone. All of you. He begins calmly, savoring the venom. Finishes frenzied and breathless as earlier with Luzin. Razumikin's hand falls. Go to the devil, then. Wait, you're all babblers and braggarts. Some little suffering comes along, and you brood over it like a hen over an egg. Even there you steal from other authors. There isn't a sign of independent life in you. You're made of spermaceti ointment with whey for blood. The first thing you do is try not to resemble a human being. Housewarming tonight. If you weren't a fool, A foreign translation, you'd be better off at my place than wearing out your boots. Pochinkov's 47. Alone again, he finds himself at that house, that gate, those stairs. White wallpaper with purple flowers replacing yellow. Workman late. He sits on the sill with animosity at change. He rings the same tinny bell again and again, shuddering with each ring and enjoying it more and more. Why'd you wash the blood up? There was a murder here, and I've come to rent the place. Let's go to the police. I'll prove it all there. The older workman. It's time we left. We're late. Let's go, Alyashka. We'll have to lock up. Hey, caretaker. Several people at the street entrance gazing at passers-by. 2 caretakers, a woman, a tradesman in a smock. Have you been to the police? Just came back. They're all there? They are. The assistant? He was for a while. He came to look at the place. The older workman says, Why have you washed the blood up? There was a murder here, and I've come to rent the place. Started ringing the bell, all but tore it out. The caretaker, but who are you? I am Rodion Romanik Raskolnikov, a former student. I live at Schill's house, apartment 14. Why'd you go up there? To look. Why not take him to the police? The tradesman mixes in. Scared to go to the police? Scofflaw. God knows. Maybe he's drunk. Maybe he's not. A huge caretaker with keys on his belt seizes him by the shoulder and throws him into the street. He nearly goes head over heels, straightens, looks silently, walks away. A weird man. People turned weird lately. We still should have taken him to the police. No point getting involved. Once you get involved, there's no getting out. Well now, shall I go or not? Everything blank and dead like the stones, for him alone, until a crowd 200 paces away, a carriage, a small light flickering. He turns toward it, grinning coldly, because he had firmly decided about the police and knew for certain that now it was all going to end. Crystal Palace, the place where the terrible word is spoken into another face and snatched back as a joke. Quote, and what if it was I who killed the old woman and Lizaveta? Quote, alone? When you still can't walk, when your mug is white as a sheet, and you can barely breathe. Fool, what were you doing in the Crystal Palace? Confess immediately. Marmeladov's death. All is lost, false. In the middle of the street, a jaunty high-class carriage. Fiery grays, no passengers. The coachman down from his box, horses held by the bridle. Police with a lantern at something on the pavement by the wheels. What a shame. Lord, what a shame. How could I help it? If I'd been racing, or if I hadn't hollered, I was driving at a slow, steady pace. A drunk can't see straight. I shouted once, then again, then a third time, then I reined in. He fell right under their feet, maybe on purpose. Raskolnikov pushes through, gentleman's clothes covered with blood, face battered, scraped, mangled. He gives name and address, slips money, persuades them toward Kozel's 3 houses away as if it were his own father. Katerina Ivanovna, pacing window to stove, arms crossed, coughing, telling Polenka of Colonel's balls and Princess Bezimolny, while Ladaka waits barefoot for a shirt. You wouldn't believe, Polenka, the gaiety and splendor in Papa's house, and how this drunkard has ruined me and will ruin you all. Father had the rank of colonel and was nearly a governor. Even now, Ivan Mihailovich, we already regard you as our governor. When Princess Bezimolny saw me, isn't this that nice young lady who danced with a shawl at the graduation? That rip should be mended. Take the needle, otherwise tomorrow it'll tear. Wars. A kammerjunker, Prince Shkagolskoy, danced a mazurka and wanted to come with a proposal. I thanked him. My heart had long belonged to another. That other was your father. Polya, Papa was terribly cross. Is the water ready? Give me the shirt. The stockings? Lita, you'll sleep without your shirt tonight. Why doesn't that ragtag come home? He's worn his shirt out like some old dust cloth. I could wash it with the rest and not suffer 2 nights. Lord, hem. What's this? What are they carrying? On the sofa, head this way. Run over in the street. Drunk. Little Ladaka cries out, rushes to Polenka, shakes all over. For God's sake, calm yourself. He was crossing a carriage. He'll come round. I was here once, you remember. I'll pay. He finally got it. She does not faint. Pillow under the head no one had thought of. undressing, examining, fussing, biting her lips, suppressing cries. A doctor 2 houses away. Water? A napkin, a towel. Injured, not killed. On a broken seated chair in the corner, a big clay bowl ready for the nighttime washing of children's and husband's linen. Katerina herself, twice a week and more, because they no longer have changes, each one linen only, and she cannot bear uncleanliness. Wears herself out at night, so the line will dry by morning. She tries to lift the bowl and almost falls. He finds a towel, wets it, washes the blood-stained face. Perhaps he has not done well in bringing the trampled man here. Polya, run to Sonia. If you don't find her, tell them her father has been run over. She should come at once. Put on a kerchief. Run fast as you can. The boy from his chair, then silent again, heels together, toes apart. The room, so crowded not space for an apple to fall. Mrs. Lipwexel's tenants flood from inner rooms. You might at least let him die in peace. A fine show, with cigarettes, maybe with your hats on. Out. At least have respect for a dead body. Coughing stops her breath. The tongue lashing has its effect. Tenants squeeze back with that strange inner satisfaction even the near and dear feel when disaster befalls a neighbor. Outside, voices about the hospital. So why not to die? In the doorway, Amalia Ludwigovna herself, cantankerous, disorderly German. ACH, my God. Your drunken husband has a horse trampled. To the hospital, MIT him. I am a landlady. Amalia Ludwigovna, I ask you to consider. She always speaks haughtily, so the landlady will remember her place. I have told you how many times you must never dare say, Amal Ludwigovna. I am Amal Ivan. You are not Amal Ivan. You are Amalia Ludwigovna, and since I am not one of your base flatterers like Mr. Lebeziatnikov, who is now laughing outside the door, a cat fight, I shall always address you as Amalia Ludwigovna. He is dying. Close this door. Let him at least die in peace. Tomorrow your action will be made known to the Governor-General himself. The prince knew me as a young girl. Semyon Zakharovich had many friends and protectors, whom he himself abandoned out of noble pride. Now we are being helped by a magnanimous young man who has means and connections. A priest with the holy gifts, children kneeling, barefoot, the dying man pointing crazed at the girl's feet. He wants to ask forgiveness. Katerina shouts, be quiet. Don't. I know what you want to say. Then wandering eyes rest on the doorway. Who's there? Sonia's standing in the corner, in the shadows. He has never seen her in such attire. All at once he recognizes her. Humiliated, crushed, bedizened, ashamed, humbly waiting her turn to take leave of her dying father. Infinite suffering in his face. Katerina will not be consoled. Merciful, but not to us. A bloody handkerchief thrust out as proof. Forgiveness, she says, has already been her nightly wash of rags. Sonia enters. Yellow tickets, gaudy silk, absurd train, crinoline blocking the doorway, flame-colored feather on a round straw hat, thin, pale, frightened face, remarkable blue eyes. Strange in that room of poverty, rags, death, and despair. Marmeladov sees her, humiliated and bedizened, tries to raise himself. Sonia, daughter, forgive me, crashes face down, dies in her arms. So he got it. How am I going to bury him? And how am I going to feed them tomorrow? All of them. Raskolnikov goes up to Katerina Ivanovna. Last week your deceased husband told me all about his life. He spoke of you with rapturous respect. We became friends. Permit me to pay what is due to my deceased friend. 20 rubles. I'll come again, maybe even tomorrow. He squeezes through the crowd and runs into Nikodim Fomitch, who wishes to take a personal hand. He's dead. The doctor was here. A priest was here. Everything's in order. Don't trouble the poor woman too much. She's consumptive as it is. You're a kind man, I know. Smirk, looking him straight in the eye. You're all soaked with blood. Soaked, yes. I've got blood all over me. Peculiar smile, nod, stares. Halfway down, a sensation like a condemned man unexpectedly pardoned. Sudden influx of full and powerful life. The priest on his way home, wordless bows. Then hurried footsteps. Polenka, one step higher. Thin, dear little face, childish cheerfulness. Listen, what is your name? And also, where do you live? Who sent you? My sister Sonia. Mama also. Run quickly, Polenka. Do you love your sister Sonia? I love her most of all. And will you love me? Full little lips naively puckered, arms thin as matchsticks. I'm sorry for Papa. We've had so many misfortunes lately. The solemn look children assume when they want to talk like big people. Papa loved Ladaka most of all because she's little and sick and he always brought her treats. Us he taught to read, me grammar and catechism. Mama wants to teach me French because it's time I got my education. And do you know how to pray? I pray to myself because I'm big now, and Kolya and Ladaka pray out loud with Mother. First Hail Mary, then God forgive and bless our sister Sonia. Then God forgive and bless our other Papa, because our old Papa died already, and this one is the other one, but we pray for that one too. Polechka, my name is Rodion. Pray for me sometimes. And for the servant of God, Rodion. I'll pray for you all the rest of my life. He gives the address, promises tomorrow. She goes away completely delighted. On the bridge, exactly the same spot from which the woman had thrown herself not long before. Away with mirages, false fears, specters. There's life. Was I not alive just now? My life hasn't died with the old crone. May the Lord remember her in his kingdom. Now is the kingdom of reason and light and will and strength. And now we shall see. Now we shall cross swords. And I had already consented to live on a square foot of space. Strength is acquired by strength. That's something they don't know. I did ask her to remember the servant of God Rodion. Well, but that was just in case. Then Razumikin's housewarming. From halfway up the stairs, noise of a large gathering, door wide open. About 15 people. Behind a partition, 2 serving girls, 2 big samovars, bottles, pies from the landlady's kitchen. You've won the bet. I can't come in. I'm so weak I'm about to fall over. Who's that curly one? Devil knows. Uncle's acquaintance, or he came on his own. They've forgotten about me. Another 2 minutes, and I'd have started a fight. They pour out such drivel. To what extent a man can get himself wrapped up in lies. Don't we lie ourselves? Let them lie. Then, afterwards they won't lie. Zosimov falls upon him with greediness, special curiosity, to bed without delay, a little powder. Or 2, even. Quite a change from this morning. Live and learn. In the street, Razumikin blurts, drunk. Zosimov told me to chat you up. He's got this idea that you're mad, or close to it. First, you're 3 times smarter. Second, spit on him. Third, this hunk of meat, a surgeon, has gone crazy over mental illnesses, and what finally turned him around was your conversation with Zamyatov. Zamyatov told everything. The notion was hatching. None of them dared say it aloud. Once they'd picked up that house painter, it all popped and went out forever. I gave Zamyatov a bit of a beating at Levise's. Don't let out even a hint he's touchy. This Ilya Petrovich mainly. He took advantage of your fainting. Afterwards he felt ashamed. I fainted because it was stuffy and smelled of oil paint. Not only the paint, inflammation coming on for a whole month. The lesson in the Crystal Palace tops them all. You scared him, nearly drove him to convulsions, almost convinced him again, then stuck your tongue out. Take that. Porfiry also wants to make your acquaintance. Why have I been put down as mad? It struck him that you were interested only in just that one point. Now it's clear why. Knowing all the circumstances, how it irritated you and got tangled up with your illness. Listen, I want to tell you straight out. I'm just coming from a dead man's house, some official who died. I gave them all my money. And besides, I was just kissed by a being who, even if I'd killed someone, would still, in short, I saw another being there, too, with a flame-colored feather. I'm getting confused. I'm very weak. Hold me up. Here's the stairs. I'm a little dizzy, but I feel so sad. So sad. Like a woman. Look, a light in my room, through the crack. Nastasia never comes at this hour. She's long been asleep. I want to shake your hand here and say farewell. You'll be a witness. Voices in the room. Mother and sister on the sofa after an hour and a half of Nastasia's story backwards and forwards. They heard he ran away today, sick, delirious. God, what's become of him? Both wept. Both endured the agony of the cross. A cry of rapturous joy. Both rush. He stands like a dead man. Sudden unbearable awareness like a thunderbolt. Arms will not rise. They could not. They hug, kiss, laugh, weep. He takes a step, sways, collapses. Razumikin flies in, powerful arms, onto the sofa. It's nothing, nothing. The doctor just said he was much better. Grabbing Danechka's arm, so hard he almost twists it, bending her down to see how he's already come to. The mother and sister look upon him with tenderness and gratitude, as on Providence itself. They have already heard from Nastasia what this efficient young man has been for their Rhodia. Living life has sewn him back. Soup, boots, a child's Hail Mary, blood that is not the old woman's. And still the stone sits in the courtyard with the purse unread. Quote, "What a shame. Lord, what a shame. Kuota, Sonia, daughter, forgive me." Part 3. Bad guys close in. He raises himself on the sofa, and the stream of consolations will not stop. He takes mother and sister by the hand and peers 2 minutes with a look strong to the point of suffering and fixed as if mad. Pulcheria begins to cry. Dunya pale, her hand trembling in his. Go home with him till tomorrow. Don't torment me. Have you seen Luzin? Dunya, I do not want this marriage. Refuse him tomorrow. I do not accept the sacrifice. It's either me or Luzin. Despot. Razumikin roars, already half in love with the flash of Dunya's dark eyes. On the stairs, he squeezes both ladies' hands in a vice. Marfa Petrovna died, sudden, and Svidrigailov is weather-changing. Zosimov's 10-minute oracle, moral causes, fixed idea suggesting monomania. The article waits in periodical discourse. Porphyry waits with tea and a wink. Sonia waits with an eternal book he has not yet opened. He cannot be Rhodia for an audience that still believes in university and marriage. Family arrives. Bad guys close in, domestic key. He raises himself, waves Razumikin's consolation silent, takes mother and sister by the hand, peers for 2 minutes with a look strong to the point of suffering and fixed as if mad. Go home with him till tomorrow. Don't torment me. Have you seen Luzin? Dunya, I do not want this marriage. Refuse him tomorrow. I do not accept the sacrifice. It's either me or Luzin. Despot. Razumikin roars, already half in love with the flash of Dunya's dark eyes and the trembling of her lower lip. On the stairs, he squeezes both ladies' hands in a vice, devouring Avdotya Romanovna with his eyes, promising reports, Zosimov, a night in the entryway, Providence as bare. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, 43, remnants of beauty, yielding only to a limit of honesty. Dunya tall, trim, proud, soft, chin and lip irregular with arrogance. Razumikin loses his head at first sight in the beautiful moment of love for her brother. Zosimov's 10-minute oracle. Moral causes, fixed idea suggesting monomania, avoids special new shocks. He will not notice Dunya and leaves pleased with himself. Outside, Razumikin seizes the doctor's throat for ravishing. I'm an ass, and so are you, then begs him to divert Pashenka with integral calculus or the Prussian House of Lords, featherbed principle, quiet haven, navel of the earth. Razumikin's Morning After is its own small novel. The dream of Avdotya Romanovna burning as unrealizable, the shame of judging Luzin without knowing him, the fist on the stove, the decision not to shave, the dark bow at Bakalev's answered with gratitude that embarrasses more than contempt would. He conveys a year of Rodian's life and omits the office, friendship as edited narrative. Pulcheria's "This is not at all how I expected to see him" is every mother's line over the schismatic son. Dunya's restraint when called too hot-tempered is the sister who will later face Svidrigailov with a revolver. On the landing, half an hour earlier, wine rushing to his head with twice the force. He grasps both ladies by the hand, painfully squeezes as in a vice, seems to devour Avdotya Romanovna with his eyes, not the least embarrassed. If they ordered him to throw himself headlong down the stairs of the service, he would carry it out at once. Pulcheria, since he is like her Providence, does not wish to notice eccentric details. Dunya, far from fearful by nature, is amazed and almost frightened by wild fire, held only by Nastasia's stories. He speaks the whole of himself out at once, so that everyone soon knows with whom they are dealing. It's terrible nonsense to go to the landlady. You'll drive him into a fury. Nastasia will sit with him. I'll take you both to your place because you can't go through the streets by yourselves. Our Petersburg, in that respect. Then I'll run back, a report in a quarter of an hour. Then pick up Zosimov. Not drunk, he never gets drunk. 2 reports from the doctor himself. If he's bad, I'll bring you here myself. If he's well, you can go to sleep. I'll spend the whole night in the entryway. He won't hear me. What's better for him now? You're the doctor. You're a philanderer. He tells Zosimov on the way back. A piece of nervous, weak-willed trash. You've grown fat and can't deny yourself anything. And I call that dirty because it leads straight to dirt. You sleep on a feather bed, you a doctor, yet you get up in the night for a sick man. In 3 years, you won't be getting up for any sick man. You'll be spending the night in the landlady's apartment. Here's a chance to get more closely acquainted. Not a shadow of it, brother. Modesty, reticence, shyness, fierce chastity, and for all that a few sighs, and she melts like wax. Deliver me from her. She's such a winsome little thing. Just talk whatever slop you like. You're a doctor, you can start treating her for something. She has a piano. I can strum a little, a Russian song, a real one. I'll bathe myself in bitter tears. You're a piano virtuoso, a maestro, a Rubinstein. Did you give her some sort of promise? Nothing. Shebarov tried to. I can't just drop her like that. There's a sucking-in principle here, brother. You know a lot about mathematics. Start teaching her integral calculus. By God, I'm not joking. It'll be decidedly all the same to her. She'll look at you and sigh, and so on for a whole year. I spent 2 days telling her about the Prussian House of Lords, and she just sighed and stewed. Only don't start talking about love. She's shy to the point of convulsions, but still make it look as if you can't leave her side. It's terribly comfortable, just like home. Read, sit, lie down, right? You can even kiss her if you do it carefully. Featherbed principle. Not only a featherbed. It sucks you in, the end of the world, an anchor, a quiet haven, the navel of the earth, the 3-fish foundation of the world, the essence of pancakes, rich meat pies, evening samovars, soft sighs, and warm vests, heated beds on the stove, as if you died and were alive at the same time, both benefits at once. Morning, Razumikin wakes between 7 and 8, preoccupied, serious. He has never imagined he would wake up like that. Something uncommon has befallen him, an impression heretofore unknown. The dream burning in his head is in the highest degree unrealizable. So unrealizable, he is even ashamed. Most terrible recollection. How base and vile he turned out. Not only because he was drunk, but because, taking advantage of the girl's situation, he abused her fiancé before her, out of stupidly hasty jealousy, not knowing their relations, not even knowing the man, who invited him to be a judge. Was such a being as Avdotya Romanovna capable of giving herself to an unworthy man for money? So there must be some worth in him. The rooms? How would he have known they were that sort of rooms? He was having an apartment made ready. Pah! How base! The truth is in wine, and so this whole truth told itself. All the filth of his envious, boorish heart. Who was he compared with such a girl? A drunken brawler and yesterday's braggart. He blushes desperately, recalls telling them the landlady would be jealous of Avdotya Romanovna on account of him. Unbearable. He swings with all his might and hits the kitchen stove, hurting his hand and knocking out a brick. Now I can never paint or smooth over all those nasty things. I must simply go silently and do my duty, also silently, not apologize, and of course all is lost now. He looks over his outfit more carefully than usual. He has no other clothes, and even if he had, he would perhaps not have put them on, just so, on purpose. But he cannot go on being a cynic and a dirty sloven. He has no right to offend other people's feelings. He brushes carefully, linen always passable, particularly clean in that sense. Washes zealously. Nastasia finds him soap, hair, neck, especially hands. Whether to shave the stubble. Praskovia Pavlovna has excellent razors, still preserved from the late Mr. Zarnitsin, resolved with a vengeance in the negative. Let's stay as it is. What if they should think I shaved in order to... And that's certainly what they would think. No, not for anything in the world. I'll be dirty, salacious, tavern-mannered on purpose. And to hell with it. I'll be even more so. At Bacalise the ladies have waited since 7. Tea and dirty impropriety. 3/4 of an hour of Rodian's last year, ending in illness, omitting the office faint. Pulcheria's questions pour, likes, dislikes, irritability, dreams, influence. Oh my God, but this is not at all how I expected to see him. Who is this drunkard who died? And who is this daughter? And how could he give this daughter all the money he has left that cost you so dearly, Mama? He was not himself yesterday, if you knew what sort of things he poured out in the tavern. Best of all, Mama, let's go to him ourselves. It's past 10. Dunya glancing at a magnificent gold and enamel watch on a fine Venetian chain, terribly out of harmony with the rest of her attire. A present from the fiancé, gloves worn out, even torn. The obvious poverty of their dress lends both ladies an air of some special dignity. Razumikin looks at Dunechka with awe. That queen who mended her own stockings in prison looked like a real queen, even more so than during the most splendid solemnities. Would I ever have thought I'd be afraid to meet my own son? I am afraid, Dmitri Prokofiev. Better to believe in him. I do. So do I, but I didn't sleep all night. Towards morning she dreamed of the late Marfa Petrovna, all in white, taking her by the hand, shaking her head so sternly, as if in disapproval. Does that bode well? Marfa Petrovna died, quite suddenly. Later, Mama. He doesn't know yet who Marfa Petrovna is. I regard you as our providence, as one of our family. What's the matter with your right hand? Yes, I heard it, the overjoyed Razumikin. How difficult it is to be a mother. Don't question him too much, especially avoid asking him too much about his health. He doesn't like it. Mama, you're even pale. Wait, I'll go ahead and find out if he's awake. On the 4th floor landing, the landlady's door opened a tiny crack, 2 quick black eyes examining them from the darkness. When their eyes meet, the door slams shut with such a bang that Pulcheria almost cries out. When they enter the ship's cabin later, Zosimov, crying he's well. Raskolnikov is washed and combed, pale, distracted, sullen, resembling a man with a painful abscess. Brows knitted, lips compressed, eyes inflamed. He speaks little and reluctantly, as if fulfilling a duty. His face brightens momentarily, as if with light, when they enter, then concentrates into torment. Zosimov, youthful ardor of a doctor just tasting practice, notes instead of joy a heavy concealed determination to endure an hour or two of torture that could no longer be avoided. Almost every word reopens some wound. Yesterday's monomaniac who all but flew into a rage today keeps his feelings hidden. Yes, I myself can now see that I'm almost well, kissing them affably, and, I say it not as I did yesterday, a friendly handshake for Razumikin. Complete recovery depends chiefly on you yourself. Eliminate the original radical causes. It coincides to some extent with leaving the university, hard work, and a firmly set goal. Yes, you're entirely right. I'll quickly get myself back into the university, and then everything will go like clockwork. Unmistakable derision for a moment. What? You want to see you during the night, too? So then you didn't get any sleep after your journey. Ah, Rhodia. It was all only until 2 o'clock. Setting aside the question of money, I really don't know how I have deserved such special attention. It's even burdensome, because I don't understand it. Suppose you're my first patient. Our kind love our first patients like our own children. Not to mention him, pointing to Razumikin, he, too, has had nothing but insults and trouble from me. And of you, Mama, I don't even dare to speak, as if reciting a lesson learned by heart that morning. Only today have I been able to realize something of the torment you must have suffered yesterday. He suddenly holds out his hand to his sister, silently, with a smile. This time a flash of genuine, unfeigned emotion. Dunya seizes it ardently. The mother's face lights up with rapture at this wordless reconciliation. That's what I love him for, whispers Razumikin. Blood on the clothes from the run-over official. All the mother's money given for the funeral. Before helping people, one must first have the right. Dunya's no, not right earns almost hatred. Marfa Petrovna died, sudden, after bathing and wine. Svidrigailov free and in Petersburg. They are afraid of him. He seemed to love them so much when they weren't here. Luzin's offstage letter forbids the ladies to receive Rhodia, complains of insult, of dirty rooms, of a brother who will ruin a career. Pulcheria torn between the efficient suitor and the firstborn. Dunya reads the prohibition as the benefactor showing his teeth. Either me or Luzin. The ultimatum restates the letter as fraternal despotism, refusing Dunya's sacrifice while having already sacrificed Aliona for a cousin of the same arithmetic. Quote, Dunya, I do not want this marriage, and therefore you must refuse him tomorrow, first thing, so that he won't drag his face here again. Quote, it's either me or Luzin. Go, both of you. Towards Sonia. Be story. After the cupboard hour, he cannot sit still. Blood on yesterday's waistcoat, explained as the run-over officials. The funeral money already claiming the mother's rubles. He asks forgiveness of Pulcheria while twisting a smile that says she should not be sure his deeds are wonderful. Before helping people, one must first have the right. Otherwise, creves chiens, isai vu init pa contents. Dunya's no, not right. He hates her for refusing the joke. Fear in the mother's silence. He seemed to love them so much when they weren't here. Luzin's letter forbids the ladies to receive Rhodia, complains of insult, of dirty rooms, of a brother who will ruin a career. Pulcheria torn. Dunya reads the prohibition as the benefactor showing his teeth. You'll fulfill everything? Up to a point. The manner and form of Pyotr Petrovich's proposal showed me at once what he requires. You cannot respect Luzin. I've seen him and talked with him. Which means you're selling yourself for money. And that means that in any case you're acting basely, and I'm glad you're at least able to blush. I won't marry him unless I'm convinced that he values and appreciates me. I won't marry him unless I'm convinced that I can respect him. And such a marriage is not vile. Why do you demand a heroism of me that you may not even have in yourself? That is despotism. That is coercion. If I ruin anyone, it will only be myself. I haven't gone and put a knife into anyone yet. Why are you looking at me like that? Why did you get so pale? Lord, she's made him faint. No, nonsense. I just felt a little dizzy. Mama, show my brother Pyotr Petrovich's letter. Strange. Why am I making such a fuss? Go and marry whomever you like. He read it twice. It surprises me. He handles cases. He's a lawyer, and his conversation is so pretentious. Yet his writing is quite illiterate. They all write like that. Legal style. Legal documents are still written that way. There's this one phrase. You will have only yourself to blame, very significantly and clearly put. And then there's the threat that he will leave at once if I come. This threat to leave is the same as a threat to abandon you both if you disobey, and to abandon you now, when he has already brought you to Petersburg. Can such a phrase from Luzin be as offensive as it would be if he had written it, pointing to Razumikin or Zosimov, or any one of us? I understood very well that it was too naively expressed. It's put in a legal manner, and it came out coarser than he may have wanted. There is one other expression that is a bit of slander against me, and rather a low one. Yesterday, I gave money to a consumptive and broken-hearted widow, not on the pretext of a funeral, but simply for the funeral, and I handed it not to the daughter, a girl, as he writes, of notorious behavior, but precisely to the widow. An overly hasty desire to sully me and make me quarrel with you. He's an intelligent man, but it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. All this portrays the man, and I don't think he values you very much. What have you decided, Rhodia? Pyotr Petrovich writes that you mustn't be with us in the evening, and that he will leave if you come. That is, of course, not up to me to decide, but up to you. I decided to ask you earnestly to join us at this meeting without fail. I will. I ask you, too, to join us at 8 o'clock to Razumikin. Better to tell the whole truth and let Pyotr Petrovich be angry if he chooses. The door opens quietly. Sofia Semyonovna. He does not recognize her at first. Yesterday, in such attire that his memory retained quite a different person. Here a modestly and even poorly dressed girl, looking almost like a little girl, modest and decent manner, bright, but as if somewhat intimidated face, Simple, everyday dress. Old hat no longer in fashion. Yesterday's parasol. Seeing a room full of people, she becomes quite lost, timid as a little child, even makes a move to go out again. "Ah, it's you?" He suddenly becomes embarrassed. The letter's girl of notorious behavior. He has just been protesting, stated it was the first time he had seen the girl, and suddenly she herself walks in. This humiliated being is already so humiliated that he feels pity. When she makes a move to run away in fear, something turns over inside him. "I was not at all expecting you. Be so good as to sit down. You must have come from Katerina Ivanovna." "Not here. Sit over there." The sofa is too familiar. It serves him as a bed. He hastily directs her to Razumikin's chair. "Mama, I'm also very afraid of this girl. As soon as she walked in, I thought, here is where the main thing lies. Nothing's lying there at all. He's only known her since yesterday, and he didn't recognize her today. She disturbs me. And it's strange, Pyotr Petrovitch writes such things about her, and then he introduces her to us. It means he cares for her, and I'm sure she's wonderful, and that this is all nonsense. And Pyotr Petrovitch is a worthless gossip. Listen, you do know Porfiry Petrovitch?" "Of course I do. My relative. He's now in charge of this case, the murder you were talking about yesterday. He's been questioning the pawners, and I also pawned some things there. Junk, really, but it's my sister's ring, which she gave me as a keepsake, and also my father's silver watch. Worth 5 or 6 rubles in all, but I care about them as mementos. I was trembling just now for fear Mother would ask to see it when we started talking about Danechka's watch. It's the only thing left of my father's. She'll be sick if it's lost. Women, wouldn't it be better to go to Porfiry himself? Certainly not to the police, but to Porfiry, by all means. I can't tell you how glad I am. Let's go now. It's 2 steps away, and he'll be very, 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 very glad to meet you. I've told him a lot about you. So you knew the old woman. Well, there. It's all turned out quite magnificently. Sofia Semyonovna, this is my friend Razumikin, and a good man he is. I'll call on you today. Where do you live?" She gives her address and blushes. "Don't you lock the door?" "Never, though I've been meaning to buy a lock for 2 years now. Happy are those who have nothing to lock up. How did you find me?" "You gave Polechka your address yesterday." "Polya? Ah, yes, that little one. Is she your sister?" "You mean you've forgotten? And I also heard about you before from my late father. Only I didn't know your last name then." She walks looking down, hurrying. A whole new world descended vaguely and mysteriously into her soul. "Only not today, please, not today. Lord, to me, in that room, he'll see. Oh, Lord." A gentleman unknown to her, keeping a close eye, following on her heels ever since she walked out the gate. About 50, above average height, portly, broad steep shoulders, stylishly and comfortably dressed, imposing. Beautiful, cane tapping the sidewalk at every step, fresh pair of gloves. Broad face with high cheekbones, quite pleasant, fresh non-Petersburg complexion. Hair still very thick, quite blonde with perhaps only a touch of gray, broad thick spade beard even lighter. Blue eyes cold, intent, thoughtful, scarlet lips. Exceedingly well preserved, seeming much younger than his years. When Sonia comes out to the canal, they are alone. He follows her into the courtyard, up the stairs. Only then does she notice him. Number 9, Kapernaumov, tailor in chalk. He rings at number 8 next door, about 6 paces apart. "You live at Kapernaumov's. He altered my waistcoat for me yesterday, and I'm staying here, next door to you, with Madame Reslich, Gertrude Karlovna. The way things do happen. We're neighbors." Polenka prayed for the servant of God, Rodion. The family prays for a student who will recover and marry his sister well. He cannot tell them that the student died behind Alyona's door. Sonia's threshold, already crossed in the death room, pulls as the only place where the schism might speak without calculating a percentage. He is not yet ready to hear Lazarus. He is already ready to walk toward the investigator who has read on crime, so that later the listener who has not read it can receive the same confession without a wink. Between Bakaliev's dirty tea and Porfiry's slippers, he walks as a man fulfilling duties he despises. Manage mother, break Luzin, not burst. Razumikin beside him, omitting, protecting, already in love. Dunya watching with anxious intelligence. The flame-colored feather already named Haymarket as the place where suffering lives without Napoleon's permission. Quote, before helping people, one must first have the right. Otherwise, creves chiens, si vous inits pas contents. Porphyry's first interview. Bad guys close in, interrogation. They enter laughing. Raskolnikov suppressing hilarity at Razumikin's Romeo until the empty tea glass flies. Porphyry merry about the exchequer. Zamyatov already in the corner, unexpected and unpleasant. Porphyry Petrovitch, about 35, less than average height, pot-bellied, clean-shaven, closely cropped hair on a large round head bulging at the back. Puffy dark yellow face, cheerful and mocking. Liquid watery eyes under nearly white lashes that wink. The look strangely out of harmony with the womanish figure, lending something more serious than first sight allows. Casual house jacket, slippers, eager all too serious attention that embarrasses a stranger explaining 5-ruble mementos. Ordinary paper for the statement. That's why you got so roused up yesterday when I let on to Zosimov that Porphyry was questioning the pawners. Insupportable, black eyes burning, artfully feigned irritation. This 2-penny silver watch is the only thing left of my father's. My mother has come to visit me. If she were to find out that this watch is lost, I swear she would be in despair. Women, well done. Natural? Not exaggerated? Why did I say women? A wink Raskolnikov would swear to God he saw. He knows. Flashed like lightning. Your things would not be lost in any event, because I've been sitting here a long time waiting for you. Ring and watch wrapped in one piece of paper. Name clearly written in pencil, the day and month. How is it you're so observant? There were probably many pawners. Stupid. Weak. You are the only one who has not been so good as to pay us a visit. I was not feeling very well. I've even heard that you were greatly upset. Not pale at all. On the contrary, I'm quite well. And it's in anger that I'll make some slip. He was in delirium until yesterday. Razumikin picks up, got dressed, and made off on the sly till almost midnight. Really, in complete delirium? You don't say. Womanish gesture. Ah, no sens. Don't believe it. But then, you don't believe it anyway. I got awfully sick of them yesterday. Insolently defiant grin. So, I ran away to rent an apartment where they wouldn't find me, and I took a pile of money with me. Mr. Zamyatov here saw the money. Was I intelligent yesterday or delirious? In my opinion, you spoke quite intelligently, and even cunningly, only you were rather irritable. Nikodem Fomitch met you quite late in the apartment of an official run over by horses. You gave all your money to the widow, 15, 20, leave 3 for yourself at least. No, the whole 25. Maybe I found a treasure somewhere. Mr. Zamyatov here knows I found a treasure. Thoughts spinning like a whirlwind. They don't even conceal it. They don't even care to stand on ceremony. What occasion did you have for talking about me with Nikodem Fomitch, since you don't know me at all? Watching me like a pack of dogs. They spit in my mug quite openly. Strike directly. Don't play cat and mouse. I'll get up and blurt out the whole truth in your mugs. But what if it only seems so? What if it's a mirage? Their words are all ordinary, but there's something in them. Why'd he come out with that, she? Why did Zamyatov add that I spoke cunningly? Razumikin has been sitting right here. Why does he not imagine anything? The innocent dolt never imagines anything. Did Porphyry wink at me just now or not? Zamyatov's changed his mind overnight. He seems quite at home here, yet it's the first time he's come. They've already rubbed noses because of me. Do they know about the apartment? It was clever to put that in about the apartment. I'll need it later. In delirium, I said, He knows all about yesterday evening, but he didn't know about mother's arrival. And the witch wrote down the date with a pencil. Lies. I won't let you get me. These aren't facts yet. They're only a mirage. The apartment is not a fact either. It's delirium. But that I'm angry now, that's a fact. T. The article in Periodical Discourse. Porphyry's horrible familiarity. Ordinary and extraordinary men. The latter permitted to step over obstacles, for instance, to kill and rob. Left eye winking, inaudible laugh. And do you believe in the raising of Lazarus? Distinguishing the extraordinary permission to shed blood in all conscience. Who in our Russia nowadays doesn't consider himself a Napoleon? Zamyatov from the corner. Might it not have been some future Napoleon who bumped off our Alyona Ivanovna with an axe last week? Gloomy silence. Raskolnikov turns to leave. Porfiry's extreme affability. Come to the office tomorrow around 11. You were one of the last. You might tell us something. Then the trap played as confusion. Painters on the stairs before 8? Raskolnikov, frozen, denies painters, remembers the official moving out on the 4th floor. Triumph at possessing the trap. Until Razumikin explodes. The painters were there the day of the crime. He was there 2 days earlier. Porfiry slaps his forehead. Mixed it all up. On the street, afterward the friends speak openly of that for the first time. Excellent, Razumikin says, glad, and Raskolnikov's cold smile teaches him to weigh words he had called insolent and reckless. If they had facts they would conceal. They have mirage, so they use insolence to throw him off. Razumikin's furious defense. Poverty, hypochondria, rancid paint, empty stomach. How could anyone not faint? Then the correction. The painter's question is ruse. How a developed man admits external facts and invents unexpected reasons. How the cleverest fall for the simplest. Raskolnikov laughs, then feels unease at his own animation. I'm beginning to relish certain points. Unease at Bakalev's door because relish is already a symptom. On the way to Porfiry, the 2 young men laugh. Razumikin Romeo until the empty tea glass flies, because laughter is the only coat that will get him through the doorway without trembling. Happy are those who have nothing to lock up? Never, though I've been meaning to buy a lock for 2 years now. The watch is 5 or 6 rubles, and the only thing left of his father's. The ring is Dunya's keepsake. He will not let Pulcheria ask to see it at dinner. 2 steps away, Razumikin says, and he'll be very, 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 very glad. So you knew the old woman. Well, there. Magnificent. The street between the cupboard and the slippers is already the hunt. He walks as if to reclaim junk, and every cobble knows it is not junk. The article, submitted to Weekly Discourse and printed in periodical because the journals merged, appears 2 months later without the author's knowledge. Already in Porfiry's drawer beside wrapped pledges with names in pencil. Ordinary men must live in obedience and have no right to transgress. Extraordinary men have the right to step over, even over blood, if the new word requires it, for the furtherance of mankind. He accepts the challenge simply and modestly. Not an official right, but his own right to allow conscience to step over certain obstacles when the idea, sometimes salutary for mankind, calls for it. If Kepler's or Newton's discoveries could be known only by sacrificing 10 or 100 who stood as obstacles, Newton would have the right, even the duty, to remove them. It does not follow that he may kill anyone he pleases in the market. Lawgivers from Lycurgus and Solon to Muhammad and Napoleon were criminals by the fact of giving a new law and violating the old, and they did not stop at blood, sometimes quite innocent. All who are a tiny bit capable of saying something new cannot fail to be criminals more or less. Otherwise, they cannot get off the beaten track. 2 categories by the law of nature. A lower, material category serving solely for the reproduction of their own kind. Conservative, staid, obedient, and there is nothing humiliating in that purpose. And people proper, destroyers who call for the destruction of the present in the name of the better, who may within themselves allow a step over blood depending on the idea and its scale. The masses punish them and hang them, fulfilling a conservative purpose, then place them on a pedestal. The first category is master of the present. The second, master of the future. Vive la guerre éternelle, until the New Jerusalem. He believes in the New Jerusalem, looking at a spot on the carpet. He believes in God. He believes in Lazarus. Razumikin, horrified, names the originality, permission to shed blood in all conscience, more horrible than if it were legally permitted. Porfiry echoes, quite right, more horrible. That's not all in the article. It's only hinted at. A mistake is possible only on the part of the ordinary people, by some playfulness of nature not denied even to cows. Quite a few like to imagine themselves progressive destroyers who are in on the new word, and quite often fail to notice the really new ones. There cannot be any significant danger. They never go far. Of course, they ought to receive an occasional whipping to remind them of their place when they get carried away, but they'll whip themselves because they're so well behaved. Some perform this service for each other, some with their own hands, imposing various public penances. The result is beautiful and edifying. Such a law exists. But then this other worry. Are there many of these people who have the right to put a knife into others? I am ready to bow down, of course, but you'll agree it's a bit eerie if there are too many of them. Generally, there are remarkably few people born who have a new thought. Strangely few. One thing is clear. The ordering of people's conception, all these categories and subdivisions, must be quite correctly and precisely determined by some law of nature, as yet unknown. An enormous mass of people exists only so that finally, through some effort, some as yet mysterious process, through some interbreeding of stocks and races, with great strain it may bring into the world at least one somewhat independent man in 1,000. Perhaps 1 in 10,000 with a broader independence. Still broader, 1 in 100,000. Men of genius. 1 in millions. Great geniuses, the fulfillers of mankind, perhaps after the elapsing of many thousands of millions of people on earth. I have not looked into the retort where all this takes place. But there certainly is and must be a definite law. It can be no accident. What, are you two joking? Addling each other's brains? Sitting there and poking fun at each other? Are you serious, Rhodia? Pale, almost sad face. Undisguised intrusive sarcasm of Porphyry. Practical cases. A youth imagines himself a future Muhammad, needs money for a long campaign, starts providing himself. Zamiatov snorts. Raskolnikov agrees. Such cases occur among the vain and silly, young men particularly. Then nothing. Society has prisons and investigators. Go and catch your thief. If we catch him, serves him right. Conscience? Whoever has one can suffer if he acknowledges his error, a punishment on top of hard labor. Why this word ought? There's neither permission nor prohibition here. Let him suffer if he pities his victim. Suffering and pain are always obligatory for a broad consciousness and a deep heart. Truly great men, I think, must feel great sorrow in this world, pensively, not even in the tone of the conversation. He raises his eyes, smiles, takes his cap, too calm compared with when he first came. Porphyry's playful, psychological idea. When you wrote the article, did you not regard yourself, just the tiniest bit, as extraordinary? Quite possible. And would you venture, for worldly failures or the furtherance of mankind, to kill and rob? Left eye winking, inaudible laugh. If I did, I would certainly not tell you. I do not consider myself a Muhammad or a Napoleon. Who in our Russia nowadays doesn't? Might it not have been some future Napoleon who bumped off Alyona last week? Frozen look, leave, painter's trap, Razumikin's explosion, mixed it all up. Ordinary/extraordinary. The article's schism, permission for the few to step over, returns as Porphyry's cheerful literary interest, already the noose's velvet. Quote, but, my goodness, who in our Russia nowadays doesn't consider himself a Napoleon? Quote, and do you believe in the raising of Lazarus? Part 4. All is lost. Can this be a continuation of my dream? The landowner in the cupboard, the samovar at Baka leaves, Sonia's barn-like room, and the 11th chapter of John, Porphyry's free art, Nikolai on his knees. Twin, fiancé, eternal book, hunter, kneeling painter. Suffering named as the only exit he cannot yet take. Solitude is no longer available. Svidrigailov, bad guys close in, the twin. Can this be a continuation of my dream? Svidrigailov stands in the cupboard as if ghosts had learned manners. 2 reasons. To meet the brother Long prays from a curious and advantageous point, and to enlist him toward Avdotya Romanovna. Biased opinion will not let the landowner into the yard without recommendation. He will not justify himself. Sober judgment finds little specially criminal in pursuing a defenseless girl if one is also a man, et nihil humanum. Victim as well as monster. America or Switzerland with respectful feelings. reason the slave of passion. Raskolnikov's loathing cuts to the real point. Svidrigailov laughs, genuine laughter. Bon guerre, admissible dodging. Marfa Petrovna, apoplexy after bathing in wine. Medical experts satisfied. 2 strokes of a riding crop that may have gladnessed a woman out of gossip material. Women find it agreeable to be insulted. Their only provender. Bought from debtor's prison for 30,000. 7 years on the estate with a document against him in somebody else's name. Bored now in a city of functionaries and seminarians. Hopes in anatomy. Was a sharper among poets and capitalists. You seem terribly strange to me. Something in you, especially now. Raskolnikov is very afraid of the man. He seems to know something. Dunya must be protected. Razumikin notes the face for 1,000. Raskolnikov wonders if he is mad and only saw a ghost. Where Raskolnikov still needs permission and Napoleon, Svidrigailov needs only inclination and climate. He laughs when loathed. He discusses whipping German women on trains as a humane point progressivist will not face. Petersburg newly visible after 8 years. Hopes in anatomy. Boredom is his crystal palace. Nothing occupies him, especially now. And Dunya is the project that interrupts boredom. He does not faint. He bargains, jokes, and waits. He asks if Raskolnikov has talked with anyone for several days, and declares himself not particularly interested in anyone's opinion, hence free to be a vulgar fellow when the attire suits the climate. Connections he will not use. Dussets in progress can do without him. The peasant reform left his forests and meadows untouched. Boredom walking 3 days without telling anyone. Marfa Petrovna coming after give rest with thy saints, after food, after the cigar in the study. What with all this fuss, Arkady Ivanovitch, you've forgotten to wind the clock in the dining room. 7 years of winding, 7 years of reminder. The ghost's first speech is household trivia, which is exactly what makes him angry. At the station house at dawn, coffee, sleepy eyes. She sits with a deck of cards. Shall I tell your fortune for the road? He runs. They ring the bell. After a rotten cookshop meal, she appears in a new green silk gown with a long train. Aniska, the village dressmaker, who went to Moscow for lessons, a pretty wench. How do you like my gown? He teases that he is getting married. She answers that it does him little credit after bearing a wife, and that it will not be right for her or for him. Good people will laugh. Rustle of the train. Or maybe it's all lies. I rarely lie. And before this, 6 years ago, Filka the household serf, just buried. Filka is standing in the doorway in a caftan with holes, winking slyly. I didn't tell you, sir, but I did it. You didn't catch me then. Eternity as a bathhouse with spiders in the corners. That is Svidrigailov's immortality, not New Jerusalem. This is the very man. The claim the brother refuses with passion. You never said that. They stare wide-eyed. He also names Dunya's future money, 10,000 for her. Not as apology, but as the only language that might open a yard. Raskolnikov will not be the broker. A man who sees ghosts of clocks and gowns and serfs, and still wants the living sister. Feeling sincerely repentant. Not to buy himself off, not to pay for the unpleasantness, but purely to do something profitable. If there were even a millionth part of calculation, he would not have made it so directly, and would not be offering only 10,000 when he offered much more just 5 weeks ago. Besides, in a very short time, he shall marry a certain girl, and all suspicion of attempts against Avdotya Romanovna should thereby be wiped out. In marrying Mr. Luzin, she will only be taking the same money from another hand. I beg you to finish. Unforgivably impudent. Or else man can only do evil and has no right to do even a drop of good because of empty conventional formalities. If I died and left this sum in my will, is it possible that even then she would refuse it? Quite possible. Now, that can't be, sir. Only 10,000 is a wonderful thing on occasion. Tell her. No, I won't. Then I shall be forced to try to obtain a personal meeting. And if I do tell her, you won't try? I would very much like to see her just once. Hopeless. Too bad. However, you don't know me. Perhaps we'll become closer. Where did you see me this morning? By chance, sir. I keep fancying there's something in you that suits my. Don't worry, I'm not a bore. I got along with sharpers, never bored Prince Sverby, wrote about Raphael's Madonna in Madame Prilakov's album, lived 7 years with Marfa Petrovna, spent a night or two in Vyazemsky's house on the Haymarket, and will perhaps fly with Berg in his balloon. Well, very well. May I ask if you will be going on your trip soon? What trip? That voyage. You have no idea what you're asking. Perhaps, instead of the voyage, I'll get married. They're matchmaking me with a fiancé. How have you had time? Tell your dear sister she is mentioned in Marfa Petrovna's will for 3,000. A week before her death, in my presence. In 2 or 3 weeks, she will be able to have the money. You're telling the truth? The truth. I'm staying quite nearby. As he leaves, he runs into Razumikin. Nearly 8 o'clock. They hurry to Bakalev's. Well, who was that? Svidrigilov, the landowner in whose house my sister was offended as a governess. She left on account of his amorous pursuits, turned out by Marfa Petrovna, who afterwards begged forgiveness and now has suddenly died. I don't know why, but I'm very afraid of the man. He came right after the funeral. Very strange, said on something. He seems to know something. Dunya must be protected. We'll protect her. Where does he live? I don't know. Why didn't you ask? I'll find out. Did you see him? Saw him clearly? I'd know him in 1,000. I have a good memory for faces, because I keep imagining it might have been a fantasy. You've all been saying I was mad. Just now I imagine perhaps I really am mad and was only seeing a ghost. Maybe everything that's happened during these days is just my imagination. Razumikin's report. I stopped by. You were asleep, dinner, then Porfiry's Zamyatov still there. I tried to begin. Nothing came of it. I took Porfiry over to the window. He looked away. I looked away. Finally, I brought my fist up to his mug and said I was going to smash him in a familial way. He just stared. I spat and left. Very stupid. Then on the stairs it dawned. What are we fussing about? If there was danger for you, then of course. But you've got nothing to do with it. Spit on them. We'll have the laugh afterwards. I'd even start mystifying them. You're right, of course. What will you say tomorrow? It had never once occurred to him. What will Razumikin think when he finds out? Do you enjoy fighting? No, not really. Marfa Petrovna and I hardly ever fought. Our life was quite harmonious. In 7 years I used the whip only twice, unless one counts a third rather ambiguous occasion. You were thinking I was such a monster, a retrograde, a serf owner? Ha! A few years ago, one of our noblemen was disgraced nationwide for whipping a German woman on a train. And that year, the outrageous act of the age, the Egyptian nights, those dark eyes, golden days of our youth. I feel no deep sympathy for the gentleman. What is there to sympathize with? But one sometimes runs across such provoking German women that I don't think there's a single progressivist who could vouch for himself entirely. At the time, no one looked at the subject from that point. And yet that point is the truly humane one. He laughs. It is clear this is a man firmly set on something, who keeps his own counsel. You must not have talked with anyone for several days. Almost right. You're no doubt surprised that I'm such a congenial man. No, I'm surprised that you're a much too congenial man. Because I was not offended by the rudeness of your questions. As I was asked, so I answered. There's not much that interests me, especially by God. Especially now, nothing really occupies me. Don't be angry, but you yourself seem terribly strange. Like it or not, there's something in you, and precisely now. Well, I'll stop, don't scowl. I'm really not such a bear as you think. Perhaps you're not a bear at all. It even seems you can be a decent man on occasion. I'm not particularly interested in anyone's opinion, and therefore why not be a vulgar fellow for a while? The attire is so well suited to our climate, and especially if that is also one's natural inclination. I've heard you have many acquaintances, not without connections. What do you need me for, if not for some purpose? It's true I have acquaintances. This is the 3rd day I've been hanging about. I recognize people and seem to be recognized. Decently dressed, not reckoned a poor man. The peasant reform didn't touch us. Forests and water meadows, no loss of income. But I won't go to them. I was sick of it even before. Nihilist twin. Svidrigailev's congenial monstrosity mirrors Raskolnikov's schism without the article, stepping over as habit, not theorem. Quote, the whole question here is, am I a monster or a victim myself? Well, and what if I am a victim? Quote, but you yourself seem terribly strange to me for some reason. Like it or not, there's something in you, and precisely now. Luzin exposed. Bad guys close in, Samovar. They hurry to Bakaleves to arrive before Luzin. All three enter together without greeting. Samovar, Dunya opposite Pyotr Petrovich, Razumikin closer to the fiancé, Raskolnikov next to his sister. Luzin's cambric handkerchief and scent. The thought of leaving coat on to punish the ladies, not dared. Uncertainty demands explanation first. Official tone about railways in Mother Russia. Pulcheria's capital resource. Marfa Petrovna died. Cannot save the evening. Luzin will not speak important points in the presence of others. His most urgent request, that the brother not be present, was refused at Dunya's insistence. There are insults, he says, that cannot be forgotten, a line in all things dangerous to step over. Once stepped over, impossible to go back. Dunya answers that the whole future depends on whether this can be settled today. If he values her at all, the story must end this evening. She will judge impartially. She told Rodion nothing of her intentions when she asked him to come. If they do not make peace, she must choose. He may adore the fiancée and quite dislike someone of her household. Claiming her hand does not oblige him to take incompatible obligations. Drop this touchiness, she says, and be the noble man I considered you. Marfa Petrovna died. Have you heard? Of course. Svidrigailov left in all haste for Petersburg immediately following the funeral, according to the most precise reports. To Petersburg? Here? Lord, but can it be that he will not leave Dunechka alone, even here? Nothing to be particularly worried about unless you yourselves wish to enter into some sort of relations with him. For my part, one am watching, seeking to discover where he is staying. Ah, Pyotr Petrovich, you wouldn't believe how you frightened me. I've seen him only twice, but I found him terrible, terrible. I'm sure he was the cause of the late Marfa Petrovna's death. Concerning that, no conclusion is possible. He perhaps contributed by the moral influence of his offense. He is the most depraved and vice-ridden of all men of his sort. Marfa Petrovna, falling so much in love, redeeming him from his debts 8 years ago, served him in still another respect. Solely as the result of her efforts and sacrifices, a criminal case was snuffed out at the very start, a case having a tinge of brutal and, so to speak, fantastic evildoing, for which he could quite possibly have taken a trip to Siberia. A certain foreign woman named Reslich, a small-time moneylender. Mr. Svidrigailov had long been in some sort of rather close and mysterious relations with this Reslich. She had a distant relative living with her, a niece, a deaf and dumb girl of about 15, or even 14, whom this Reslich hated beyond measure and reproached for every morsel. She even used to beat her brutally. One day the girl was found hanging in the attic. The verdict was suicide. Later there came a report that the child had been cruelly abused by Svidrigailov. True, it was all obscure. The report came from another woman, also a German, a notorious woman and not to be trusted. In the end, essentially, there was no report, thanks to Marfa Petrovna's efforts and money. Everything confined itself to rumor. Nevertheless, this rumor was highly portentous. While there, Avdotya Romanovna, you undoubtedly also heard about a story involving the servant Philip, who died of brutal treatment about 6 years ago, still in the time of serfdom. I heard, on the contrary, that this Philip hanged himself. Just so, but he was driven, or better, inclined toward a violent death by Mr. Svidrigailov's system of constant punishments and persecutions. That I do not know. I only heard some very strange story that this Philip was a sort of hypochondriac, a sort of homemade philosopher. They said he read himself up, and that he most likely hanged himself because of Mr. Svidrigailov's mockery, and not from any beatings. He treated the servants well while I was there, and they even liked him, though they, too, indeed accused him of Philip's death. I see you are somehow suddenly inclined to justify him. He really is a cunning and seductive man when it comes to ladies. Pyotr Petrovich, I beg you, let us stop talking about Mr. Svidrigailov. It makes me weary. What follows is the unpacking of the ship's cabin insult, Razumikin's roar, Pulcheria's tears, Raskolnikov's silence. A wife saved from destitution will look on her husband as benefactor, more solid than love. He wanted a girl who had known trouble so that he would be the son. He found a girl who will not sell the last margin of her soul for furniture and scented hopes. Pulcheria's disheartened appeal to Dmitri Prokofiev as sent by God, Razumikin's unfriendly sidelong glance, Dunya's refusal to break silence first. When he is shown the door, the ring is refused and the stone still sits unread. Going down the stairs, he considers himself offended and unacknowledged in the highest degree. Dunya was simply necessary for him. It was unthinkable for him to renounce her. For several years already he had been having delectable dreams of marriage, but he kept hoarding up money and waited. In deepest secret he entertained rapturous thoughts of a well-behaved and poor girl. She must be poor, very young, very pretty, well-born and educated, very intimidated, who had experienced a great many misfortunes and was utterly cowed before him. A girl who would all her life regard him as her salvation, stand in awe of him, obey him, wonder at him, and at him alone. How many scenes, how many delectable episodes he had created in imagination on this playful and seductive theme as he rested quietly from his affairs. And now the dream of so many years was almost coming true. The beauty and education of Avdotya Romanovna struck him. Her helpless position aroused him in the extreme. Here was something even a bit more than he had dreamed of. Here was a proud, unusual, virtuous girl, superior to him in education and upbringing, that he could feel, and such a being would be slavishly grateful to him all her life for his great deed, and would reverently efface himself before him. And he would rule boundlessly and absolutely. Shortly before then, he had decided finally to change his career and enter a wider sphere, to move little by little into higher society. He knew that here women could be quite beneficial. The charm of a lovely, virtuous, and educated woman could do wonders to smooth his path, attract certain people, create an aura, and now it had all collapsed. This present, ugly breakup affected him like a bolt of lightning. He had only shown his mettle a tiny bit. He had not even had time to speak himself out. He was merely joking, got carried away, and it ended so seriously. Finally, he had even come to love Dunya in his own way. He was already her master in his dreams. And suddenly, tomorrow at the latest, all this must be restored, healed, set right. And above all, this presumptuous brat, this youngster who was the cause of it all, must be destroyed. With a painful feeling, he also, somehow involuntarily, remembered Razumikin. However, he soon set himself at ease in that regard. This is the last person who could be held up to him. Indeed, if there was anyone he was seriously afraid of, it was Svidrigailov. No, it's my fault most of all. Dunechka embracing and kissing her mother. I was tempted by his money, but I swear, brother, I never imagined he could be such an unworthy man. If I had seen through him sooner, I would never have been tempted. Don't blame me, brother. God has delivered us. God has delivered us. They were all rejoicing. In 5 minutes they were even laughing. Only Dunechka occasionally became pale and knitted her brows. Pulcheria Alexandrovna would never have imagined that she, too, could be so glad. Even that morning of breakup with Luzin had seemed to her a terrible disaster. Razumikin was in ecstasy, trembling all over as in a fever, as if a 200-pound weight had fallen off his heart. Now he had the right to give his whole life to them, to serve them. And who knew what then? Only Raskolnikov went on sitting in the same place, almost sullen, even distracted. He who had insisted most on Luzin's removal now seemed to be the least interested in what had happened. So what did Svidrigailov say? He insists on making you a gift of 10,000 rubles, and at the same time says he wishes to see you once more in my presence. To see her, not for anything in the world. And how dare he offer her money? First I said I wouldn't tell you anything. Then he said he would use every means possible to seek a meeting himself. He insisted that his passion for you was a whim, and that he now feels nothing for you. He does not want you to marry Luzin. Generally, he was not very consistent. He offers 10,000, while saying he's not rich. He announces that he wants to go away somewhere, and 10 minutes later forgets that he mentioned it. Suddenly, he also says he wants to get married, and that a match has already been made for him. Of course, I refuse this money on your behalf, once and for all. Generally, he seemed very strange to me, and even as if he showed signs of madness. He's contemplating something horrible. We'll keep an eye on him. I'll stay on his trail. Rodia gave me his permission. He told me himself today, protect my sister. And do I have your permission, Avdotya Romanovna? Dunya smiled and gave him her hand, but the worry would not leave her face. Lord, rest her soul. Where would we be now, Dunya, without those 3,000 rubles? Lord, just as though they fell from heaven. This morning we had all of 3 rubles to our name, and we're thinking of quickly pawning the watch somewhere, if only so as not to take anything from that man until he thought of it himself. Quote, I trust the trip went well. Quote, there is a line in all things that it is dangerous to step over, for once one steps over, it is impossible to go back. Lazarus. Midpoint/Dark Night, theological. He goes straight to the greenhouse on the canal, Capernama's narrow dark stair, gallery door. Sonia's room, big, extremely low-ceilinged, irregular, barn-like, acute angle lost in weak light. Bed, rush-bottomed chairs, plain chest of drawers. Yellowish wallpaper blackened in damp corners. No curtains. She stands as before a judge. He sits examining unceremoniously. I'll come for the last time. May never see you again. I came to say one word. Thin, transparent hand like a dead person's. Capernama's tongue-tied and kind. Father's story of 6 o'clock and Katerina kneeling at the bed. Sonia's insatiable compassion for Katerina. Just like a child, wants justice, pure. Even if you tortured her, she wouldn't act unjustly. Flares until he smirks that one understands why she lives as she does, and she heaves. Don't you pity her? Then the book, the 11th chapter of John. She reads through trembling, shame, iron ring of triumph. Yeah, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, as if confessing for all to hear. For days emphasized, Lazarus, come forth, loudly, rapturously, as if seeing it. That's all about the raising of Lazarus. Candle end in the bent candlestick. Murderer and harlot strangely come together over the reading of the eternal book. He rises with wild resolution. I left my family today. I have only you now. We're cursed together, so let's go together. You too have stepped over, destroyed a life, your own. Smash what needs to be smashed, once and for all, and take the suffering upon ourselves. Freedom and power, but above all, power. Over all trembling creatures, over the whole ant heap. If I come tomorrow, I'll tell you who killed Lizaveta. I chose you long ago. He goes. She looks at him as at a madman and feels herself insane. Later, the tradesman's word from under the ground, murderer, will drive him toward Porphyry's office, still carrying Lazarus in his ears. He has asked why she does not do like Lizaveta, take in sewing, live on bread. She defends the family with a child's theology. God will not allow Polechka to go the same way. God does everything. He smirks at Providence as he smirked at percentages. She wrings her hands. I was not bowing to you. I was bowing to all human suffering. I told one offender today that he wasn't worth your little finger and that I did my sister an honor by sitting her next to you. Ah, how could you say that to them? And she was there to sit with me. An honor. But I'm dishonorable. I'm a great, great sinner. I said it of you not for your dishonor and sin, but for your great suffering. But that you are a great sinner is true. And most of all you are a sinner because you destroyed yourself and betrayed yourself in vain. Isn't that a horror? Isn't it a horror that you live in this filth which you hate so much, and at the same time know yourself that you're not helping anyone by it, and not saving anyone from anything? How such shame and baseness can be combined in you beside other opposite and holy feelings. It would be more, just 1,000 times more just and reasonable, to jump headfirst into the water and end it at once. And what would become of them? He reads everything in that one glance. So she really had already thought of it herself, perhaps many times in despair. He understands fully what these poor little orphaned children meant to her, and this pitiful, half-crazed Katerina Ivanovna, with her consumption, and her beating her head against the wall. 3 ways are open to her: to throw herself into the canal, to go to the madhouse, or to throw herself into a depravity that stupefies reason and petrifies the heart. This last thought is the most loathsome of all to him. But he is already a skeptic. He is young, abstract, and consequently cruel. Then where is the book? The New Testament, Russian translation, Lizaveta's, bound in leather. Read me about Lazarus. She finds the 11th chapter of John as if she had known he would ask. Her voice breaks. She is ashamed to tremble in front of him. Then an iron ring as she confesses Christ for all to hear. Yeah, Lord, I believe. Martha's 4 days and the stink are read with terrible emphasis. Jesus wept. Take ye away the stone. Lazarus, come forth, loudly, rapturously, as if seeing it with her own eyes. That's all about the raising of Lazarus. 5 minutes of silence. He kisses her foot. She starts. I did not bow to you. I bowed to all human suffering. Power over the ant heap, and take the suffering upon ourselves, leave his mouth as one program. I chose you long ago, when your father spoke, when Lizaveta still lived. Capernaumov's stammering children come to her room. She thought she saw her father on the street at 10 o'clock. I'd be scared in your room at night. He says, the landlords are very nice. The adjoining door is already the wall through which Svidrigaila will listen. He leaves her with the promise of Lizaveta's name. She stands as if mad. The tradesman from under the ground, murderer, a word without evidence that is nonetheless the true name. Lazarus, the eternal book's raising of the 4 days dead, read by Sonia as confession and triumph, is the counter-article to permission for blood. Quote, Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. Quote, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth. Quote, smash what needs to be smashed once and for all, and that's it, and take the suffering upon ourselves. Suffering in the second hunt. Bad guys close in, free art. He comes to Porphyry's office with a paper about the watch, vowing silence, cold insolence, mastery of frayed nerves, and within 2 glances insecurity bushes to monstrous proportions. Yellow institutional wood, oilcloth sofa, closed door in the partition, Porphyry closing the entrance so they are alone, both hands offered then embarrassment as if caught in something solitary. Too cool. Government apartment, a fine thing, repeated into portent. If the ghost knew everything, would they let him wait until 11 among pettily occupied faces? He could have gone 4 ways at once. Indignation at his own trembling stops the trembling. He enters cold. Raskolnikov's mocking challenge about legal technique. Lull then stunned with the fatal question, meets Porphyry's purple laughing fit that will not stop while the visitor stares hatefully. Cap taken, put down, hemorrhoids, and skipping rope privy counselors. Interrogations that throw off the interrogator. Form is nonsense. The investigator's business a free art. If I suspect a man, why lock him too soon and lend moral support? Let him walk. Keep him under eternal suspicion and fear. Human nature will produce something like 2 times 2. Have you ever seen a moth near a candle? Well, so he'll keep circling around me, as around a candle. Freedom will no longer be dear to him. He'll fall to thinking, get entangled, tangle himself all up as in a net, worry himself to death. What's more, he himself will prepare some sort of mathematical trick for me, something like 2 times 2, if I merely allow him a slightly longer intermission. And he'll keep on making circles, narrowing the radius more and more, and, whop, he'll fly right into my mouth, and I'll swallow him, sir. And that will be most agreeable. A good lesson. This isn't even like cat and mouse anymore. There's some other goal here. You have no proofs, and that man yesterday doesn't exist. You simply want to throw me off, irritate me beforehand. And when I'm irritated, whop me. Only it's all lies. You won't pull it off. But why let me know so much? Are we counting on bad nerves? He braces himself. At times he wants to hurl himself at Porphyry and strangle him on the spot. Lips dry, heart pounding, foam caked on his lips, still determined to be silent until the time comes. The best tactic because he would not give anything away and might exasperate the enemy into giving something away himself. You keep thinking I'm just coming out with harmless jokes, and of course you're right. Even my figure has been so arranged by God himself that it evokes only comic thoughts in others. A buffoon, sir, but you, my dear Rodion Romanovich, you'll excuse an old man. You are still young, in your first youth, and therefore you place the most value on human intelligence. A playful sharpness of wit and the abstract arguments of reason are what seduce you, which is exactly like the former Austrian Hofkriegsrat. On paper they had Napoleon crushed and taken prisoner, all worked out in the cleverest manner in their study, and then, lo and behold, General Max surrenders with his entire army. A civilian picking little examples from military history. A weakness, I can't help it. I love the military profession. I've decidedly missed my career. I might not have become a Napoleon, perhaps, but I'd be a major at least. Reality and human nature, sir, are very important things, and oh how they sometimes bring down the most perspicacious calculations. Listen to an old man. The barely 35-year-old Porphyry, indeed, seems to grow old all at once. Voice changed, all hunched over. Am I a sincere man? I'd say I'm completely sincere. I'm telling you all this gratis, and ask no reward. Wit is a splendid thing, an adornment of nature and a consolation of life. And what tricks it can perform, so that some poor little investigator is hard put to figure them out, because he, too, gets carried away by his own fantasy, because he, too, is a man. But it's human nature that helps the poor investigator out. That is what doesn't occur to the young people, carried away by their own wit, stepping over all obstacles. Suppose he lies, this incognito, and lies splendidly in the most cunning way. Here, it seems, is a triumph. Go and enjoy the fruits of your wit. But then, whop, he faints in the most interesting, the most scandalous place. Suppose he's ill, and the room also happens to be stuffy. But even so, it makes one think. He lied incomparably, but he failed to reckon on his nature. There's the perfidy. Another time, carried away by the playfulness of his wit, he starts making a fool of a man who suspects him, and turns pale as if on purpose, as if in play. But he turns pale too naturally. It's too much like the truth. He might hoodwink him to begin with, but overnight the man will reconsider, if he's nobody's fool. And so it is at every step. And that's not all. He himself starts running ahead, poking his nose where no one has asked him, starting conversations about things of which he ought to keep silent, slipping in various allegories. He'll come himself and start asking why he wasn't arrested long ago. And it can happen with the wittiest man, a psychologist, and a writer. Human nature is a mirror, sir, the clearest mirror. Look and admire. There you have it. Why are you so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is there not enough air? Shall I open the window? Oh, don't bother, please. And he suddenly bursts out laughing. Porphyry waits, then bursts out laughing himself. Raskolnikov rises, putting an abrupt stop to completely hysterical laughter. Porphyry Petrovitch, at last I see clearly that you do definitely suspect me of murdering that old woman and her sister Lizaveta. For my own part, one declare that I have long been sick of it all. If you believe you have the right to prosecute me legally, then prosecute me, or to arrest me, then arrest me. But to torment me and laugh in my face, that I will not allow. Lips tremble, eyes light up with fury. I will not allow it, sir. Banging his fist on the table with all his might. Ah, Lord, what's this now? My heart and soul. Not so loud, my dear. People will hear you. They'll come running. And what shall we tell them? I will not allow it. I will not allow it. Suddenly, also in a complete whisper, Porphyry runs to open the window, to let in some air. And do drink some water, my dear. This is a fit. A carafe in the corner. Drink, my dear. The alarm and sympathy themselves so natural that Raskolnikov falls silent and stares with wild curiosity. Then noise behind the door. We brought the prisoner Nikolai. Why did you bring him ahead of time? And a pale young man with bowl-cut hair and deathly determination falls to his knees. I'm guilty. The sin is mine. I am the murderer. The silence lasts about 10 seconds. Even the guard recoils. Who did you kill? Alyona Ivanovna and her sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna. I killed them with an axe. My mind was darkened. Why are you rushing ahead with your darkening? I haven't asked you yet whether your mind was darkened or not. What did you kill them with? An axe. I had it ready. Alone? Alone. And Mitka's not guilty. Don't rush with Mitka. And how is it you went running down the stairs then? The caretakers met both of you, didn't they? That was to throw you off. That's why I ran then, with Mitka, as if he had prepared the answer beforehand. So there it is. He's not using his own words. For a moment, he forgets Raskolnikov, then dashes to show him out. You didn't expect this? Your hand is shaking. You're shaking, too. So you're not going to show me your little surprise? He says it, and his teeth are still chattering. What an ironical man you are. As God wills, sir. Among the crowd in the waiting room, the two caretakers from that house, the ones he incited to go to the police that night, standing and waiting. On the stairs, Porfiry hurries after, all out of breath. One little word. Concerning everything else, it's as God wills, but all the same we'll have to ask you a thing or two formally. So we'll be seeing each other right enough. And you must forgive me. I lost my temper. Never mind, sir. I have a venomous character, I confess. And finally get to know each other? And finally get to know each other. Narrowing his eyes, looking rather seriously. So, now you're off to the name day party? To the funeral, sir. Ah, yes, the funeral. Your health. Do look after your health. And I really don't know what to wish you in return. I would wish you greater success, but, you see, your job is so comical. Just take this poor Mikolka, whom you must have tortured and tormented psychologically until he confessed. You are the murderer. You are the murderer. And now that he's confessed, you're going to pick him apart bone by bone. You're lying. You're not the murderer. You couldn't have been. You're not using your own words. So you notice I just told Nikolai that? How could I not? Sharp-witted, sir. You notice everything. Truly a playful mind. And you do touch the most comical string. They say it's Gogol, among writers, who had this trait in the highest degree. Yes, Gogol. Till we have the pleasure again. Home on the sofa, a quarter of an hour, simply resting. He does not even venture to reason about Nikolai. He feels defeated, that in Nikolai's confession there is something inexplicable, astonishing, which at the moment he is totally unable to understand. But Nikolai's confession is an actual fact. The consequences become clear at once. The lie could not but be revealed, and then they would set to work on him again. But at least he is free until then. Recalling the whole recent scene, he cannot help shuddering with horror again. A little more, and he might have given himself away completely and factually now. Knowing the morbidity of his character, having correctly grasped and penetrated it at first sight, Porfiry had acted almost unerringly, albeit too resolutely. There was no question that Raskolnikov had managed to compromise himself far too much today, but still it had not gone as far as facts. It was all still relative. What precisely had Porfiry been driving at? Did he really have anything prepared? How precisely would they have parted, had it not been for the unexpected catastrophe through Nikolai? Porfiry had shown almost the whole of his game. He was taking a risk, of course, but he had shown it. And if he really had something more, he would have shown that, too. What was this surprise? A mockery? Could it have concealed anything resembling a fact? That man yesterday? Where'd he drop to? Because if Porfiry had anything positive, it must certainly be connected with that man yesterday. Head hanging down, elbows on knees, face buried in hands. A nervous trembling still shakes his whole body. Finally, he gets up, takes his cap, thinks, makes for the door. He somehow has a presentiment that for today, at least, he could almost certainly consider himself safe. Suddenly his heart feels almost joyful. He wants to hasten to Katerina Ivanovna's. Free art of investigation. Porfiry's method. Suspicion without premature arrest. Nature as mirror. Names police theology against the article's permission. Quote, "Why are you so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is there not enough air? Shall I open the window?" Quote, "I am guilty. The sin is mine. I am the murderer." Quote, "To torment me and laugh in my face, that I will not allow." Part 5. All is lost. The black serpent of stung vanity. 100-ruble bill folded 8 times. Sonia's fiery eyes and the cypress cross refused. Katerina's basin in the street. The nag, overdriven. Svidrigailov just the other side of the wall. Mikolka's knees still float as reprieve. He will tell her who killed Lizaveta before the night is out. Scandal at the memorial. The morning after Dunya's refusal, the black serpent of stung vanity sucks all night at Luzin's heart. He studies his white and noble aspect in the mirror, takes brief comfort that another bride might be found, perhaps a cut above, then spits aside and earns Lebeziatnikov's silent, sarcastic smile. Nuisance follows nuisance. Senate trouble. The German craftsman who will not break the marriage apartment contract. Furniture deposits unreturned. I'm not going to get married just for the sake of the furniture. Flashes into a desperate hope that nothing is irrevocable. Then into the calculation he missed. He should have given them 1,500 for trousseau and knickknacks from Knops, so that conscience would prick them if they chased a generous man out. He names himself a fool and returns twice as angry. Mrs. Lipwechsel bustling the memorial table draws his curiosity. Nearly all tenants invited. Lebeziatnikov, despite past quarrel. Pyotr Petrovitch expected as perhaps the most important guest. Amalia Ivanovna dressed in new silk mourning. And Raskolnikov among the invited. The idea forms. Lebeziatnikov himself, thin-blooded, scrofulous, tow-head, mutton chop, side whiskers as pride, eyes almost constantly ailing. Is the provincial's Petersburg insurance policy against exposure? Luzin despised him from the first day, and yet was wary. In the provinces he had heard of progressivists, nihilists, exposers, and exaggerated them to absurdity. 2 patrons had been cruelly exposed. He came to Petersburg to curry favor with our young generations. Fourier and Darwin poured over him. He listened for power, not truth. Andrei Semyonovitch, of that numerous legion who latch onto the fashionable idea only to vulgarize it in a caricature, begins to smell that his former guardian is hoodwinking him. Their mutual irritation is the farce's overture. Utilitarianism lodging with half-taught progress, each using the other as mirror and shield. The memorial meal itself is Katerina Ivanovna's last theater of nobility. She has spent Raskolnikov's funeral money on a grandeur the room cannot hold. Champagne, invited strangers, Amelia's bustle, the visiting ladies who will not sit near that girl. Sonia in something brown and darkish, Raskolnikov watching her. The room filling with drinkers who barely know the deceased. Katerina's mounting irritation. Amelia's German-Russian anecdotes about a father who put hands in pockets and made poof. Poof, which comes out in the telling as picking people's pockets. Barn owl, kitchen maid, no fader at all. Certificate of merit handed among the drunken. French teacher man got. The institute she will open in tea. Sonia kissed twice and flushed while Katerina bursts into tears and calls for tea. The farce is already tragedy wearing comedy's coat. Consumption staging aristocracy before tenants who came for free wine. Before the meal, he summons Sonia to the closet. Pancakes, memorial meal, in spite of your, and stages generosity as trap. 10 rubles in his own name for the orphans. The 100 folded 8 times already waiting in the left hand's future. Raskolnikov must be struck through Sonia. Dunya must see what company her brother keeps. Raskolnikov sits among them already knowing blood. The closet interview with Sonia is the benefactor's last rehearsal. Gray and iridescent bills flashing on the table, gold lorgnette, massive ring with a yellow stone. She looks away from other people's money as from indecency. He has spoken with Katerina. Unnatural condition, simply sick, and from humaneness and commiseration would like to be of some use. The entire destitute family, depending on Sonia alone. She stands. What about the pension you promised her? By no means, miss. Even an absurdity. Temporary assistance for a widow of an official who died in service, provided one has connections. The deceased had not served out his term. She's already thinking about a pension. A perky lady. Benefit subscription, lottery, relatives, or outsiders. Come at 7. Andrei Semyonovitch will take part. One circumstance beforehand. To give money into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands is dangerous. Then the 10 rubles in his own name, pancakes, memorial meal, in spite of your. The 100 folded 8 times is already in the left hand's future. Sonia's meek yesing. Yes, sir. More simply and clear, 6, sir, is the voice of a person who has always thought disaster could be avoided by prudence. The disillusionment at the memorial will be too much. Whoever wanted it could offend her almost with impunity, and even that last hope of meekness dies when the paper unfolds from her pocket. Katerina's Institute in T. Schoolmaster's venerable man God who taught her French and will come on suitable terms. Sonia as assistant of meekness, patience, self-denial, nobility, education. A snort at the other end of the table. She raises her voice, pats the cheek, kisses twice. Sonia flushes. Katerina bursts into tears. Nervous fool. Too upset. Serve tea. Amalia, excluded from the conversation, risks an observation about the girl's clean linen, dye wash, and is called barn owl. Certificate of merit handed among drinkers. A thrown glass will miss Luzin and hit Amalia. The supply man will crash under the table. The table itself cannot hold Katerina's grandeur. Dishes crowded as if for a wedding, not a funeral. Invited strangers who came for free wine. The visiting ladies who will not sit near that girl. Sonia in something brown and darkish. Raskolnikov watching her. Amelia's German-Russian anecdotes about a father who put hands in pockets and made poof. Poof, which comes out, in the telling, as picking people's pockets. Barn owl, kitchen maid, no fader at all. Certificate of merit handed among the drunken. French teacher man got. The institute she will open in tea. Sonia kissed twice and flushed while Katerina bursts into tears and calls for tea. The farce is already tragedy wearing comedy's coat. Consumption staging aristocracy before tenants who came for free wine. When Katerina later cries that Sonia got a yellow pass because the children were perishing, that she would strip her last dress and go barefoot, that none of them is worth her little finger, Luzin is moved to imposing pity. This fact does not concern you, madam. I am prepared to forgive. Let shame serve as a lesson. Then how vile from the doorway. The dishes, rum, Madeira, coffee. Not having even a crust of daily food for tomorrow, nor shoes, nor anything. Today she buys Jamaica rum. Tomorrow it will all fall on Sonia again, to the last piece of bread. Luzin's humaneness is a trap laid with pancakes and a 10-ruble bill carefully unfolded. The 100 folded 8 times already waiting in the left hand. Sonia's meek yesing. Yes, sir. More simply and clear, 6, sir, is the voice of a person who has always thought disaster could be avoided by prudence. The disillusionment at the memorial will be too much. Whoever wanted it could offend her almost with impunity. Amalia, excluded from the conversation, risks an observation about the girl's clean linen, dye wash, and is called barn owl. The supply man shouts more loudly than anyone when he is not understood at all, snatches a glass. The glass flies straight at Amalia. She shrieks. He loses his balance as he swings and goes crashing under the table. Katerina will not rest. The memorial meal is already the street's next madness wearing a silk morning dress. Lebeziatnikov's commune and the woman question. Bundles of bills on the table. The young friend pacing with pretended contempt. Luzin clicking an abacus and breathing mockery between beads. Favorite theme of a new special commune interrupted. What is this memorial meal the widow is arranging? The destitute fool, dumping all the money from that other fool Raskolnikov on wines and guests. You were invited too? I don't remember. I won't go. I talked about a year's salary in a lump sum. Maybe that's why. You don't intend to go either. Surely not. You thrashed her with your own hands. So much for your convictions. The woman questioned a bit lame. It wasn't like that. She attacked first with her claws, plucked out one whole side of my whiskers. Every human being is allowed to defend his own person. I will not allow violence against me on principle. It amounts to despotism. I only pushed her away. Luzin chuckles and clicks. When Katerina later cries that Sonia got a yellow pass because the children were perishing, that she would strip her last dress and go barefoot, that none of them is worth her little finger, Luzin is moved to imposing pity. This fact does not concern you, madam. I am prepared to forgive. Let shame serve as a lesson. Then how vile from the doorway. Lebeziatnikov's weak-sighted eyes. Slanderer, swindler. I kept listening on purpose. Black serpent of vanity. Luzin's overnight wound. Not love for Dunya, but stung self-regard, seeking a stage on which to plant evidence and recover face. Quote, the black serpent of stung vanity had sucked all night at his heart. Quote, I'm not going to get married just for the sake of the furniture. Confession to Sonia. All is lost/dark night. Theological. Luzin arrives at the memorial like a prosecutor in a pink-striped conscience. He addresses Sofia Semyonovna before the room. A state banknote of 100 rubles disappeared from his table in Lebeziatnikov's room. He had cashed 5% notes, counted out thousands, left hundreds on the table, among them 3 notes for 100. He gave her, in his own name, 10 rubles for the orphaned family, and afterward 100-ruble bill was missing. Sonia, deathly pale, I don't know anything. She offers back the 10. Katerina Ivanovna erupts. Sonia, thief? She'd sooner give you money. Embraces her, snatches the 10, flings it at Luzin. Turn your pockets out. From the right-hand pocket a piece of paper flies and unfolds. A 100-ruble bill, folded 8 times. Amalia screams, thief. Politz. The room freezes on Sonia, as if she were already convicted by geometry. Then Lebeziatnikov's soft heart becomes iron witness. What vileness! He saw it. At the door, as Luzin said goodbye, when she turned away and he shook her hand, the left hand slipped a piece of paper in her pocket on the sly. I saw it. Fool that he was, he thought it philanthropy, a surprise 100 to astonish her, and stopped at the Kobyliatnikovs on the way to tell her. Luzin pales, invents weak-sighted eyes, raving. Raskolnikov's burning glance reduces him. Revenge on the sister through the girl. Social position and accompanying habits as the weapon. The planted note is utilitarianism's axe without courage for blood. Crime as ledger entry. Exposure as farce that nonetheless clears Sonia's name before the murderer will soil it with truth. A state bank note of 100 rubles disappeared from my table. I had cashed 5% notes, counted out 2,300, put the rest in the pocket of my frock coat. About 500 left on the table, among them 3 notes for 100. I gave her, in my own name, 10 rubles for the orphaned family, and afterward 100-ruble bill was missing. Sonia, deathly pale, I don't know anything. She offers back the 10. Katerina Ivanovna erupts. Sonia, a thief? She'd sooner give you money. Embraces her, snatches the 10, flings it at Luzin. Turn your pockets out. From the right-hand pocket a piece of paper flies and unfolds. A 100-ruble bill, folded 8 times. Amalia screams, thief. Politz. The room freezes on Sonia, as if she were already convicted by geometry. What vileness! Lebeziatnikov saw it. At the door, as Luzin said goodbye, when she turned away and he shook her hand, the left hand slipped a piece of paper into her pocket on the sly. I saw it. Fool that he was, he thought it philanthropy, a surprise 100 to astonish her, and stopped at the Kobyliatnikovs on the way to tell her, to give them the general conclusion of the positive method, and especially to recommend an article by Pyderit, and, incidentally, one by Wagner as well. Precisely why on the sly? Could it be simply because you wanted to conceal it from me, knowing that I hold opposite convictions and negate private philanthropy, which cures nothing radically? And so I decided that you were indeed ashamed to give away such a chunk in front of me. And besides, I thought, maybe he wants to give her a surprise. Then I also thought you might want to test her. That is, to see if she'd come and thank you when she found it. Then, that you wanted to avoid her gratitude, and that the right hand, or whatever, shouldn't know. Then another question. Sofia Semyonovna, for all I knew, might lose the money before she noticed it. How could I have all these thoughts and arguments if I hadn't actually seen you put the 100 rubles in her pocket? When Andrei Semyonovich finishes his verbose argument, with such a logical conclusion at the close of the speech, he is terribly tired and sweat is even running down his face. He does not know how to explain himself properly even in Russian. though he knows no other language. He somehow immediately becomes all exhausted, and even seems to have grown thinner after his exploit. Nevertheless, his speech produces an extraordinary effect. He has spoken with such ardor, with such conviction, that everyone seems to believe him. Pyotr Petrovitch feels things are going badly. What do I care if some foolish questions came into your head? That is no proof, sir. You may have raved it all up in a dream. That's all. And I tell you that you are lying, sir. Lying and slandering because of some grudge against me. And, namely, because you're angry at my disagreeing with your free-thinking and godless social proposals. That what, sir? Ah, so you're off on that track now. Call the police, and I'll swear an oath to it. The one thing I can't understand is why he risked such a base act. Oh, you vile, pathetic man. I can explain why he risked such an act. And if need be, I'll swear an oath to it myself. Raskolnikov speaks, finally in a firm voice, stepping forward. Firm and calm. It somehow becomes clear to everyone at a glance that he really knows what it is all about and that the denouement has arrived. It's all perfectly clear to me now. From the very beginning of this scene, I suspected there was some nasty hoax in it. Revenge on the sister through the girl. Social position and accompanying habits as the weapon. Luzin pales, invents weak-sighted eyes, raving. How vile from the doorway. Luzin exits ruined. The supply man, though he is not understood at all, shouts more loudly than anyone. He pushes his way through, but the supply man does not want to let him off so easily, just with abuse. He snatches a glass from the table. The glass flies straight at Amalia Ivanovna. She shrieks, and the supply man, who has lost his balance as he swings, goes crashing under the table. Amalia Ivanovna, when she is hit by the glass, amid the loud laughter, will not forgive the barn owl's last dignity. Tomorrow it will all fall on Sonia again, to the last piece of bread. Today, Jamaica rum, and, I think, even Madeira and coffee. The subscription, in Luzin's personal opinion, ought to be done in such a way that the unfortunate widow does not even know about the money. Sonia does not finish and begins crying. 10 rubles carefully unfolded. She takes it, blushes, jumps up, murmurs something, hastily begins bowing her way out. He solemnly accompanies her to the door. She springs out of the room at last, all agitated and exhausted, and returns in great embarrassment to Katerina Ivanovna. Luzin exits ruined. Katerina will not rest. The memorial collapses into the street's next madness. He goes to her room as promised, to tell who killed Lizaveta. What, has he been found? No, he hasn't. Then how do you know about it? Guess, with his former twisted and powerless smile. A shudder through her whole body. I must be a great friend of his, since I know. This Lizaveta, he didn't want to kill her. He killed her accidentally. He wanted to kill the old woman when she was alone, and he went there, and then Lizaveta came in. Then he killed her too. So you can't guess? As if throwing himself from a bell tower. And no, take a good look. A former, familiar sensation suddenly turns his soul to ice. He looks at her, and suddenly in her face, he seems to see the face of Lizaveta. He vividly recalls the expression of Lizaveta's face as he was approaching her with the axe, and she was backing away from him towards the wall, her hand held out, with a completely childlike fright on her face. Exactly as when little children suddenly begin to be frightened of something, stare fixedly and uneasily at what frightens them, back away, and, holding out a little hand, are preparing to cry. Almost the same thing now happens with Sonia as well. Just as powerlessly, with the same fright, she looks at him for a time. Then suddenly, holding out her left hand, she rests her fingers barely, lightly, on his chest, and slowly begins to get up from the bed, backing farther and farther away from him, while looking at him more and more fixedly. Her terror suddenly communicates itself to him. Exactly the same fright shows on his face as well. He begins looking at her in exactly the same way, and even with almost the same childlike smile. You've guessed. Lord! A terrible cry tears itself from her breast. Powerlessly, she falls onto the bed, face down on the pillows. Then, quickly up again, quickly closer, seizes both his hands, squeezing them tightly with her thin fingers, as in a vice, looking fixedly in his face as though her eyes were glued to him. This last, desperate look wants to seek out and catch hold of at least some last hope. But there is no hope. No doubt remains. It is all so. Even later, afterwards, when she remembers this moment, she finds it both strange and wondrous. Precisely why had she seen at once that there was no longer any doubt? She could not really say, for instance, that she had anticipated anything of the sort. And yet now, as soon as he told her, it suddenly seemed to her that she really had anticipated this very thing. Come, Sonia, enough. Don't torment me. This was not at all the way he had intended to reveal it to her. But thus it came out. As if forgetting herself, she jumps up and, wringing her hands, walks halfway across the room. But she comes back quickly and sits down again beside him, almost touching him, shoulder to shoulder. All at once, as if pierced, she gives a start, cries out, and, not knowing why, throws herself on her knees before him. What have you done to yourself? Jumping up from her knees, throws herself on his neck, embraces him, presses him very, very tightly. You're so strange, Sonia. You embrace me and kiss me when I've just told you about that. You're forgetting yourself. No one in the whole world is unhappier than you are now. As if in a frenzy, not hearing his remark, and suddenly bursts into sobs, as if in hysterics. A feeling long unfamiliar to him floods his soul and softens it all at once. He does not resist. 2 tears roll from his eyes and hang on his lashes. So you won't leave me, Sonia? Looking at her almost with hope. No, never, not anywhere. I'll follow you. I'll go wherever you go. Oh, Lord. Ah, recht me. Why didn't I know you before? Why didn't you come before? Well, so I've come. Now you've come. Oh, what's to be done now? Together. I'll go to hard labor with you. He suddenly seems to flinch. The former hateful and almost arrogant smile forces itself to his lips. But maybe I don't want to go to hard labor, Sonia. After her first passionate and tormenting sympathy, the horrible idea of the murder strikes her again. In the changed tone of his words, she suddenly can hear the murderer. He a murderer? Is it really possible? What is this? Where am I? But you're so... How could you make yourself do it? To rob her, of course. Stop it, Sonia. Wearily, as if with vexation. You were hungry. It was to help your mother? Yes. No, Sonia, no. I wasn't so hungry. I don't want to help my mother, but that's not quite right either. Don't torment me, Sonia. He torments her with Luzin's question restated as metaphysics. If you knew Luzin would destroy them, and the children, and you thrown in Polechka too, who should live, Luzin or Katerina? She will not answer what cannot be. Divine providence is not his arithmetic. The reasons pour out in feverish catechism. Mother and sister, university leave, 1,000-ruble salary too late. Then spite, spider in the kennel, low ceilings cramping soul and mind. Then power to the one who dares. Then I wanted to dare, and I killed. Then not money, not benefactor of mankind. Kill for myself alone. Am I a trembling creature, or do I have the right to kill? She clasps. He killed himself, not the old crone. The devil killed the old crone. Such suffering. From Sonia. What to do? Stand up. Go now, this minute. Stand the crossroads, bow down. First kiss the earth you've defiled, then bow to the whole world on all 4 sides. Say it aloud, I have killed. Then God will send you life again. Accept suffering and redeem yourself by it. He will not go. They expend people by the million and call it virtue. He will fight. Evidence is double-ended. Cypress cross offered. Lizaveta's brass one she will wear. We'll go to suffer together. Not now. Later, when he goes to his suffering. 3 knocks. Lebeziatnikov. Katerina Ivanovna has gone out of her mind. He speaks as if by rote, then in gloomy ecstasy, then in convulsive anguish with palms like pincers on his head. She listens as if her own head were spinning, wrings her hands. Oh, Lord! Nothing, he understands nothing. When he says he will still fight, a haughty smile forces itself to his lips. When she offers the cross, he draws back the hand. Not now, Sonia. Better later. The two sit side by side, sad and crushed, as if washed up alone on a deserted shore after a storm. He feels how much of her love is on him and, strangely, finds it heavy and painful to be loved like that, incomparably more unhappy than before he unloaded the torment. He leaves still refusing, sentenced by her fiery eyes. The cypress cross waits. The wall has ears he does not yet know. A devil was dragging me. I thought it all out in the dark to the last little trace. I was sick of the babble. I wanted to forget and start new, to stop babbling. Do you think I went into it headlong like a fool? I went like a bright boy, and that's what ruined me. If I began questioning whether I have the right to have power, it meant I do not have the right. If I pose the question, is man a louse? It means that for me, man is not a louse. He is a louse for the one who goes straight ahead without questions. If I tormented myself for days, would Napoleon have gone ahead or not? It means I already felt I was not Napoleon. I wanted to kill without casuistry, for myself alone, not to hell my mother. Nonsense. Not to become a benefactor of mankind. Nonsense. Whether I would later be anyone's benefactor or a spider catching everyone in my web should have made no difference. Not money above all. Something else was nudging my arm. I wanted to find out quickly whether I was a louse like all the rest or a man. Whether I would be able to step over. Whether I would dare to reach down and take. Am I a trembling creature, or do I have the right to kill? She clasps. The devil dragged him there, then explained he had no right because he's exactly the same louse. Made a mockery. So he has come to her. Welcome your guest. If I weren't a louse, would I have come to you? When I went to the old woman, I went only to try. And you killed. How'd I kill? Really? Is that any way to kill? Someday, I'll tell you how I went about it. Was it the old crone? I killed myself. Sonia wails such suffering, and names the only remaining medicine. The square, the earth, the words spoken aloud. Can be actually true? How could you give away your last penny and yet kill in order to rob? That money you gave Katerina, was that the same money? No, Sonia, mother's money through a merchant when I was sick the same day Razumikin received it, my own. The suede purse from around her neck, fat, stuffed full. I didn't look inside, must not have had time. Cufflinks and little chains buried under a stone in some unknown courtyard on V. Why prospect the very next morning? It's all still there. Then why say it was for robbery if you didn't take anything? I haven't decided yet whether to take the money or not. Then a brief grin, a stupid thing to come out with. If I'd kill them only because I was hungry, I would now be happy. Was it to you if I've confessed I did a bad thing? This stupid triumph. Was it for this I came? I called you yesterday because you are the only one I have left. Not to steal, not to kill. Only now I understand where I was calling you. I called you that you not leave me. You won't leave me, Sonia? She presses his hand. Why did I reveal it? Now you're waiting for explanations, and you won't understand any of it. You'll wear yourself out suffering because of me. I've come to shift the burden onto another. Can you really love such a scoundrel? But aren't you suffering as well? A wicked heart. I came because I'm wicked. A coward and a scoundrel. We're so different, not a match. Not now. Better later. Crossroads command. Sonia's program. Kiss the earth. Bow to the four sides. Say, I have killed. Name suffering as the only exit the article cannot calculate. Quote, was it the old crone I killed? I killed myself, not the old crone. Whopped myself right then and there forever. And it was the devil who killed the old crone, not me. Quote, go now, this minute, stand the crossroads, bow down, and first kiss the earth you've defiled, then bow to the whole world on all four sides, and say aloud to everyone, I have killed. Then God will send you life again. Quote, accept suffering and redeem yourself by it. That's what you must do. Mikolka/Porphyry's visit. Bad guys close in, street theater. Lebeziatnikov bursts into Sonia's room with the news. She was thrown out, maybe beaten, flew to the general's dinner, insisted the superior be called from the table, chased away. Now she will take the children under the general's window, so they may see how a civil servant's noble children beg. Little knobs on the brain. Paris professors curing madness by logical conviction and showers. Raskolnikov has long stopped listening. Life will be too easy that way. In Paris, serious experiments have already been performed with regard to the possibility of curing mad people by working through logical conviction alone. A professor there, who died recently, a serious scientist, fancied that such treatment should be possible. His basic idea is that there's no specific disorder in a mad person's organism, but that madness is, so to speak, a logical error, an error of judgment, a mistaken view of things. He would gradually prove his patient wrong, and imagine, they say he achieved results. But since he used showers at the same time, the results of the treatment are, of course, subject to doubt. Or so it seems. Raskolnikov nods at his gateway. The courtyard's incessant rapping, scrawny geraniums, laundry. He knows it all by heart and cannot stay. Never before had he felt himself so terribly lonely. Yes, he felt once again that he might indeed come to hate Sonia. And precisely now, when he had made her more miserable. Why had he gone to her to beg for her tears? Why was it so necessary for him to eat up her life? Oh, meanness. I'll stay alone, and she won't come to the jail. After about 5 minutes, he raises his head and smiles strangely. Perhaps hard labor would indeed be better. Then the door opens, and Avdotya Romanovna comes in. She stops first and looks at him from the threshold, as he had done earlier at Sonia's. Then she goes and sits down on a chair facing him, in the same place as yesterday. Don't be angry, brother. I've come only for a moment. Thoughtful, but not stern. Eyes clear and gentle. This one, too, has come to him with love. Brother, I know everything now, everything. Dmitri Prokofiev has explained and told me everything. You are being persecuted and tormented because of a stupid and odious suspicion. Dmitri Prokofiev told me that there isn't any danger and that you needn't take it with such horror. I disagree. I fully understand all the resentment you must feel, and that this indignation may leave its mark forever. That is what I am afraid of. I do not judge and have no right to judge you for abandoning us. And forgive me if I reproach you before. I feel in myself that if I had such a great grief, I, too, would leave everyone. I won't tell Mother about this, but I'll talk about you constantly, and I'll tell her, on your behalf, that you will come very soon. Don't suffer over her. I will set her at ease, but don't make her suffer either. Come at least once. Remember, she's your mother. I've come now only to say that in case you should need me for something, or should need my whole life, or call me, and I'll come. Goodbye. In the street, the farce becomes passion. Katerina beats the children into song. Polechka weeps and obeys. Kolya and Lenya howl in costume. Turban, nightcap with ostrich feather. She teaches Lenya the little farm, the boy to dance, Polina Mikhailovna as well. Tears close into actor hats. Herself carries a basin and bangs for music. Officials murmur this, I know. I've seen it before. A priest is refused. There are no sins on me. God should forgive me anyway. He knows how I've suffered. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. Sonia's room receives the dying woman who has never been there. We've sucked you dry, Sonia. Take them. I've had enough. The ball is over. Songs in delirium. Du hast diamant and und Perlin. Was whilst du mer. The veil of the Gestin with a bullet in the breast. Your Excellency protect the orphans, having known the bread and salt of the late Semyon Zakharik. Then farewell, hapless girl. The nag's been overdriven. Too much strain. Pale yellow face turned up. Mouth open. Legs convulsed. A very deep breath. She dies. Sonia on the corpse. Polechka kissing feet. The little ones howling still in costume. The certificate of merit lies by the pillow. Nobility's paper surviving the body. Lebeziatnikov's little knobs and Parisian logical showers cannot touch this. Raskolnikov at the window has nothing left of Napoleon's arithmetic that can answer a basin used as drum. Svidrigailov draws Raskolnikov into the corner while Lebeziatnikov, delicately, effaces himself. He will take the funeral, place the children in an orphanage, settle 1,500 on each, get Sofia Semyonovna out of the quagmire, tell Avdotya Romanovna that is how he used her 10,000. She wasn't some sort of louse. Was she like some little old moneylender? And if not for my help, Polechka will go there, too. the very phrases Raskolnikov spoke to Sonia. How do you know? Neighbor, sir, Madame Reslich's, just the other side of the wall from Kapernaumov. He has heard the confession through the partition. Memorial services twice a day on his orders. The coffin's still in the room. Philanthropy is the twins' amusement, and has genuine spare money. Both at once, winking. Mikolka's false cross still stands in Porfiry's office. Porfiry's pastoral visit still waits. The twin already owns the secret and will use it as ransom for Dunya. Raskolnikov turns pale and cold hearing his own words in another's mouth. The cupboard's visitor has become the wall's listener. Bonguerre has become possession of the only fact that matters. She dies refusing a priest, handing children to the girl she sucked dry, singing the fiancé's song with a bullet in the breast of a Dagestan veil that is only Petersburg dust. The certificate of merit by the pillow is nobility's paper surviving the body. Permit and grouse. A policeman forcing through. An official of about 50 with an order around his neck. This last fact rather pleases Katerina, silently giving a green 3-ruble bill, genuine compassion. She bows ceremoniously, haughtily thanks him. The orphans of a noble family, aristocratic connections, that runt of a general sitting eating grouse, stamping his foot. Your Excellency, protect the orphans. You knew the late Semyon Zakharik, his own daughter, slandered on the day of his death by the worst of scoundrels. The soldier again. It's prohibited in the streets. Concerning a barrel organ, a permit is required. I bury my husband today. What's this about a permit? Kolya and Lenya, frightened by crowd and policemen, seize hands and run. She rushes after, grotesque and pitiful, weeping, choking, stumbles, falls. She's hurt, she's bleeding, but the blood staining the pavement is not from the stone. Consumption has opened at last in the street that would not grant a permit for a basin used as drum. Sonia's room receives the dying. We've sucked you dry. Take them. The ball is over. Du hast Diamanten und Perlen. The veil of the Dagestan with a bullet in the breast, the nag overdriven. Certificate of merit by the pillow. Svidrigailov in the corner. Funeral, orphanage, 1,500 each. Gets Sophia out of the quagmire. She wasn't some sort of louse, was she like some little old moneylender? And if not for my help, Palechka will go there too. The very phrases. Neighbor, Madame Reslich's, just the other side of the wall. The confession has been overheard. The twin owns the secret as ransom for Dunya. Mikolka's false cross still stands. The cypress still unaccepted. The earth still unkissed. Quote, we've sucked you dry, Sonia. Polya, Lenya, Kolya, come here. Well, Sonia, here they all are. Take them. I've had enough. The ball is over. Quote, farewell, hapless girl. The nag's been overdriven. Too much strain. Quote, how do you know? But I'm staying here, just the other side of the wall, at Madame Reslich's. I'm a neighbor, sir. Part 6. Final. Porfiry's whisper. It was you. America, or the square, a locked room, and Marfa Petrovna's revolver. Rain at the watchtower, mother's blessing without knowing. Haymarket Earth, gunpowder's office. The twin goes to America. The brother still has not kissed the earth. Porfiry's certainty. A strange time settles after Katerina's death. Raskolnikov stuck, as it were, on Svidrigailov, the all-too-clear and alarming awareness of the wall's listener. Meetings near the coffin and the stairs. Memorial services twice a day on the twins' orders. Better some kind of fight, better Porfiry again, than this waiting. The thought of Dunya and his mother for some reason makes him run. Razumikin comes first, noisy with relief and plans. Publishing work, Dunya. Eating means he's not sick, and reproaches the recent behavior with mother and sister. Mother seriously ill since yesterday. She thinks he's going mad. Who will help him if not his mother? We couldn't let her come alone. We kept telling her to calm down all the way to your very door. We came in. You weren't home. Here's where she sat. She sat for 10 minutes, silently, with us standing over her. She got up and said, if he can go out, and is therefore well, and has simply forgotten his mother, then it's indecent and shameful for a mother to stand on his doorstep and beg for affection as for a handout. She went home and came down sick. Now she has a fever. I see, she says, he has time enough for that one of his. She thinks that one is Sofia Semyonovna, your fiancée, or your mistress. I really don't know. I went to Sofia Semyonovna's at once because I wanted to find out everything. Brother, I came and saw a coffin standing there, children crying. Sofia Semyonovna was trying their mourning clothes on them. You weren't there. I looked in, apologized, and left, and reported to Avdotya Romanovna. So it's all nonsense, and there isn't any that one involved. So it must be madness. But here you sit, gobbling boiled beef, as if you hadn't eaten for 3 days. Granted, madmen also eat, but you, though you haven't said a word to me, are not mad. I'll swear to it. Whatever else you are, you're not mad. And so, devil take you all, because there's some mystery here, some secret, and I have no intention of breaking my head over your secrets. I've just come to swear at you, to vent my feelings, and now I know what to do. Look out, you'll go on a binge. How did you know? What else? You've always been a very reasonable man, and you've never, ever been mad. It's true, I'll go on a binge. Goodbye. I was talking about you, Razumikin, 2 days ago, I think, with my sister. About me. Where could you have seen her 2 days ago? She came here, alone, sat down and talked to me. I told her that you're a very good, honest, and hard-working man. I didn't tell her that you loved her, because she knows it herself. Wherever I may go, whatever happens to me, you will remain their providence. I'm handing them over to you. So, to speak, Razumikin, I say this because I know perfectly well how much you love her and am convinced of the purity of your heart. I also know that she can love you as well, and perhaps even already does. Now decide for yourself, as best you can, whether you want to go on a binge or not. Rodka, you see, the devil. And where do you plan on going? Yesterday, a certain person told me that man needs air. I want to go to him now and find out what he meant by that. He's a political conspirator, for sure, and he's about to take some decisive step, for sure. So Avdotya Romanovna comes to see you, and you yourself want to see a man who says we need air, more air, and therefore this letter, too, is something of the same sort. She received a certain letter today. It troubled her very much. Very, even too much. I began talking about you. She asked me to be quiet. Then she said we might be parting very soon, and began thanking me ardently for something. Then she went to her room and locked herself in. Goodbye, Rodion. There was a time, brother. Anyway, goodbye. I won't drink. There's no need now. Forget it. He hurried out, but having left and almost closed the door behind him, he suddenly opened it again. By the way, remember that murder, Porphyry's case, the old woman? The murderer has been found. He confessed and presented all the proofs. Mikolka explained it all. It was one of those workmen, those painters. Remember me defending them here? Would you believe that that whole scene of laughing and fighting on the stairs with his friend, when the others were going up, the caretaker and the 2 witnesses, was set up by him on purpose, precisely as a blind? What cunning, what presence of mind in such a young pup. And what a sucker I was. Tell me, please, where did you learn this, and why does it interest you so much? I learned it from Porphyry, among others, but mainly from Porphyry. And what does he say? He explained it to me perfectly, psychologically, in his own way. Himself. You've got me drunk without wine. Because I'm drunk, Rodka. I'm drunk without wine now. He's a political conspirator. He is for sure. Razumikin decided to himself finally as he slowly went down the stairs. And he's drawn his sister into it. That's very, very likely, given Avdotya Romanovna's character. Good boy, Mikolka, for confessing. And all the earlier things are explained now. That illness of his then, all that strange behavior, even before, still at the university, he was always so gloomy, sullen. But then, what does this letter mean? He remembered and put together everything about Donechka, and his heart sank. He tore from his place and ran. Raskolnikov, as soon as Razumikin left, got up, turned towards the window, bumped into one corner, then into another, as if forgetting how small his kennel was, and sat down again on the sofa. He was altogether renewed, as it were, again the fight. It meant a way out had been found, for everything had become too stifling and confined, too painfully oppressive, overcome by some sort of drugness. Since that very scene with Mikolka at Porphyry's, he had been suffocating in a cramped space, with no way out. After Mikolka, on the same day, there had been the scene at Sonia's. He had handled it and ended it not at all as he might have imagined himself beforehand, which meant he had become weak, instantly and radically, all at once. And he had agreed with Sonia, then. He had agreed in his heart, that he would not be able to live like that, alone, with such a thing on his soul. And Svidrigailov? Svidrigailov's a riddle. Svidrigailov troubles him. It's true, but somehow not from that side. Maybe he'll have to face a struggle with Svidrigailov as well. Svidrigailov may also be a whole way out, but Porphyry's a different matter. So it was Porphyry himself who explained it to Razumikin, explained it psychologically. He's bringing in his cursed psychology again. As if Porphyry could believe even for a moment in Mikolka's guilt, after what had passed between them then, after that face-to-face scene just before Mikolka, of which there could be no correct interpretation except one. Such words had been spoken between them then. Such movements and gestures had been made. Such looks had been exchanged. Certain things had been said in such a tone. It had reached such limits that thereafter it was not for Mikolka, whom Porphyry had figured out by heart from the first word and gesture. It was not for Mikolka to shake the very foundations of his convictions. And now look, even Razumikin has begun to suspect. So that scene in the corridor, by the light, did not go in vain. He went rushing to Porphyry. But why did the man start hoodwinking him like that? What is he aiming at in using Mikolka as a blind with Razumikin? He certainly must have something in mind. True, much time has passed since that morning. Much too much, and not a word or a breath from Porphyry. Well, that of course was worse than. Raskolnikov took his cap and, pensive, started out of the room. For the first day, in all that time he felt himself, at least of sound mind. I must finish with Svidrigailov at all costs, as soon as possible. Too, seems to be waiting for me to come to him. And at that moment such hatred rose up from his weary heart that he might have killed either one of them, Svidrigailov or Porphyry. At least he felt that if not now, then later he would be able to do so. We'll see. But no sooner had he opened the door to the entryway than he suddenly ran into Porphyry himself. He was coming in. Raskolnikov was dumbfounded for a moment. Strangely, he was not very surprised to see Porphyry and was almost not afraid of him. He was merely startled, but he quickly, instantly, readied himself. The denouement, perhaps. But how is it that he came up so softly, like a cat, and I heard nothing? Can he have been eavesdropping? You weren't expecting a visitor, Rodion Romanovich, passing by, 5 minutes, one little cigarette. Sit down. The dregs, the leavings, being scraped out. Mortal fear vanishes when a knife is finally at his throat. Porphyry lights up, coughs about B, in and distended lungs, relative everything. I already came 2 days ago when the door was wide open. Then the face Raskolnikov has never seen on him. Serious, preoccupied, veiled with sadness. Explain myself. Sacred duty. Strange scenes. We are gentlemen first. Mikolka resolved it for us then. Otherwise who knows what would have come to. The cursed little tradesman behind the partition. No arrangements yet. Bowled over. Counting on your character, most of all. Irritable by nature, proud, domineering, impatient. Attachment. No wish to deceive. I made you suffer through a great deal. I am not a monster. I regard you as a most noble man, even with rudiments of magnanimity, though I do not agree with all your convictions. Then the turn without methods. No, my good Rodion Romanik, there's no Mikolka here. Forget Mikolka, pale angel. No, it was you, Rodion Romanik. It was you, sir. There's no one else. 10 minutes of silence. Fingers in hair. Contemptuous you cling to the same methods. What do I care about methods now? We're alone whispering. I didn't come to hunt you like a hare. Whether you confess or not is all the same. I'm convinced without you. To tell everything in order, as it suddenly began then, is hardly necessary. It's even superfluous. First there were rumors. To say what these rumors were, from whom they came, and when, and on what occasion, strictly speaking, the matter got as far as you, is also superfluous. And for me personally, it began by accident, a quite accidental accident, something which in the highest degree might or might not have happened. All these rumors and accidents converged in me, then into a single thought. I confess frankly, for if one is going to confess, it should be everything. I was the first to hit on you then. Take, for instance, all those labels the old woman wrote on the things, and so on and so forth. It's all nonsense, sir. One can count off 100 such things. I also accidentally learned in detail then about the scene in the police office. Also by accident, sir, and not just in passing, but from a special narrator, a capital one, who, without realizing it, handled the scene remarkably. One thing leads to another. One thing leads to another, my dear Rodion Romanik. So, how could I not turn in a certain direction? 100 rabbits will never make a horse. 100 suspicions will never make a proof, as a certain English proverb says, and that's only reasonable. But the passions, sir, try overcoming the passions. For an investigator is also a man, sir. Then I also remembered your little article in that little magazine. You remember, we spoke of it in detail during your first visit. I scoffed then, but that was only to provoke you to further things. I repeat, you're impatient and ill, Rodion Romanik. That you are daring, very presumptuous, serious, and have already felt a great deal. All this I have known for a long time, sir. All these feelings are familiar to me, and I read your little article as a familiar one. It was worked out on sleepless nights and in a frenzy, with a heaving and pounding heart, with suppressed enthusiasm. And it's a dangerous thing in young people, this suppressed, proud enthusiasm. I scoffed a bit then, but now I shall tell you that in general, that is, as an amateur, I'm terribly fond of these first, youthful, ardent tests of the pen. Smoke, mist, a string twanging in the mist. Your article is absurd and fantastic, but there are flashes of such sincerity in it. There is pride in it, youthful and incorruptible. There's the courage of despair. It's a gloomy article, sir, but that's a good thing. I read your little article and laid it aside, and as I laid it aside, I thought, well, for this man it won't end there. Well, tell me now, with such a foregoing, how could I not be carried away by the subsequent? Ah, Lord, but am I really saying anything? Am I affirming anything now? I simply noted it at the time. What's in it? I thought, there's nothing here. I mean, exactly nothing, and perhaps the final degree of nothing. And for me, an investigator, to be carried away like that is even altogether unfitting. Here I got McCulk on my hands, and with facts now. Whatever you say, they're facts. And he, too, comes with his psychology. I must give some attention to him, too, because it's a matter of life and death. Why am I explaining it all to you now? So that you may know and, what with your mind and heart, not accuse me of behaving maliciously that time. It wasn't malicious, sir. I say it sincerely. Ha ha. Are you wondering why I didn't come here for a search then? But I did, sir. I did. Ha ha. I came, sir, while you were lying here sick in your little bed. Not officially and not in person, but I came, sir. Everything was examined here, in your apartment, down to the last. The offer is direct. Come and confess your guilt. He will arrange things there, so the confession comes out mitigating. The crime will appear as some sort of darkening, because, in all conscience, it was a darkening. Don't worry. It will carry you straight to shore and set you on your feet. What shore? How do I know? I only believe that you have much life ahead of you. Suffering is a great thing. Don't look at me. I've grown so fat, but don't run away. Raskolnikov, leaving, warns him not to take it that he has confessed. Only curiosity. He did not confess anything. Certainty has become counsel. Counsel has become the square. The visit's tone, almost pastoral, almost friendly, almost sad, is itself the last form of the hunt. Porphyry has dropped the womanish wink and the painter's ruse and the purple laughing fit. What remains is a fat little man who says he is convinced and who offers suffering as medicine. Raskolnikov's refusal to admit confession is accurate and empty. The hunter no longer needs the admission in the cupboard. He needs the man to walk to the office himself. After Katerina's death, the question is only whether he will choose Sonia's Earth, Svidrigailov's America, or the Neva at dawn. What Porphyry adds to Sonia's crossroads is institutional mercy without gospel language. Arrange things there, darkening, sure, much life ahead. He flatters himself with having partly comprehended the character and heart. He announces disagreement with convictions beforehand, with complete frankness. He even slaps the knee lightly, then veils the face with sadness. The 10 minutes of silence after you killed them are waiting without a wink, without painters. Raskolnikov's contemptuous method jab is the last defense of a man who still thinks the duel is psychological sport. Porphyry's "what do I care about" methods now retires the sport. Between Mikolka, the pale angel, and the hare not hunted, the false confession is named as blind and discarded. Between Gentlemen First and Don't Run Away, the third visit completes the arc begun when Lazarus was asked over tea and free art was preached in the Yellow Office. Fog around him, hopeless heavy solitude, consciousness dim, times and periods of events confused, something taken as consequence of an event that existed only in imagination. Morbid anxiety turning into panic fear, then hours of apathy resembling dying people. He tries to flee a clear understanding. Essential facts that call for immediate explanation burden him. To forget them would threaten complete ruin. Stuck on Svidrigailov since the words in Sonia's apartment at Katerina's death. Finding himself in a wretched tavern, scarcely recalling how he ended up there, then the alarming awareness that he must make arrangements with this man. Beyond the city gates, fancying they had agreed to meet. Waking before dawn on the ground in the bushes, almost without understanding how he had strayed there. Meetings at Sonia's, brief phrases, never the capital point. Coffins still in the room. Orphans placed with capital easier than poor ones. Then Razumikin's noisy visit and Mikolka gossip. Then Porphyry passing by, 5 minutes, one little cigarette. I came 2 days ago, door wide open, didn't even tell the maid. Explain myself. We are gentlemen first. Last time nerves humming, knees trembling, not in gentlemanly fashion. Mikolka resolved it. Cursed little tradesman behind the partition. I hadn't sent for anyone, hadn't made arrangements. Bowled over. I'd barely sent for the caretakers. A thought raced like lightning. Though I may let one slip, I'll catch another by the tail. What's mine I won't let slip. Irritable by nature, I flatter myself I have partly comprehended the character and heart. I wanted at least some little trace, the tiniest, a real thing, not just this psychology. I was counting on your character most of all. Then, no Mikolka here. It was you. 10 minutes of silence. The third visit is the hunter retiring psychology for a trace he no longer needs, because conviction has become pastoral. Raskolnikov's "I did not confess anything" is legally true and spiritually empty. The shore has been named. Remaining is whether he will walk. He does not want to be considered a monster. He is not a monster. He regards Raskolnikov as a most noble man, even with rudiments of magnanimity, though he disagrees with all the convictions. Come and confess. He will arrange things so the confession comes as mitigating. The crime will appear as some sort of darkening, because, in all conscience, it was a darkening. Don't worry. It will carry you straight to shore and set you on your feet. What shore? How do I know? I only believe that you have much life ahead of you. Suffering is a great thing. Don't look at me, I've grown so fat, but don't run away. Whether you confess or not is all the same. I'm convinced without you. I didn't come to hunt you like a hare. Forget Mikolka, pale angel. The pastoral is the free art's last form. No wink, no painters, only a fat little man offering the square in police language. Raskolnikov, leaving, warns him not to take it that he has confessed. Only curiosity. The warning is the last dodge of a man who has already been named. Pastoral certainty. Porphyry's third visit drops tricks for frankness. I know, confess, suffer. The police novel kneeling beside Sonia's theology. Quote, "No, it was you, Rodion Romanik. It was you, sir. There's no one else." Quote, "Whether you confess or not, it's all the same to me right now. I'm convinced in myself, even without you." Quote, "Suffering, Rodion Romanik, is a great thing. Don't look at me, I've grown so fat, but don't run away, Rodion Romanik. Svidrigailov and Dunya. The Twins' Tavern. The twin moves while the brother still argues with Shore and suffering. After Porfiry's certainty, Raskolnikov hurries to Svidrigailov. What hope from him? Would the twin go to Porfiry? No. Yet he hurries, stuck on the man who found out his secret, and once had designs on Dunya, and may still. Sonia is terrible for him now. An implacable sentence. Better try Svidrigailov. In a tavern he sees him at a tea table with champagne, observing silently, about to slip away as at their first meeting when Raskolnikov was asleep. A mischievous smile widens. Loud laughter. A girl drinks 20 sips, takes money, kisses the hand Svidrigailov quite seriously allows to be kissed. The twin seems at home in Petersburg's locked rooms after not even a week. What follows is nihilism as after-dinner confession. Marfa Petrovna bought him from debtor's prison. The contract, never leave, cast an eye on serving girls only with her secret consent, confide great passions to her. She a fiery, susceptible woman who wanted what she could not understand. Parasha the dark-eyed serving girl and the passion for propaganda in some girls. Knives and poison as girl suggestions. The meanest of little clerks procured. All designs on Dunya, of course. Now he is a bride, settled. A schoolgirl taken from school, far from stupid, parents hungry for the money. He will show the bride, only not now. Ghost of Marfa in the water in winter. Do you hear? Eavesdropping confirmed as neighborly fact. You must agree that to hear such a confession in private from a murderer and a harlot over the eternal book is interesting. The can-can with a 13-year-old in a lovely dress, embarrassed, blushing, offended, Svidrigailov's amusement as the epics wrought. Between champagne and bride, the twin offers America as exit for the brother. Enjoy yourself, then leave quickly for America somewhere, or shoot yourself. Raskolnikov walks toward the Haymarket. If he had looked behind him, he would have seen the twin turning the same way. Dunya has received a letter. Svidrigailov intercepts her with the brother's secret entirely in his hands. Champagne, then Marfa, then America or the revolver. Porfiry offered Shore. Svidrigailov offers America or the revolver. Sonia offered the crossroads. Raskolnikov hears all three and still has not kissed the earth. The champagne girl kissing the hand is Petersburg in miniature. Money, mouth, permission, while the schoolgirl bride waits as the next soft prison. Ghost Marfa in winter water will rhyme with the drowned girl of the hotel dreams still to come. The can-can child's blush is the epic's entertainment named without apology. Raskolnikov's hurry to the twin after Porfiry's certainty is a man seeking a different listener than the hunter or the harlot, and finding only the mirror that laughs. The tavern, dirty, wretched, not even middling, door to the main room locked. Philip the lackey already familiar and obsequious. Patriarchal footing after not even a week. Katia drinks the wine down as women do, without a pause, in 20 sips, takes the yellow banknote, kisses the hand he quite seriously allows to be kissed. The boy with the barrel organ trails after, both brought in from the street. Why did I suddenly turn down? Sky prospect from the Haymarket. I never turned this way. I just turned and here you are. Why don't you say straight out? It's a miracle, because it may only be chance. Just look how they all have this twist. Even if they secretly believe in miracles, they won't admit it. Little cowards when it comes to their own opinion. Then Marfa Petrovna bought him from debtor's prison. The contract, Parasha, knives and poison as girl suggestions. The schoolgirl bride taken from school, parents hungry for the money. Ghost of Marfa in winter water. Overheard confession interesting from a murderer and a harlot over the eternal book. Can-can with a 13-year-old in a lovely dress, embarrassed, blushing, offended. Enjoy yourself, then America, or shoot yourself. If Raskolnikov had looked behind him, he would have seen the twin turning the same way. Dunya has received a letter. The champagne girl and the schoolgirl bride and the overheard Lazarus are one climate. Appetite as philosophy, philosophy as climate, climate as the article completed without the need to faint. A sharper is not a gambler. Occupation. A sharper is not a gambler. He was a sharper. It happened that he was thrashed. He hurried here rather more in connection with women, as soon as he'd buried Marfa Petrovna with winning frankness. Why restrain himself? Why give up women if he's so fond of them? At least it's an occupation. Call it depravity. In this depravity, there is something permanent, based on nature, not subject to fantasy, something that abides in the blood like a perpetually burning coal, eternally inflaming, which even with age one may not extinguish so easily. A disease, a dangerous one, Raskolnikov says. He admits it is a disease like everything that goes beyond measure. And here one is bound to go beyond measure. But one must maintain a certain measure and calculation even if it's vile. Without that, one might perhaps have to shoot oneself. A decent man is obliged to be bored. And could you shoot yourself? Come now, don't speak of it. An unfortunate weakness. I'm afraid of death and don't like hearing it talked about. I'm something of a mystic. Marfa Petrovna's ghosts. Away. Not in Petersburg yet. You talk of depravity and aesthetics. You, a Schiller, an idealist. I'm terribly fond of Schiller. The conversation is the article without Napoleon. Stepping over as climate, boredom as the decent man's duty, suicide as the unspeakable that will be spoken at dawn. Raskolnikov the Schiller is the last joke the twin can afford before Dunya's no. Locked room. She follows toward the Haymarket, then to Sonia's, then through the locked door into the empty adjoining apartment. Madame Reslich's geography of surveillance become trap. He shows her the other empty rooms for rent. Kapernaum's tongue-tied household as unwitting stagehands. Chair by the door. The only chair in either chamber. Door locked behind them. He tells her the full confession he overheard through the wall. She murmurs it cannot be with pale, deadened lips. He details what the brother did and did not take. According to his own confession, he did not even profit properly. She jumps. Even think of it? Force gathers as ambience. Sofia Semyonovna not home. Kapernaum distant. He at least twice as strong. Locked doors away. Where's the key? Open at once, you vile man. I've lost the key. So it's force. I too love you. I love you infinitely. Let me kiss the hem of your dress. The infinitely is appetite wearing love's mask. Razumikin named as rival and dismissed. If she sacrifices her brother, she still proves nothing. Force is an abomination, he grants, then argues toward force if circumstances require. She takes a revolver from her pocket, cocks it, lowers the hand to the little table. Marfa Petrovna's, whom you killed, not Mr. Razumikin's, those Svidrigailov laughs that it is an old acquaintance, his own. Dunya, in a frenzy, hold it ready. He advances. She raises, deathly pale, white lower lip. A shot. The bullet grazes his hair, burns the scalp, wrings his heart with pain. Well, so you missed. Shoot again. I'm waiting. She cocks again, looks at him numbly, cannot fire into a waiting face, throws the revolver aside. Suddenly, he is able to speak with a force of which he himself would have been unable to give an account, and holds out the key from the left pocket. She seizes it, unlocks, bursts out. A moment later, he is alone with the small 3-shot cylinder of old-fashioned construction. 2 shots remain. He washes the temple with a towel, puts the revolver into his pocket, and walks toward what he will call America. The locked room is not Alyona's door this time. It is the sister's freedom, stopped by Dunya's refusal to become either victim or executioner. Svidrigailov's infinitely fails where Luzin's benefactor doctrine failed. Dunya's person will not be ledgered or forced. Her force is the word that unmasks him. Marfa Petrovna's revolver is the dead wife's justice returned. The missed shot grazes hair and burns scalp. He does not take her. He cannot survive her now. Between Porfiry's whisper, "You killed them," and Dunya's thrown-aside cylinder, Raskolnikov's secret has been used as ransom and failed. What remains for the twin is rain, dreams of drowned girls, and corrupt children, and the watchtower. The brother still does not know the room has already closed. The twin already knows there is nowhere left but America. The approach. Raskolnikov on the bridge, looking at the water, Dunya standing close, passed without noticing. She does not know whether to call. Then Svidrigailov from the Haymarket, secretive, signs begging her not to call the brother. Come along quickly. I do not wish Rodion Romanovich to know. I had trouble getting rid of him. He knows about my letter. Tell me everything here in the street. It can by no means be said in the street. You must hear Sofia Semyonovna. I have documents. If you won't come, I'll give up explanations. A rather curious secret of your beloved brothers is entirely in my hands. The city is not the country. In the country, you caused me more harm than I did you. Has Sophia been warned? No. She buried her relation today. I live just here. The caretaker, Bose, has noticed your face. That will prove useful if you're afraid. Sophia lives on the other side of my wall. The whole floor full of tenants. Why are you afraid like a child? His heart is pounding. He raises his voice to conceal excitement. She is too irritated to notice. Then the empty adjoining rooms, the only chair, the locked door, the overheard confession detailed. According to his own confession, he did not even profit properly. Where is the key? I've lost the key. So it's force. Infinitely. Marfa Petrovna's revolver, old acquaintance, his own. The missed shot grazes hair, burns scalp. Shoot again. I'm waiting. She cannot fire into a waiting face. Throws it aside. He finds a force of speech he could not have accounted for and holds out the key from the left pocket. 2 shots remain. The second axe has failed. America is all that is left of appetite. Quote, I too love you. I love you infinitely. Let me kiss the hem of your dress. Good. So it's force. Quote, well, so you missed. Shoot again. I'm waiting. Down suicide. He goes to Sonia first. Wet clothes, children at tea who run away at his figure. Leaving for America. The money for the orphans stands. Those people needn't worry. Tell Razumikin that Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov bows to you. Do it without fail. A bullet in the head. Or Siberia for Rodion Romanovich. Sonia looks at him in fear and some vague, somber apprehension. To go off to America and be afraid of rain? Ha ha. Farewell. Live long. You'll be needed by others. Rain pours like a waterfall. Thunder rolls. Soaking wet at 20 minutes past 11, he walks into the small apartment of his fiancée's parents on Vasilevsky Island, at the corner of the 3rd Line and Malley Prospect. Eccentric generosity, money left, beguiling manners that calm the original commotion of a midnight visit in the rain. Then a hotel in a backwater, wooden, unexpected, and a night of dreams that are the twins underground without notes from underground. A mouse scratching, jumping onto the sheet. A girl lying in a coffin all in flowers, in a white tulle dress. Hands crossed, suicide by drowning. No icons, no lighted candles, no prayers, unchildlike, boundless grief, and great complaint. He knew the girl. Then, bent with a candle, a 5-year-old under a blanket, broken cup, eternally drunken cook for a mother. Unloved and terrorized, talking non-stop in child's language. Who opens a winking unchildlike eye as if pretending to sleep, cheeks too red, something that makes him want to leave at once. He thinks of choosing a big bush doused with rain, so that if he does it there the water will wash, and rejects the picturesque. Dawn, revolver and notebook by his elbow, flies waking on the windowsill. The watchtower catches his eye. Here's the place. He walks to the big building with the watchtower. Achilles in brass helmet and soldier's greatcoat studies him silently for a while. To America. America? He cocks the revolver. Achilles raises a hand. Just tell them he went to America. He puts it to his right temple. Oi, that's not allowed. It's the wrong place. And the shot answers Petersburg's morning. The dawn's rain is Petersburg washing nothing clean. The watchtower is the state's eye present at a private vanishing. Achilles' oi is comedy's last word over a man who joked to the end. The drowned girl and the winking child are conscience as nightmare when there is no Sonia to read Lazarus. Only flowers without prayer and corruption under a hotel blanket. Where Raskolnikov still has Sonia's crossroads and Porphyry Shore, the twin has only rain and a 3-shot cylinder. The nihilist exits so the brother may still choose Siberia over the Neva. The bow to Razumikin is almost grace. The orphan money is almost atonement. The temple is the only sincerity left when Dunya's no has closed the last project that amused him. This death comes before Haymarket. The double must die so the brother can confess without the twins' ransom still hanging over Dunya. Between Champagne's girl kissing his hand and Achilles' German protest, Svidrigailov has spent the last of his congenial monstrosity. What Raskolnikov will kneel to kiss, the twin will not live to see. Raskolnikov will learn of this death as he walks toward confession. The twins' America announced, so the brother Siberia can begin without blackmail shadow. The last night, at Sonia's, children at tea who run away, leaving for America, receipts for the orphans in sure hands, 3 5% notes for 3,000. Take them for yourself personally. Let it be between us, no matter what you may hear. To live like this is bad and no longer necessary. She has no need of it, can earn enough. He will not take the refusal. Tell Razumikin that Arkady Ivanovich bows. A bullet in the head or Siberia for Rodion Romanovich. Then the fiancé's parents on Vasilevsky Island. Midnight rain, eccentric generosity. Hotel in a backwater, wooden, unexpected. Mouse scratching, jumping onto the sheet. Girl in a coffin all in flowers. White tulle. Hands crossed, suicide by drowning. No icons, no candles, no prayers. Unchildlike, boundless grief. He knew the girl. Then a 5-year-old under a blanket. Broken cup. Eternally drunken cook for a mother. Talking non-stop in child's language. Winking unchildlike, eye as if pretending to sleep. Cheeks too red. Something that makes him want to leave at once. He thinks of a big bush doused with rain, so the water will wash, and rejects the picturesque. Dawn. Flies on the windowsill. Watchtower. Achilles in brass helmet. To America. Boy, that's not allowed. It's the wrong place. The nihilist exits with comedy's last word, so the schismatic may still choose the square. Quote, what? To go off to America and be afraid of rain? Ha ha. Farewell, my good Sofia Semyonovna. Live and live long. You'll be needed by others. Quote, to America. Just tell them he went to America. Haymarket/confession. Finale. He approaches the apartment of his mother and sister and knocks. His mother opens. Danechka is not home. Show it to me, mother, some little thing, a keepsake. Let me cross you. Let me bless you. So. His heart softens all at once when they are alone. He assures her he has always loved her, loves her now more than himself. If he has seemed cruel and not loving, it is untrue. He will never cease to love her. Whatever they tell her about him, love him still. Dunya loves her very much. She weeps, her mother's heart foreboding calamity, believes the wrong consolations, crosses him, blesses him. With Dunya the truth is harder. He is somehow weak, very tired. He walked many times by the Neva. He wished to make his mind up finally. He thought of drowning himself, but already standing there, something held him. Is that pride, Dunya? Yes, it's pride, Rhodia. And he's almost pleased there is still pride in him. He went to mother and wept and does not even know why. I'm a vile man, Dunya. Oh, Rhodia, enough. Brother, what are you saying? You shed blood. His eyes meet hers at the last exclamation. Dunya, dear, if I am guilty, forgive me. Though if I'm guilty, I cannot be forgiven. Go at once and stay with mother. It is my last and great request. Don't worry, she will not know yet. They both finally leave. It was hard for Dunya, but she loved him. He is ashamed a moment later of an irritated gesture. Why do they love me so, when I'm unworthy of it? Oh, if only I were alone, and no one loved me, and I too had never loved anyone. Water wears away stone, but why live in that case? Why am I going now, when I know myself that it will be as with water and stone? When he comes to Sonia's, dusk is already falling. Dunya has been there, remembering Svidrigailov's words of the day before that Sonia knew about it, and from the meeting drew at least one consolation. The brother had sought a human being in her with his confession. She looked at Sonia even with a certain reverence. Sonia all but on the verge of tears, the beautiful image of Dunya bowing, the cypress cross accepted at last. When you go to your suffering, then you'll put it on. We'll pray and go. He sets out wearing the cross of Lizaveta's exchange. The Haymarket, unpleasant, very. Sonia's words rise. Go to the crossroads, bow down to people, kiss the earth, because you have defiled it. Why turn coward now that it's come to business? He simply falls to the earth where he stands, kneels in the middle of the square, kisses that filthy earth with delight and happiness, stands to bow to the whole world on all four sides, giving a kiss to the metropolitan city of St. Petersburg. The words I killed perhaps on the tip of his tongue when laughter, remarks, a drunk's attention, someone's mockery break the ecstasy. He walks toward the police station, an apparition on the way even to the ends of the earth. Why not to Nikodem Fomitch, to the police chief himself? At least things could be better. Why Ilya Petrovich Gunpowder? Come to see us? What's the occasion? Chatter about midwives nicknamed so, education, charming persons, genuine grief that the student had not visited, Zamyatov not there. Then the statement repeated. It was I who killed the official's old widow and her sister Lizaveta with an axe and robbed them. Ilya Petrovich opens his mouth. People run from all sides. Raskolnikov repeats his statement. The axe's plot ends in a clerk's office among unfinished jokes. The earth's kiss preceded the words so that confession would not be only legal. Porfiry had advised the shore. Sonia had named the crossroads. Svidrigailov had gone to America. Mother had blessed without knowing. Dunya had heard blood named and still loved. The cypress cross lay on the breast that once hid the axe under a coat. Raskolnikov kneels, kisses, and speaks. The Haymarket's laughter that broke, I killed on the tip of the tongue, is the city's refusal to receive the word cleanly. The police office's chatter is the same refusal in official form. And still the words are spoken. What remains is not punishment as surprise, but punishment as a beginning that will refuse to simplify. Gradual renewal, not a curtain dropped on a converted murderer. Twins temple, brothers earth. America as nowhere, Siberia as the only somewhere left. The confession's syntax, official's old widow, sister Lizaveta, axe robbed, is the stone under the bush finally spoken into the city's ear. The farewells and the square. He is glad to be alone with his mother. Falls down, kisses her feet. They weep. Rhodia, my firstborn, you're the same as when you were little, when your father was still alive, when we wept over his grave. My mother's heart foreboded calamity. From your eyes, the first evening, I understood everything. As I opened the door, I thought the fatal hour must be here. You're not going now? You'll come again? Are you going somewhere far away? Very far. Whatever God sends. Only pray for me. Not forever? I'll come. He tears himself away. Evening fresh, warm, bright. He wishes to be done before sundown. Nastasia from the samovar. Dunya waiting in his room. Horror and unappeasable grief. From that look he understands she knows everything. Shall I come in or go away? The whole day with Sofia Semyonovna. I walked many times by the Neva. I wanted to end it there, but couldn't make up my mind. Thank God you still believe in life. I didn't believe, but with Mother I wept. I asked her to pray. God knows how these things work. You and a mother? Could you possibly dare to tell her? No. At Sonia's the cypress accepted. When you go to your suffering, then you'll put on. Haymarket. This one's plastered all right. It's that he's going to Jerusalem, brothers, saying goodbye to his children and his motherland, giving a kiss to the metropolitan city of St. Petersburg, still a young lad. From gentlefolk. You can't tell nowadays who's gentlefolk. The words I killed freeze. Sonia 50 steps away behind a wooden stall. She has accompanied him throughout the sorrowful procession. She will follow even to the ends of the earth. Courtyard, third floor, eggshells on the winding stairs, kitchens emitting fumes. He has not been back here since that time. Legs numb. If I am to drink this cup, the fouler the better. Why not Nikodem Fomitch, the police chief himself, homelike? No, to gunpowder, to gunpowder. If I'm to drink, I'll drink it all at once. Maybe it's still possible not to tell them. Fee, fi, fo, fum, fate itself. Then the statement. The axe's plot ends among unfinished jokes. The earth's kiss preceded the words, so confession would not be only legal. With Dunya blood is named, I'm a vile man. Oh, Rhodia, enough. Brother, what are you saying? You shed blood. His eyes meet hers at the last exclamation. If I am guilty, forgive me. Though if I'm guilty, I cannot be forgiven. Go at once and stay with Mother. last and great request. She will not know yet. It was hard for Dunya, but she loved him. A moment later, he is ashamed of an irritated gesture. Why do they love me so, when I'm unworthy of it? Oh, if only I were alone and no one loved me, and I too had never loved anyone. Water wears away stone, but why? Why live in that case? Why am I going now, when I know myself that it will be as with water and stone? Pride held him at the Neva. Dunya names it. Yes, it's pride, Rhodia, and he's almost pleased there is still pride in him. The pride that would not drown is the same pride that will freeze, I killed on the tip of the tongue, when the Haymarket laughs Jerusalem. Sonia Stahl, 50 steps, forever. The procession has a witness, so the police office will not be only gunpowder's jokes. Quote, he knelt in the middle of the square, bowed to the earth, and kissed that filthy earth with delight and happiness. Quote, it was I who killed the official's old widow and her sister Lizaveta with an axe and robbed them. Epilogue. Siberian labor. The prisoner's hatred. Sonia's green shawl at the gate. The dream of Trikiny. 7 years. A new account is only beginning. He does not become a saint on the first page of the prison. Siberia. Trial and sentence compress into mercy's irony. Illness, voluntary confession, and other circumstances soften the term. 8 years in a Siberian prison. Pulcheria Alexandrovna's strange nervous illness. Fantasies of Rhodia's future. Curtains washed for his return. Joyful dreams and tears. Ends in grief Dunya had feared and could not prevent. The mother never learns the full truth in life. Razumikin and Dunya swear their plans for work and marriage. Sonia has long since prepared and follows to the settlement. In the prison, the convicts hate him, not for the acts alone, but for the student, the gentleman, the silent pride that will not join their life. They love life in confinement more fiercely than he can yet feel. He is ashamed even before Sonia, before her green shawl at the gate. She lives near, writes letters for the prisoners to their families, posts them. Their wives and mistresses know her and visit. They all come to love Sonia so much, she had not tried to win them. His own heart stays locked through the first year and more. No repentance as the court understands it. The old woman remains a louse in one chamber of thought. What torments him is that he did not endure, that he confessed, that he is not extraordinary. Pride's last wound. Siberia is punishment as weather, cold, labor, hatred, the two-color jacket, while grace stands at the gate and waits without speeches about the Gospels. The trial. He supports his statement firmly, precisely, clearly, without softening, without forgetting the slightest detail. The pledge of wood with a metal strip in the murdered woman's hand. The keys taken for the old woman, described, the trunk and what it was filled with, particular objects enumerated, Lizaveta's riddle, Coke knocking, the student after him, everything they said, running down, Mikolka and Mitka shrieking. The empty apartment, home, the stone on Voznesensky Prospect, articles and purse found. Investigators surprised he hid them without use, did not remember the things in detail, was mistaken as to their number. 317 silver rubles and 3 20-kopeck pieces. Topmost bills damaged from lying so long. Psychologists admit he had not looked into the purse and conclude temporary insanity, morbid monomania of murder and robbery with no further aim. The latest fashionable theory. Zosimov, friends, landlady, made a test hypochondria. To the great annoyance of those who defend this opinion, he does almost nothing to defend himself. The cause was bad situation, poverty, helplessness, the wish to fortify the first steps with 3,000, frivolous and faint-hearted nature, exasperated by hardship. He confessed from sincere repentance. Something almost crude about it all. The sentence more merciful because he seemed to inculpate himself still more. Lizaveta's accidental killing supports unsound mental capacities. The court hears poverty and monomania. It cannot hear Napoleon. The purse unopened remains a joke on both. Neither extraordinary man nor ordinary thief, only a student who could not look inside. In the prison the wound is pride, not guilt. Oh, How happy he would have been if he could have condemned himself. Then he could have endured shame. His hardened conscience finds no especially terrible guilt, except a simple blunder that could have happened to anyone. He is ashamed because he, Raskolnikov, perished so blindly, hopelessly, vainly, stupidly by some decree of blind fate, and must submit to the meaninglessness of such a decree if he wants peace. Pointless anxiety in the present. In the future, one endless sacrifice by which nothing would be gained. In 8 years, he will be only 32. Why live? Existence alone had never been enough. He had always wanted more. Perhaps only from the force of his desires he had regarded himself as a man to whom more was permitted. If only fate had sent burning repentance that drives sleep away, such as torments one into dreaming of the noose or the watery deeps, he would have been glad. Torments and tears, that too was life. But he did not repent of his crime. How was my thought any stupider than all the other thoughts swarming since the world began? Naysayers and penny philosophers, why do you stop halfway? What is hideous? That it was an evil doing. My conscience is clear. Have my head for the letter of the law, and enough. Benefactors of mankind who seize power ought to have been executed at their first steps. But those men endured, and therefore they were right, while I did not endure, and so I had no right to permit myself that step. This alone he recognizes as his crime, that he had not endured it, but had gone and confessed. Why had he not killed himself at the river? Had not Svidrigailov, who was afraid of death, overcome it? He cannot understand that even then he may have sensed a profound lie in himself and in his convictions, a sense that might herald a future break, resurrection, new vision. Instead, he allows only the dull burden of instinct he had been unable to step over. The tramps love a ray of sunlight, a deep forest, a cool spring noticed 2 years before, dreamed as one dreams of a mistress. The abyss between him and them is not the axe. It is that they love life, and he still loves the idea that failed. Quote, they simply regarded all these people as ignorant, and how they loved life, how they valued it. It precisely seemed to him that in prison they loved and valued it even more. Resurrection beginning. Final image. In fever he dreams the whole world doomed by a pestilence from the depths of Asia. New trichinae, microscopic creatures that are spirits endowed with reason and will. The infected become possessed and mad. Yet never had people considered themselves so intelligent and unshakable in the truth. Entire cities and nations infected, each thinking the truth contained in himself alone, unable to agree on evil or good, killing in senseless spite, the few chosen unfinished in the dream. The plague of ideas is the article's epidemic dream to the end. Napoleon's multiplying until no one can judge. He recovers. Sonia falls ill. For 2 days she does not come. A penciled note. Then she is beside him by the river in the old wrap and green shawl, face still bearing signs of illness. Something lifts him and flings him down at her feet. He weeps. They know they love. The dawn of a renewed future, of a complete resurrection into a new life. They were resurrected by love. The heart of each held infinite sources of life for the heart of the other. 7 years remain, infinite happiness and unbearable suffering. Under his pillow the Gospels she never once forced on him. He had asked for the book himself. 7 years, only 7 years. A new life he does not yet know. But here begins a new account. The account of a man's gradual renewal, his gradual regeneration, his gradual transition from one world to another, his acquaintance with a new, hitherto completely unknown reality. The last movement refuses the curtain of sudden sainthood. Love as resurrection's mechanism. Time is 7 years, not 7 days. The Gospels as silent companion. The dream as warning that ideas without living life infect nations. Raskolnikov at Sonia's feet is not yet the new man. Only the man who has begun to be able to begin. The last pages. The prisoner's hatred and Sonia's letters. They hate him as a gentleman, as silent pride. They love Sonia without her trying to win them. She writes their letters, posts them. Their wives know her. Pulcheria dies without the full truth. Razumikin and Dunya swear work and marriage. Sonia follows. After the Trikhini dream, cities and nations unable to agree on good and evil, each thinking the truth contained in himself alone. He recovers. Sonia ill 2 days. Penciled note. Then the river, the old wrap, the green shawl. Something lifts him and flings him down at her feet. 7 years remain. Under the pillow the Gospels she never once forced. He asked for the book himself. 7 years, only 7 years. A new account. Gradual renewal, gradual regeneration, gradual transition from one world to another, acquaintance with a hitherto completely unknown reality. Not a converted murderer as a curtain. Time, love, and a book that waits. Quote, some new Trikhini had appeared, microscopic creatures that lodged themselves in men's bodies. But these creatures were spirits, endowed with reason and will. Those who received them into themselves immediately became possessed and mad. But never had people considered themselves so intelligent and unshakable in the truth as did these infected ones. Quote, they were resurrected by love. The heart of each held infinite sources of life for the heart of the other. Quote, but here begins a new account, the account of a man's gradual renewal, the account of his gradual regeneration, his gradual transition from one world to another, his acquaintance with a new, hitherto completely unknown reality. Character, theme, and symbolism deep dive. Character arcs. Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov is the schism made dramatic. He begins as a handsome, irritable former student in a cupboard, toying with an ugly dream. He rehearses, kills Alyona and Lizaveta, fails to hide a purse, almost confesses in police farce and Crystal Palace talk, meets Porphyry's smile and Sonia's cross, refuses and returns, kisses the earth at Haymarket, and confesses. Siberia does not convert him at once. Prisoners hate him. The Trikhini dream shows ideas as plague. Love at Sonia's feet begins another story. He does not become Napoleon. He becomes a man who may yet live. The arc is from plaything idea to trembling creature to the threshold of resurrection. Never a completed saint. Sofia Semyonovna Marmeladov, Sonia, is living life's gospel without a theorem. Yellow ticket, meek voice, Lazarus read aloud, command to the crossroads, follow to Siberia, illness, steadfastness. She does not refute the extraordinary man with essays. She suffers and loves and waits. Her function is to make Raskolnikov's idea look like what it is, arithmetic beside a person who has already stepped into shame for others without calling herself extraordinary. Porfiry Petrovitch is the hunt as free art, laughter over broken glass, interviews that are traps and pastorals, knowledge held until the soul denounces itself. He is neither Javert's law nor Sonia's cross. He is psychological midwifery toward confession. Without him, the novel would be only guilt. With him, guilt acquires a smiling interlocutor. Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov is the twin who exits. Charm and menace, rural disgrace around Dunya, eavesdropping on confession, locked room revolver, Dawn shot by the watchtower to America. He grants himself the freedom Raskolnikov claimed and finds boredom in ghosts. His suicide is the idea without Sonia, and therefore without a future part. Dmitry Prokofiev Razumikin is reason as friendship, bread, noise, clothes bought, love for Dunya, loyalty that will not calculate percentages. His name answers Raskolnikov's. Mind against schism. He cannot save by argument. He stays. Avdotya Romanovna, Dunya, and Pulcheria Alexandrovna embody the domestic mirror of the idea. Sacrifice for Rodia's future, Luzin's benefactor vanity, Svidrigailov's pursuit, revolver courage. They are not foils only. They are the letter's living cost. Semyon Zakharovich Marmeladov and Katerina Ivanovna open the destitution gospel and close in street death and memorial scandal. Poverty's theater against which Sonia's meekness and Luzin's planted no play. Pyotr Petrovich Luzin is utilitarianism in a frock coat. Wife as debtor, 100-ruble note planted on Sonia. Exposure by Lebeziatnikov. The bourgeois twin of the axe without the honesty of blood. Technical themes. The right to step over is the novel's central proposition and its self-refutation. Stated in article and interview, practiced with the axe, it collapses under Lizaveta's surplus, the wallpaper hole, and the trembling hands Aliona named. Extraordinary status cannot be proven by murder. Murder proves the creature. Suffering as exit answers both Napoleon and Svidrigailov. Sonia's command, crossroads, earth confess, is not masochism as program, but the refusal to let blood stay private arithmetic. Porphyry nudges toward the same square by other means. Siberia continues the exit as years, not as metaphor. Polyphony of the 60s fills the air. Tavern students' utilitarian fantasy. Luzin's progress, Lebeziatnikov's half-baked advanced ideas, Crystal Palace irony, percentage talk. Raskolnikov is not a solitary madman. He is an epic's thought that took the new step alone. Detective novel as spiritual form. Evidence, hat, fringe, painters, goes from under the ground. Matters, but Porphyry's method makes confession the true detection. The reader knows the killer from part one. Suspense is whether the soul will denounce itself before Svidrigailov's ending claims it. Resurrection as process. The epilogue's 7 years and new account refuse the curtain. Love begins. Healing is not complete. Dostoevsky will not give the Crystal Palace of a finished conversion. Symbolism and imagery. Cupboard/ship's cabin. Isolation that is both poverty and chosen schism. Low ceiling, yellow wallpaper, sofa bed, until visitors force living life into the idea's cell. Zimmerman hat/details. Conspicuousness as first detective. The axiom that details ruin everything. Continued in Blood Fringe and Doorbell. Mikolka's horse. Dream theology of the axe. Property as permission. Crowd laughter. Child's kiss on the bloody muzzle. Raskolnikov as both whipper and weeper. Axe/second blow. The theorem's tool and Lizaveta's surplus innocence. Blood that will not stay in the ledger. Wallpaper hole/courtyard stone. Farce of hiding. Punishment as practical failure before legal sentence. Crystal Palace. Utopian calculation and tavern taunt. Confess immediately as carnival prophecy. Lazarus. Gospel counterplot read in Sonia's room. Raising that Raskolnikov wants as spectacle and receives as command. Haymarket earth/cross. Public kneeling before legal confession. New step redefined as shame before God and people. Watchtower dawn/America. Svidrigailov's exit. Nihilist travel without passport to resurrection. Trichini/plague of ideas. Epilogue dream. Ideology as infection. The century's thoughts as parasites. Sonia's love as the slow contrary. Critical evaluation. Crime and Punishment, 1866, remains the definitive fusion of psychological detective story and metaphysical novel in European fiction. Part 1's crime, named early, 6 parts of rotting idea and carnival hunt. An epilogue that risks piety and mostly earns its severity. Dostoevsky's strengths are formal and polyphonic. The cupboard's hypochondria, Marmeladov's ornate destitution, Porphyry's laughter, Sonia's silence, Svidrigailov's charm is void. The horse dream and Lazarus reading are structural theology, not decoration. Pavir and Volokonsky restore the fever's grain. Long periods that accumulate spite and pity, short shocks that drop the axe or the revolver. Against the Crystal Palace optimism of the 60s, the novel sets blood's remainder and a resurrection that will not be scheduled. Limits follow from the ambition. The epilogue's didactic pressure has always divided readers. Some smell forced grace after 500 pages of free polyphony. Others hear the only honest refusal of cheap conversion. Secondary figures, Lebeziatnikov, Amalia, the painters, can tip into satire that thins beside Sonia and Porphyry. Luzin is almost too clearly the bourgeois twin. Dunya's interior sometimes yields to plot necessity. Beside demons, the possession is narrower and deeper. Beside Brothers Karamazov, the God question is concentrated in one schismatic rather than a family. What holds unmatched is the marriage of police procedural to spiritual direction. Coke ringing while corpses cool. Porphyry smiling over tea glass shards. Haymarket dust on a murderer's lips. And the knowledge that the new step worth fearing was never the axe alone, but the word of confession. The Pavir Velikonsky grain makes the fever legible without smoothing it into a thesis play. Long hypotaxis of spite, then the short shock of the second blow. The folded note, the temple at dawn. A reader who wants a puzzle will be disappointed in part one. A reader who wants a saint will be disappointed in the epilogue. The novel's pressure is that it will give neither, and that the disappointment is part of the argument. Conclusion. Crime and Punishment is Dostoevsky's anatomy of an idea that mistook itself for courage. Raskolnikov's schism, Napoleon and trembling creature in one skull, takes the new step into Alyona's room and finds Lizaveta waiting. The Hangover is not surprise arrest, but Porphyry's free art, Sonia's Lazarus, Svidrigaïlov's Dawn, and Years in Siberia, where love only begins another account. The novel names the 19th century's most dangerous temptation as arithmetic over persons, the percentage that must perish so others live fresher, the extraordinary man's permission to shed blood in all conscience. Luzin's wife as debtor, Lebeziatnikov commune clicked against an abacus. Blood will not stay in the ledger. The unopened purse under the stone is the joke the court cannot hear. Neither Napoleon nor thief, only a student who could not look inside. The book's fragile affirmatives must be held against its own catastrophes. Sonia's crossroads command is answered late and under laughter. The Haymarket kneel is broken by a drunk's Jerusalem. The police statement lands among gunpowder's jokes. Svidrigaïlov, who completed the article without conscience, exits at a watchtower with Achilles for chorus. Dunya's no stops the second acts, but cannot save the twin. Pulcheria dies without the full truth. The epilogue's 7 years and Gospels under the pillow refuse both cheap conversion and cheap despair. The Trichyny dream still warns that ideas infect nations, and the prisoners still hate the gentlemen who will not love life as they do. Resurrection is process, not curtain. The schism does not heal on the first page of Siberia. What the novel leaves the reader is less a moral than a method, an image of conscience as hunt and of suffering as the only exit the theorem cannot calculate. The cupboard, the horse's bloody muzzle, the second blow, the eternal book, the filthy earth, the plague of microscopic spirits. These assemble into a geography of the inner life that later fiction has been exploring ever since. The question the book leaves open, as it was open in 1866, is whether a man who killed for an idea can become a man who lives without one, or whether the new account is only the slow education of a creature who finally asked to be given the book. There is no Crystal Palace. There is a square, a shawl, and time. Index of key concepts. Crystal Palace, utopian calculation and tavern taunt. The 60s faith that reason can house mankind without remainder. Zamyatov's Crystal Palace conversation is almost confession as carnival prophecy. Confess immediately. The idea's first public leak before Porphyry has a name. Extraordinary man. The article's doctrine that some may step over law, even blood, for a new word and the furtherance of mankind. Porphyry reads it back with a wink. Lizaveta and the unopened purse refute it without an essay. Napoleon remains fantasy. The trembling creature remains fact. Haymarket/kiss the earth. Sonia's commanded public shame. Bow kiss the defiled earth. Say, I have killed, before the legal statement. The square redefines the new step as confession rather than transgression. The city's laughter, Jerusalem, gentlefolk, is the world refusing prophecy cleanly. Lazarus, the 11th chapter of John, read by Sonia in the barn-like room. For days, the stink come forth. Murderer and harlot over the eternal book is the novel's central icon and the counter-article to permission for blood. Resurrection as image before Siberia as years. Mikolka's horse, the childhood dream of property as permission, crowd laughter, crowbar, and the child's kiss on the bloody muzzle. Raskolnikov is both whipper and weeper. The name rhymes later with Nikolai, the painter who kneels in Porphyry's office as false cross-bearer. Percentage/louse. Utilitarian air of the 60s. A certain percentage must perish so the rest may live fresher. Man as louse. Tavern students, Luzin's benefactor marriage, and Raskolnikov's self-talk share the arithmetic. The novel's indictment is not of poverty, but of souls priced as statistics. Porphyry's free art. Psychological hunt towards self-denunciation. Suspicion without premature arrest. Nature as mirror. 2 times 2. Then pastoral certainty that names the murderer and offers sure and suffering. The police novel kneeling beside the gospel without quoting John. Schism. Rascal divided anthropology, named in Raskolnikov. One skull split between the boy who kisses the horse and the Mikolka who swings. The crime does not create the split, it stages it. Isolation in the cupboard is already schism before Alyona opens the door. Svidrigailev's America. Nihilist suicide as travel. To America as the joke name for nowhere. The twin completes the article without Sonia's cross. Eavesdropping, locked room. Dawn at the watchtower, Achilles' German protest. The idea's other ending when living life is refused. Trembling creature. The self-verdict opposite Napoleon. Am I a trembling creature, or do I have the right? The axe answers by making him a man who faints, rings the murder bell, and cannot manage a wallpaper hole. The epilogue's lingering question is whether the creature can yet live. Trichini dream. Epilogue fever. Microscopic spirits endowed with reason and will. The infected never so sure of the truth. Cities and nations unable to agree on good and evil. Ideology as infection. Sonia's love as the slow contrary. A new account, not a finished conversion. Reading comprehension questions. How does the opening fear of a new step and own new word frame both the acts in Part 1 and the Haymarket Confession in Part 6? What would it mean to say the novel's true new step is the word spoken, not the blow? What is Marmeladov's distinction between poverty and destitution, and how does it prepare Sonia's role as listener rather than a theorem? Why does money left on the window already leak the cupboard's isolation? How do Luzin's benefactor, marriage, and Raskolnikov's utilitarian murder rhyme as arithmetic over persons? What does Dinya's know at the samovar strip from the brother's excuse for the axe? Explain Mikolka's horse dream. In what sense is Raskolnikov both the child who kisses the muzzle and Mikolka who swings? How does the name return with Nikolai, the painter's knees? Why is Lizaveta's death theologically decisive for the extraordinary man theorem in a way Alyona's is not? What does the second blow do to the ledger? How does Porphyry's free art differ from mere evidence gathering? What do the painter's trap, the purple laugh, and the third visits, it was you, each add to the hunt as spiritual direction? What is the Lazarus reading demand of Raskolnikov that the Crystal Palace talk cannot? Why must murderer and harlot meet over John 11 before the square can be named? How is Svidrigailov Raskolnikov's twin, and what does the dawn suicide at the watchtower reveal about the idea without Sonia? Why must the twin die before the brother can confess without ransom hanging over Dunya? Why must Raskolnikov kiss the earth at Haymarket before the police confession? And what does the drunk's Jerusalem laughter do to the gesture? Why Gunpowder's office rather than a home-like chief? The epilogue's Trichini dream and new account refuse cheap conversion. What would be lost if the novel ended at the police statement? What does the unopened purse still mean in court? Critical thinking. If the Extraordinary Man article were granted, would Lizaveta still break it? Can suffering as exit be distinguished from Porphyry's tactics and from masochism as program? Critical thinking. Dostoevsky names the killer in Part 1. What kind of suspense remains? And what does that choice imply about detective fiction as a spiritual form rather than a puzzle?